Fuck, I need drugs so bad, guys. Holy shit, I can't fucking concentrate. I can't work on anything. My head is fucking... There are like times, I don't know how to explain it, okay? There are times in my life where I can like sit and just fucking work on something for like 12 hours. And then there are times where to like look at the paper, I like check chat and Instagram and Twitter and I just can't fucking focus. I'm weak. It's because I'm weak. It's because I'm a weak person. You know why? It's because I haven't beaten Melania yet. That's why. I can't concentrate knowing that that bitch is still alive in my game. That's the problem. Jesus Christ.
If you hear this, it's because you have not subbed to Destiny on Destiny. GG. Subscribe now to block the L spam. Hello. Hello. Hello.
No, we're good on that one, Chief. I'm not done with my first outline yet. It's just taking me so long. There's so much shit I have to watch. It's so much fucking work. I don't know how long did Doomer Politics spend on his fucking video? That's what I'm curious about. Jesus Christ.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy. Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Steven, I bought the special ticket for your Pennsylvania event. What are the plans for dinner? I hope it's something romantic.
Honestly, it's going to depend on whether or not your mom goes with me or not.
Didn't say Simon Says.
What's the word count? I don't even, it's probably not even that high.
Sent you an email, hope you read it. Heart.
It's only my outline too. I haven't even finished transferring everything over my, because I have like a whole document that I made with a bunch of info, and now I'm taking all that info and I'm distilling it down into an outline, and then from the outline I'll do a refined outline, and then from the refined outline I'll do a script, and then maybe another script. Probably just one though. What is the word count of my current outline? Oh, okay, I guess it's pretty long. 15,353 words? I don't know if it counts links as like 2 words or something, but... Jesus, fuck. Show us a teaser? No, I can't show you anything else because then you're gonna, by the time I present it, you're all gonna be like Sleep City. We've already heard all of it. You mean 1,500? Yeah, no. To be fair, probably about half of that is like the quotes from emails and shit that I need to like trim down a lot. Probably half of it is. So my sub is probably like around 7,000 words. If I axe that shit out. Out in less than 2 weeks. It's just gonna depend on if I can sit down and do it. If I can just sit down and do it. Is anyone helping you edit it? After I have my outline done, I'm gonna make one more Reddit post asking for stuff to fill out like 5 or 6 of the sections, because I know there's more out there. I just don't.
You go by Destiny of 15K now then.
You have the exact time and place.
Will you put the manifest on your schedule before you release it? Yeah, that's gonna be a full day stream, baby.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
My therapist laughed at me when I said capitalism is the reason I'm so anxious and depressed. Jesus
Obama.
Christ.
Bath and preaches new video on Hassan was fucking therapeutic if you have time to watch.
You have the exact time and place.
25. Oh no. 25 minutes. Uh-oh.
Destiny, do you ever plan on playing? WoW W Classic.
Fuck no. I can't believe that some people are so transparent
Obama.
with the things that makes them uncomfortable. Haas is like he's like an open book. It's like if you want a blueprint to harassing Haas, you just have to look at how he insults other people. It's insane. Oh my god, I'm a $500 finalist. Oh my god. Oh my god. The funniest thing, he said so much cringy shit last. I started to feel bad for him, and I had to stop. I hate calling people out for bullshit media takes. But like whenever somebody's like, "Oh yeah, I like Wagner," or I don't know if he said that, like I like Wagner or whatever, and it's like, okay, bro, what do you listen to from Wagner? Please tell me. Like, at least cite something based, right? You could say, like, I like Gustav Holst's, like, The Planets, right? At least we've got some, like, he's more contemporary, but at least you have, like, some, I can't even spell his name. At least you can have, like, some based pieces that you listen to, like, not like the fucking, oh, I like the Rhine of the Valkyries. Give me a break, okay? There's good music out there. If you want to go find it, that's, like, romantic era stuff. I don't know if you guys have ever heard this before. It's super inspirational to a lot of John Williams' works. And probably to a lot of Dark Souls writers as well, to be fair. But like, gee, when he did the when he did the Kanye West thing, and he was talking about the Lake Michigan song. Bro, that whole song, I don't know if you guys know this, because I used to be a big Kanye dick writer, and I guess no, I'm not anymore. I used to be. Everybody was growing up because he was awesome. The whole song is about Chicago. That's what Homecoming is. That whole song, he's not talking. You guys know this, right? He's not actually talking about a girl in the song. He's talking about Chicago, right? That's what the whole song is about. Wendy. No, it's the windy. It's windy. It's the Windy City. The whole song is about Chicago. How could he think it was about fucking Detroit or Michigan? Oh my god. Dude, holy shit. Yeah, I don't know, man. He literally said, you haven't found out I'm talking about Chi-Town. Yeah, it's like his whole thing. I think I called him out correctly. He's fake. Everything about him is fake. He mistook Wendy for a real girl named Wendy, and he thought Wendy on Lake Michigan? Yeah, I guess, maybe. Jesus Christ. And then I started to feel... I can't say that I feel bad, because it was intentional. So the play that I was... Oh my god. I thought you guys were going until nighttime. Okay, well, we're busy right now. Now you just walked in on us. Now it feels awkward. The play that I wanted to be a part of last night was, he literally could have just said he doesn't engage with music by artistically memorizing all the words, but he probably sees it as a minute. The funny part was, like, he asked me to link him my stuff, and I linked him a thing of me playing, and I think he wanted to shit on me, but it's not like it sounds horrible. And to be honest, if you know more about music, there are things you can attack my musicality for, because everything I do is pretty simple. But I think he listened to it, and then he like shut the fuck up, because like, oh fuck, I guess you can actually play the piano or whatever. And I can't even really play the piano, but it was just like so cringe. It was so cringe. Could you elaborate some more on why you don't like The Life of Pablo?
Love from Albania, brother. Love your content.
No, because I'm lazy and stupid. Honest to God, there was like, I don't know how to explain it, but something happened where you have like your 3 Kanye West albums. I don't even remember what it was. It's Late Registration, College Dropout, and Graduation, right? Something I don't even, yeah. You have these, and he has like a very distinct and particular sound, okay? There were just incredibly original baller fucking tracks, and only Kanye West could have made these tracks, okay? Things like fucking like Jesus Walks, okay? Or tracks that like only Kanye West could have made. And then lots of like kind of like, I don't like, I'd say soulful or whatever. There's just like so many cool songs that he made. There's like, this is like a Kanye West song. It's so cool. And he had, there are so many of these scattered throughout these 3 albums. And then 808s comes out. And I hate to do this dick writer shit because everybody does this, okay? I thought 808s was good. I'm not going to be the guy that says like auto-tune is always cringe and horrible and stupid and auto-tune sucks. I'm not going to say that, okay? 808s was a really good use of it. But I noticed that he took all that auto-tuning and everything from 808s. Now, he did that My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy or whatever. He made this album. This is just it's his goated album. It's so good. He does engage in some of the auto-tuning stuff, but like it's also like the classic Kanye West sound. The best fucking features, like 9-minute songs, just like really, really sick. And then from here, his sound like radically changes to the light from Yeezus to Life of Pablo. I'm not saying that it's bad, but it's something that's distinctly different. Like post My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, Kanye West sounds just way different than what came before. It's just not, it doesn't sound the same. And even the songs that like people like, I'm like, are okay, I guess. Like they're not like bad, but like it's just not the sound that I like Kanye West for. But that's what I was saying. So whenever I say like, oh, Life of Pablo sucks, they don't really suck. They're not bad albums. It's not at all what I grew up to listening to for Kanye West. It's just he took a totally different direction with his sound. There you go. You hit it right on the head, but I don't think it reminds me of Escalades with rims. I was trying to be charitable. I'm trying to think of like, because like some of Kanye West's first 3 albums, I guess he kind of deals with like getting famous a little bit, but like Escalades with rims? Wait, I don't know, like, I don't know what that means. Like Kanye West, like gangster rap, like West, like I don't even know what, no, I know what it means. He's just like reaching for words in his head to like think of like what he associates music with. But listen, okay, I want to be very, very, very careful with how I frame this, okay? Let me back up and frame this conversation, okay? You can like music for any fucking reason that you want to, okay? If you like Kanye West and it reminds you of Escalades and rims or whatever, I don't give a fuck. That's cool. Let's chill. Music is there for you to enjoy it. All art is there for you to engage with, however you want to engage with, as long as you're not hurting anybody, right? Do that. That's cool. The only reason I was bullying him so much for it is because he tried to call me out as having no taste, making fun of my musical background, making fun of the music I like, and then obviously I'm going to push him on his taste after that, and he just crumbles. Like, yeah, of course. You know, get the fuck out of here. What I was going to say is the play that I wanted to be a part of last night was I saw that Haas and Nick were talking to each other, and I think Haas is getting like, he's very happy that he can talk like his crazy shit with somebody, feel like he's synergizing with somebody. He's got this alliance thing on, and so I asked. I was supposed to come on afterwards, but I asked Brittany if I could join. Like, I want to join the two of them talking, because I knew that if I went in there and I started talking to Nick and prodding Haas, that he was going to lose his fucking mind. Because my goal is to just go in there, consort with Nick as like an equal, and then treat Haas like a fucking kid. And that's exactly what happened. So I went and I started talking to Nick, and notice how Haas just gets to a point where he's, and I feel bad. I almost started to feel bad doing this because he was like clearly getting upset. But it's so funny because like Haas is like trying to win over like Nick's approval. I don't know if you could see like the tug of war going on, but I'm just there like chatting, having fun, like chilling or whatever. And I think Nick is like just there chatting, having fun, chilling. But Haas is like got something to prove, and he keeps trying to like jump onto like Nick's like, oh yeah, well Nick, like Destiny believes this thing about like being a cuck, and Destiny believes this thing. Like he kept like going to Nick for approval by like talking about like things that I haven't even really said before. It was so fucking pathetic, but it was so funny at the same time. Yeah, I don't know. And like anytime Nick would laugh at a joke of mine, you could tell that he was getting like really insecure, like really upset about it. Jesus. Oh my God. It was pretty brutal.
When Destiny was like, oh, you never really took that into consideration because you actually are balding. Did anyone because I thought he was making a total fool of himself. The way I was seeing it, I was like, I'm just not. I'm gonna barely say anything, and he's gonna look stupid. Like he's looking like he's trying so hard, and it's like he's a boomer. He's being corny as shit, and it's like it's awkward. I wanted to make it awkward, right?
Will that conversation be posting on YouTube? If August finds it, yeah. Oh, like, because I didn't stream, did I? Damn, why did I do all that off stream? Wait, was I streaming? No, I was streaming. I streamed like 11 and a half hours yesterday. It's up to August if he puts it on, right? Yeah, I did stream it.
But did anyone think like, oh, that was an own? Haas is getting wrecked. Haas is getting destroyed. Because I wasn't looking at chat, and that's not.
I felt really bad because I was watching chat. I was watching the Groiper chat, the Cozy TV chat, like the whole time, and before I came in, they were like pretty warm to him from what I was saying. Like most of them thought he was like they were typing based, cool guy, whatever. Like most of them seemed to be pretty warm to him. After I was there for a while, the chat is mixed because a lot of them kind of like me because they think I'm based to red pill. But there were so many others that I think were previously liking him, but they're like, Haas needs to leave, or I don't know why Haas doesn't just leave the conversation. Like, he doesn't need to take these L's or whatever. Oh, man, dude.
Not how I was experiencing it. I was like, yeah, I thought everyone unanimously was going to be with me on that, though. I was like, yeah, this guy looks fucking stupid, right? But then I rewinded the VOD and I looked at the chat, and it looked like there wasn't a good number of people who were like, I think Destiny's winning this one. Like, even one of the mods in the chat for Politically Provoked was like, yeah, when Destiny.
Oh, no. What is this? I genuinely don't know how to insult someone who is a cuck. Oh, this too. He like repeats this over and over again. Me like expecting one of these times is gonna make me break. What do you even say? You can't roast someone who's nothing to defend. I'm still trying to understand how being a cuck doesn't totally delegitimize you. To be honest, I haven't seen the internet's reaction to it, but I feel like I hit Destiny very hard when he first came on, and I actually started to hold back a little because it was so brutal. Then when Nick left, I was losing a lot of interest, but still wanted to get him to try and say that he isn't a cuck. Like imagine spending so much time thinking about my sex life. Him and that Shamira, whatever the fuck her name is, girl, Samira, they were both together hanging out, also talking about my sex life. Why? This is like a level of obsession that even I'm not used to. Looks like the Grubbers got butthurt over the Kanye shit, lol. I'm rewinding the VOD, and he's going back looking at the chat? Oh no. Apparently they all turned against me over the book shit. Oh, when he said he's like, I'm an author, I just have an unpublished book. Pay me $10,000, I'll show it to you. Destiny said I've never done anything in my life, and I said I wrote books, and when he said it's a lie, I said I have a Substack proving I can write. Imagine when you're at a point where you're like, look, at least I show you I can write. Like, bro, I have a Reddit account. You can go, I can write too. Like, look, I know music. I can do a chord. Why would you even say this? It's like justification. Apparently, this is extremely bad and embarrassing. Horrible optics for some reason, because at that moment, the entire chat is saying, oh my god, Haas is getting destroyed right now. I want to get you guys to investigate something. So watch through the part with just me and Funtez. Then watch the part with Destiny. Are the chatters talking shit about me the same ones as before? Because if they're new, then it's 100% a DGG psyop. The funny thing is I know that Haas was spamming the fuck out of the Cozy link in his chat to try to get his chatters to go over in Brigade. To be fair, the PP mods were also turning against me, but they might have been going with the chat. The thing with the DGG people is they play dirty. We don't. They're way more coordinated. Just look at the Reddit pixel shit. We don't do any of that. They tried to, but they failed miserably. I'm willing to be open about why I might come off as ridiculous for saying I wrote a book, but I sincerely don't get why that's an L. People were saying I'm losing bad and shit. I don't get it. I get that it's hard to explain shit like that rationally, but I still don't get it. What is this? Oh shit, what did Nick say?
IS said...
Okay, hold on. I think that Nick will be a little careful because I think that Haas represents a new kind of targeted area that he can get people from, right? This kind of like extreme tradcon left that exists. So I think he'll be a little bit careful. I don't think he'll go super hard on Haas, but I'd be surprised if he doesn't say anything because Haas made himself look really silly. But we'll see. We'll see what he says.
IS says, hey, Nick, first time super chatter. I liked Haas, but his autism started showing when he tried flexing his music knowledge in Substack articles. We love our base autists, though. Yeah, that was a little bit funny. He goes, I wrote a book. They're all unpublished.
Oh, no.
I write for Substack. And Destiny's like, there's like 3 articles here.
Oh, no.
Oh, that was cack.
Oh, shit.
And then he goes, I wrote a book, but I didn't publish it. If you give me $10,000, if what the fuck did he say? He says, if you give me $10,000, I'll let you read it. Like, what? Destiny was like, what have you ever accomplished in your life? And Haas was like, I wrote a book. It's unpublished. Give me $10,000, I'll let you read it. Would you do that?
Oh no.
Like,
Wait, how did Haas spend time talking about this
Shit,
today?
people are buzzing and you're saying,
I feel like he's gonna be on suicide watch.
what the hell? And then he said,
He's literally making racist jokes towards Haas, and Haas just went along with them. Oh yeah, he made the It was I don't think I laughed at it. It was a pretty bad one, but it was the Muslim rape gang joke comment about him moving to Detroit or whatever. I think. I don't remember if he laughed along with it or not. I was trying to.
And then he said, I'm actually a huge Kanye West fan. And I think he's like, and I gave a lecture about this last year. And then Destiny's like, name one song on graduation. He's like, oh, that song about Lake Michigan.
Oh no.
And I'm like, come on, man. That's like Chicago lore. And he's like, Chicago, it says Lake Michigan. I'm like, bro, Lake Michigan. Chicago is on Lake Michigan. So that was funny. That was a funny moment.
His whole stream was about last night. He signed off the minute you started your stream, so he's probably watching you now.
Okay, now that was Keck. That was a great moment. Haas is funny. I like him. But yeah, he's a fake fan. He's not a real Kanye fan. What the heck, bro? Yeah, but that was hilarious. Great energy. That was a hilarious stream.
Samira Khan is actually crazy.
Migos,
Yeah, she
that's
is.
what they call us. Write that down. The Three Musketeers.
Oh no. Uh-oh. He looks mad. I can tell he's mad. When the one Kai guy came on, when the gym dude came on, and he was like, yeah, I do gym stuff too. It's about personal discipline. And I'm like, hey, do you squat? No. Do you deadlift? No. Do you even bench press? I don't even think he does. And the Kai guy's like trying not to roast him too hard. Oh man, dude, what a character. Hot dog Haas.
shit, people are buzzing and you're saying, Haas, it's because everyone's laughing at you. No, everyone is not laughing at me. Because it's polarized. Maybe some people are laughing at me. I don't know. But I think they're coping. I think it's genuinely because I've traumatized them. And laughter is a cope for trauma. Shit, people...
Oh, man. The Holodomor hot dog. When that guy said that Oz looked like a hot dog, I don't know why it fits so perfectly. He does. He walks around, he kind of looks like a hot dog. I don't know why. I don't even know how. Maybe he doesn't even look like a hot dog, but the guy just said it. And now it is like imprinted in my mind, and I can't see him as anything besides him looking like a hot dog. Oh, man. Okay. I always have like doomer curiosity about shit like this. So everything I'm saying right now literally might be totally fake because I haven't verified any of it yet. So heads up, potential fake news alert. There's a guy that did a shooting on the New York subway. Apparently it was a black dude that has a channel where he just posted a ton of videos that are like schizoid ranting.
Hey,
is this him?
Hey, Sam, YouTube. Wide News.
Some people have said that he was a black nationalist. Other people say it's not fair to say he's a black nationalist. He was just a crazy dude. Other people say that he was like, yeah, I don't know. So I'm not sure. It might be interesting to watch a couple of these. Oh, other people were saying he wanted a race war. Yeah, I saw that. Videos that involve like people murdering people, talking to the camera, are very weird. There were two that I saw that were strange. One was, am I making this up? Was there a guy streaming to Facebook talking about how he was, I think, looking for somebody to kill, and then I think he gets out of his car or van and kills a homeless dude and then gets back in. Do you remember what I'm talking about? This is a real video, right? That was weird as fuck. There's another one where I think a guy started a video outside of a house, and I think he said something like, I just killed my girlfriend or some shit. I'm gonna go kill like her mom and myself. And then he like ends the stream, and then right afterwards he goes into some apartment or house and he like kills like somebody and then shoots himself and kills himself. Like, it's just really weird. Jeez. Today's the day, something like that. Yeah. Remember the one where a dude kills 2 people over snow? Oh, it's more weird. It's more humanizing when you see them talking to the camera. Like security camera footage. We've been watching people kill themselves or kill other people in security cam footage for a decade or 2 decades at this point. 2 decades, right? There's no shock factor there. So I saw like the snowy one with a driveway cam where some guy, I think, comes out with an assault rifle, like an AR-15, and he like fucking kills 2 people over it. Like I think he walks up to the dude's body on the ground and like headshots him a couple times, right? And kills the dude. That's like, that guy was insane. But you don't get him like talking to the camera or anything. It's really weird watching like people like communicating to it. It's weird because we always think of like murderers and serial killers as like these inhuman, evil, demonic beasts. So when you see like a normal guy like chatting with the camera and chilling or whatever, and then he just goes and kills somebody, it's wild, I think. Yeah. A bit of irony to spice up the evening.
Not saying to deserve to be robbed, but isn't owning a 75...
Oh my god. Yo, congrats to Hassan. Is he actually reading articles on stream now? Good job, dude. I honestly, I didn't know he could read this much. This must be like it's pretty big text. I can't see the sidebar. It's hard to say. Does he normally read on stream? I'm proud of him. Oh shit, or is he just looking at one
Why
paragraph?
am I saying this? I might have him on. Oh, that dude that aren't even that, according to instance, filed for if every club a second.
Oh no, he's reading, I think. Damn, how can he take so long for one article?
That is try to let's solve the
what the fuck?
Person the innocence that even most like random people have. The fucking yeah, it is exactly like back up, and the reason, and if we don't analyze the reasons as to why they have joined gangs, the reason.
Oh god, it's gonna be more gang apologia. Oof. Bro, I ignored this guy yesterday, but oh wait, shit, I didn't even finish this clip. I'm sorry. I pulled it on right there. My bad.
Not saying to deserve to be robbed, but isn't owning a $75,000 watch inherently evil and fucked up? I mean,
isn't owning a $75,000 wait, what?
Inherently evil and fucked up. I mean, watch inherently evil and fucked up. I mean,
isn't owning a $75,000 watch inherently evil and fucked up? Wait, how? How much is Hassan's jewelry worth? What?
I mean, it's hard. When I hear the amounts that they've like that this dude fucking took off these kids, like it's hard for me to be like that's completely unacceptable. But it is. It still is. It still is. You just can't. You can't do that. Like
you
just can't do that. Okay?
You can't rob people, right?
You can't. I mean, it's crazy. What the fuck? How do you have a $150,000 watch on you?
Or
what the fuck? But also, you just can't do that. I'm sorry. You can't. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't
do what? What a shitty clip. Whoever clipped this, I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. This guy. Dude, this guy has got progressives hella triggered. Oh my god.
I love when people are like, you have a moderate policy, you lost my vote.
Oh, what vote was that? Was that the vote you were going to give to some Bernie wannabe whose overkill policies are unpopular with 75% of voters, just so you could feel good about yourself until they lose the general election, at which point you'll point your finger and blame someone else? That vote? Oh, honey, your vote got lost a long time ago. Democrats need to wake up. Jesus, in order to legislate, we have to win. Go to walkerforcolorado.com and stop complaining.
Woo! Damn. Bro, we are full on. I don't even know what to say. I'm just kidding. I'm a streamer. I always know what to say. During the Pete Buttigieg stuff, a lot of people made fun of me. A lot of you guys made fun of me, by the way. You. Tuck Fwitch, D-Crew, Miasma, Leon. I bet it was all you, okay? All of you. If I had enough poison, I'd surely have enough to make you all swallow it or something. Whatever that one guy says. All of you guys got mad because I said during the Pete Buttigieg stuff, I kind of felt like it was a little bit weird that a lot of people on the left seemed like they were being a little bit homophobic, okay? That was my feeling. I kind of felt that. I kind of felt like people were being a little bit homophobic. And I just said it was like insane that like with now this guy, another guy comes out and Hassan is liking tweets calling this guy an annoying faggot. What the fuck? This is like unreal to me. What? And I've seen like people are showing up in the mentions and they're saying shit like, oh, well, the Ben Awareness guy is gay, so it's okay. And I'm like, wait, what? Are you serious? This is wild to me. He said it was an accident on stream, but yeah, okay, chief. But like, I don't know. I just think, and then if you go through this guy's quote tweets, other people have been, like going through and like looking at shit. But it's basically just a bunch of people saying like, fuck this guy, he's gay. There was somebody that's fought with me on Twitter before. I don't remember her name. Wiener something. Her there, I don't know, I don't remember. But somebody with blue hair. But they, I think they come out, what was their tweet? It was something along the lines of like this is a guy that looks like he wakes up and eats a dick for breakfast or gets fucked in the ass for breakfast. It was like, wait, what the fuck? Why? What the fuck is wrong with you? Jesus. I'm homophobic. Yeah, I think I saw one post on a Sun subreddit and people were defending it. Imagine imagine for Destiny. Imagine if Destiny got into a fight with a black guy and was like, I'm racist now. Imagine if Destiny got into a fight with a black guy and was like, man, these people make me tempted to be racist. Imagine if I got into a fight with the whole trans community that got my Twitch channel banned and I said, man, it sure is tempting to make 41% jokes sometimes, but I'm not going to do it. I wonder if the treatment would be the same. I don't know. I guess we'll never know, huh? Oh, is this one? This guy talks like he wakes up each morning with a dick in his ass. It's just so weird. Or not really. I mean, like, if you want to be homophobic, be based and be homophobic, but at least own it. Jesus. Oh, yeah, I'm gay. It's okay. LOL. Does Destiny really care about homophobes? If so, why is he cool with Fuentes? Here's why I think it's easier for me to be friends. Here's why it's easier for me to be friends with conservatives, okay? If I argue with Nick about something, Nick will call me a degenerate cucklord, and I know exactly where I stand with him. I know 100% what he thinks about me. Or if I argue with Lauren about some shit, and I say we were arguing about immigration or some shit, and she's like, oh, well, you know what? I think that your left-leaning views are fucking degenerate. I'm like, okay, cool. I know exactly where we stand. For people that are, like, conservative, if they don't like me, or if they don't like positions, at least I know what they are. Whereas, like, these lefty snaky fucks are, like, hiding in the... I don't know what the fuck any of these fucking people believe. I don't know what they believe. Maybe if I was a conservative, maybe I would have similar issues with conservatives. Maybe because I'm left-leaning, it's more easy to see because we're, like, so diametrically opposed. But, yeah, with lefties, I don't know. I don't know who any of these fucking people are. I don't know what the fuck they believe. Because they'll tell me that they like me one day, and then, like, 3 days later, they'll have completely 180 on whatever the fuck they were talking about before, you know?
Um,
Oh, honey, your vote got lost a long time ago. Democrats need to wake up. Jesus, in order to legislate, we have to win. Go to Walker.
Yeah. I got you. Hold on. Okay. We just got a DGG analyst prediction for the 2022 midterms. Are you guys ready for this? DGG analyst prediction. It's a rough one.
Obama.
Has to do with the progressives. We are predicting a major rightward shift in Congress, and we are predicting progressives out on Twitter in full force, saying that the reason why the Democrats lost is because they didn't move left enough, even though the entire electorate is moving right. Now, that's a solidified, that is a golden S-grade DGG analyst prediction. Quote it right now, April 13th, 2022. Play it back when it happens in the future, okay? I'm losing my mind. I'll just never, I can't tell if it's good faith, bad faith, or stupidity, right? When people are like, don't you say the N-word or whatever, do we not understand the difference between like the utterance of a slur versus calling somebody a slur? For all you can say about like my edgy takes on language or edgy humor that I engage in, like in stream shit, I have never in the history, probably actually personally or publicly in my entire life, called a black person the N-word. I've never done that in my entire life. Do you think that that's the same as calling like a gay person a fag? Like me just uttering like a word? Like, do you really think that's the same? It's such a juvenile engagement with the language. Like, it's unbelievable to me. Holy shit. Hassan's chat was spamming cigarettes when he was going over the tweet. Nice. Are you hearing about the dream shit? No, I don't know anything about dream. I don't follow that. Oh, also, as a heads up, yeah, I am 180 on this. I hope everybody that sees this gets mad, including Lauren, including anybody else. If you see lefty people like engaging in this shit on Twitter that they would report other people for, like if you see them using slurs and shit like that, you guys should mass report the fuck out of it. Unironically, when you see shit like this, click the drop downs, report that shit. If you think it breaks the TOS, spam report the fuck out of people that do this because it's actually fucking disgusting. Unironically, it's actually unbelievable. You have my full endorsement, okay? The hate speech needs to fucking stop. And if that means a bunch of right-wing fascist DGGers going out into Twitter and mowing down these homophobic, racist, hateful fucks on Twitter with their spam report buttons, then they have my fucking blessing, okay?
This is you, though, just a lot gayer riffing on Democrats. No, but I wouldn't riff on people who are going to potentially vote Democrat or not because they, they have, like, moral convictions, you know what I mean? And they want to see their politicians actually represent said values.
I don't even
Oh,
care.
honey,
I don't care
your
about
vote
this.
got lost a long time.
Why don't they just say they think hate speech is funny? Yeah, true. Just do that. Like, wait, there's a part 2 to this video as well that released alongside this one. Is that true?
All right, today.
Then you can at least have more allies. Be like, yo, slurs are funny. Being racist and transphobic and homophobic is kind of funny sometimes. And then at least you're honest, you know? And then we could fight, should you be homophobic? That would be a more fun conversation. Let's talk about that. Instead of like pretending you're not. Wait, where is a part 2 video?
Our old good
is it
buddy
this video?
Shank's
Both sides
nephew
contribute
made
to
a reply
extremism?
video.
Destiny, you moved Hassan on something. They kind of did. Oh, so homophobia is okay. Oh. Okay. I guess people... Okay, never mind. I guess they are starting to be... But hey, it's like I said it before. I understand that a lot of people, again, make fun of my Twitter for it. Gay men are the straight people of the LGBTQIA world, okay? They are, all right? They are. Just like how Asian people are the white people of the person of color world. It is what it is. Now, I know that these takes are brave, and I know that they're scary, and I know that it's hard to hear them, but they are true, okay? It is true. White gay men are the straight people of the LGBTQIA plus world. They are. They are. Well, it's gotten to the point. It's gotten to the point that a conservative man will walk into his bedroom and he'll catch his son sucking the dick of another guy. You know, he'll cock a shotgun and he'll be like, "What the fuck is happening here?" And his son will look at him, caught with his boyfriend, and the father will be looking at him and go, "Is that a trans?" And the son will be like, "No, we're both cis men." And the dad will be like, "All right, just make sure there's not some crazy shit going on in my roof." And then he'll walk away and it'll be chill. That's where we're at today with gay people in society, okay? That's where we're at with gay people in society today. They've hit the acceptance level, and now they've crossed the threshold so that they're okay for the other extremist groups to now shit on them for being gay. Like, Jesus. All right.
So, you guys know what my policy is on breaking news coverage. I only look at like whatever the official sources are saying. I try not to get into like additional speculation, stuff like that. Wow. There was a shooting that occurred in Brooklyn. As far as we know, it seemed
good job, Hassan.
Premeditated with like someone using gas and like gas masks and whatnot. A lot of the things that people are criticizing in this situation, what most are criticizing in the situation, of course, revolve around how.
Eldrick? Wait, what? This is gonna be weird.
What doing? He's just watching the news.
The reason he does this is because it allows him. Why is that? Well, because they could care less. That's
okay. Hassan blocked me for this. You've never called anything in your life. True. I found your Wikipedia page. Nice. Okay. Oh, I need to get this. I think I need to get this ritual shield talisman. Seems like a good thing. You defended Vosh's ironic sexism. Do you think this is similar? Oh, my friend. That's a part of the manifesto. We're not getting into that right now. Did you see Lauren lie to you about her views / past views on the Great Placement? Lied to me? No, I don't think so. Misrepresented them on a panel? Probably. Probably. But hey, I was the one calling her out on it. Listen, if I'm going to call somebody out on some past shit, I'm going to know everything about it, okay? That's the only reason I ever said shit. If other people call somebody out on something and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, that's on them, okay? It's not on me to help them, walk them through their fucking arguments. Do you think Vosh will cry after the manifesto? I don't know. How's our boy doing? Is he holding strong at, was it 396? Okay, he's still holding strong. Oof. Almost dipping below 5 million views. Not good. I want to backslide. Fortress Arc. Not going too well so far. Maybe he's just doing the slingshot. These people making noise in my house. Are you using an audio interface? No, I use a mixer audio interface. There's a difference, I promise. I just don't know what. Vosh is going to be fine. His demise has been greatly exaggerated. The thing about the Fortress arc is that his content was collab content, but it seems like he's abandoned that. Yeah, maybe. But I mean, it's not like he does debate stuff anymore, so I don't know what he's going to do. But you know what? That's part of the manifesto as well. I lay out the whole trajectory of Vosh's career and where he's going from here. Don't worry, okay? Don't miss it. If you're a Vosh fan, you'll want to know what his plans are for the future. He's not going to tell you. Explain the Fortress arc. Vosh mass banned every single person in a subreddit that posts on mine. They mass ban anybody that's critical of Vosh, and he's trying to avoid collaborating or associating with anybody that doesn't 100% fully sign on to his views. Now, I know that sounds extreme, but he unironically, it's their thing. They call it the Fortress arc, where he wanted to lock down all of his shit and then just be a giant circle jerk. I don't know why. that's what he wanted to do. Well, probably because he was tired of taking L's from everybody, but he denied a collab with Chud Logic, probably because Chud Logic is... Oh, that's actually interesting. Huh. He denied a collab with Chud Logic. I would have expected him to accept that. I wonder what his stated reason was. Maybe he feels like Chud wouldn't defend him as much. Vosh does culture war stuff way better than Hassan. And you hate doing them, so of course he will keep rising. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like Vosh is... I'm trying to think objectively. From my point of view, his culture war coverage is garbage. The problem is that just I think that Vosh fucked up because he's so unwilling to engage with the other side. He's gotten more extreme with his rhetoric, in that like he thinks that like he had a thing where he talked about like all conservatives were evil or some shit recently. He's just like very, very, very far over to that side of things. So it seems hard to imagine that he's going to be able to draw more people from other like avenues of the internet into like his way of thinking if he's going to act that way, you know? Isn't that line with Skills Me debate? He used to be. Here is like my perception of his trajectory. And I could be wrong, but this is my perception of his trajectory. I think that when he was like not streaming in the past, he was very, very, very extremist. And then I think he marketed himself as being, when he started to stream, he started streaming pretty extremist, but then I think he got more chill towards like being accepting or explanatory of the other side. And then he got more extremist again. That was the feeling that I got. I could be wrong because I don't watch that much. I can only go by like what's clipped and linked to me. So maybe that trajectory is not correct, but Taz Taff. Why is her name so fucking stupid? God, I hate it so much. Wasn't he always like this? So didn't he tell someone in your community that perfect would have? Yeah, but this is before he was even a streamer, you know? How do you think Vosh and his community would react to the manifesto? I don't know, dude. I feel like I just have so much. It's just crazy to me. But who knows? If they never watch it, I guess I'll never watch it. The sickest thing to me is like putting together all of the parts where I think that I've been like really charitable or good faith to him. And I think most of these happened like in the past year. It's like crazy to me. I was way too nice. I'm a fucking loser. That's it. That's the answer. I'm a fucking loser. These are just like, these are 15 examples that I wrote down, and I'm sure I could ask my sub for more. I don't know if I would. I actually gave him, I cast the winning vote for him to beat Bastia in the Hippie Dippy podcast, even though I'm friends with Bastia and I didn't like Vosh. I sided with him over the RGR versus Doe thing, even though I hated Doe and him. I sided with him against Demon Mama. I could have just not covered that. I sided with him against the Chaos Smell person. I could have just not covered that. I thought he did a good job versus Professor Flowers. I sided with him over the Noah Sampson video essayist thing where he was being attacked. I sided with him against Luna and America Johnson. I said he did well during his debate with Charlie Kirk and Tim Pool. I tried to give a charitable explanation of his side during the J.K. Rowling stuff. I've defended him on multiple points over multiple videos about people making pedophile accusations against him. I tweeted out saying that I thought Vosh was 1,000 times smarter than Anthony Fantano, H3H, Ethan, and Hassan. I said that what Vosh did wasn't as bad as what Hassan did when he got banned for the cracker thing. I said that I hold Vosh to a higher standard than Hassan. I said I don't think Vosh should have been banned when I was talking to Mr. Girl. And I defend Vosh against uncharitable interpretations when my chat makes bad... Damn, I'm like a cuck. I'm a huge cuck. Oh, Jack AM. Was that it too? Oh, maybe. Yeah, Haas was right after all. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. We'll see when it comes out. You cuck for like 90% of these polygons, you treat you like trash. True. And then I skip my gym dates with Mr. Mooten. I'll be there tonight at 10:30, my friend. You might be done. I'm getting fucking Zoomers messaging me, arguing with me about fucking Kanye albums now. God damn it. Alright, hold on one second. And then we're gonna go find the Shield Talisman and listen to this album.
Western so-called
for each video. Oh god, how can he even talk with Tav? He's gotta like, doesn't he like hate her because she's a trans person? Does he know? Because he's like opposed to that. He must think she's like a degenerate or something, right? I'll be back one sec. Okay. The Wild Latina. Sexy pink bikini stream with pool. Jesus. Dude, tonight's panel is gonna be wild. Oh man. Oh man. Do you think we'll find out where consciousness comes from eventually? I don't know. It might be beyond our ability to perceive, which is sad, but maybe. I checked out Tav's Twitter. Big regret. Why? Tav's hot as fuck. Okay. Even if you're transphobic, Tav is hot as fuck. All right. Bye. I love you too.
Lost cuz stinky omega lol.
Okay, this took a long time for him to type. Is he allowed to have this on stream? Won't he get banned? Okay.
Our old good buddy
Didn't say
Shank's
Simon
nephew
Says.
made a reply video to us, so I made a little summary for you guys who don't want to watch a 5-hour stream. So here it is.
A while ago, these guys that I don't know anything about, okay, and still don't know anything about, made a video, I think, about title is true. Haas and I be called as transphobes. Hear why. And then the answer is, you know, because we're transphobes, transphobic, 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 transphobia, transphobic, 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 transphobes, transphobic, 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 transphobic.
That's right. It.
No, there's another like 35 transphobes in there, but I'm gonna save them for later. For those of you watching a little bit confused, you guys don't know who Hasanabi is. Hassan Piker is the nephew of Shank Uger, who owns
the founder of
TYT,
Twitch
the
Politics.
Young Turks Network. And Hasanabi himself, he's a political streamer who's always on Twitch. He also happens to be a millionaire socialist. Yes. What?
That don't make sense.
The millionaire socialist?
I mean, that don't make sense.
What?
That don't make sense.
Because when he says socialist, it means he's into like the redistribution of chlamydia, not actual money.
Oh, okay.
It's a little bit different.
Why?
He puts the
What
moron
the
in
fuck?
oxy, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Jeez.
Puts the chlamydia in women. Get me? Keep up. It's a different kind of socialism, but I think it's still socialist. Yeah, just a little bit more of a bio. Hassan Piker isn't religious, but he does believe that dressing like a thrift shop manager helps him look like a socialist. That and spreading Russian propaganda. If you're confused about how he can claim to be... If you're confused how someone can claim to be a multi-millionaire while also being a socialist, it's kind of simple. He's not into the redistribution of money, but he is into the redistribution of AIDS through his dog shit videos. Hassan is good at what he does, let me tell you.
What the fuck?
Hassan is Turkish. I think we could all tell he's from Turkey because he loves getting...
What are you gonna say? What are you doing?
I think we could all tell he's from Turkey because he loves being... I think we could all tell he's from Turkey because he loves being stuffed and roasted by everyone he debates online.
Oh, okay. I thought that was going to be way darker.
Hassan's the kind of lefty to get depression because he finds out his dick leans right.
I would say I solidified my success when I was able to get AOC on my show to play Among Us.
Imagine being a political streamer and your proudest moment is playing video games with a vegan-friendly politician. And this guy's not proud of maybe talking politics with her, you know, going through all the strategies or talking the future of voting.
No,
playing fucking Among Us.
So basically, he's a political fuckboy. That's what you're telling me. He's a political fuckboy.
And I want people to have a more positive approach to dealing with issues.
Transphobes, transphobic, 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 transphobic.
With how often this man yells the word transphobic, I just assumed he either had Tourette's or really wanted to fuck Sweet Anita. But it turns out the man's just auditioning for Antifa, all right? This guy is insufferable.
Hassan's relationship with the trans community is interesting. He once lost a trans-related debate, and people in his community were rightfully upset with him because they felt like he made them look bad.
Oh,
My issue as a trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't super well versed on trans shit, brought on a known transphobe knowing he might bring up transphobic shit. You aren't exactly a Vosh at trans debates.
Fair point. Let's see how humble his response is.
I hope that the rest of your life is as horrible as it is every single day, okay? There you go. Suck my dick.
And I want people to have a better, more positive approach to dealing with issues.
I despise you. I despise you more than anything else on the planet. You are fucking cancer.
That's my ultimate goal, and I feel like I achieved that.
You are cancer in this community, and you're cancer in every community. Suck my dick. For the past 15 months, you've been able to fucking hide in these ranks. You catboy fuck. You are just a trans person. Sorry, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
It's funny how it's always the people who are like, who are really left-leaning or woke, who be like, you're
He actually
trans, you
said
don't know
that
what
at
the
the
fuck
end?
you're talking
Holy
about. Let
shit.
me, a cis person, tell you.
I didn't even
you don't
remember
know
that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Damn.
It's like he's a
Dang.
white.
You're just a trans person.
He's the white woman version.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's doing what women do. No, let me talk. Racist. You see what's going on here? That's suffering.
Yeah.
That's the face of someone. That's what he does.
He does remind me of the white women who try to educate me on race. I'm like, Karen, no thank you.
I'm good.
I didn't ask.
I'm good.
I didn't broach this topic. No, but you don't understand just how much I want your black penis. Ma'am, shut up. Nobody asked you, and we ain't giving it to you.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
What the fuck is wrong with this dude? Didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because some mujahideen, a brave fucking soldier, fucked his eye hole with their dick? Isn't that how he lost his fucking dumbass eye? Because he got his fucking eye hole fucked?
That was positivity right there.
Hey, listen. As crazy as that comment is,
kinda
brave
funny.
Mujahideen.
A brave? That's good.
I'm not even gonna listen.
It's kind of funny.
You might be just like, well, that's funny. That's funny.
But still.
I'm gonna say this.
Not very positive, though. I wouldn't say it's positive.
Hey, man, shout out to Hassan. I could see how the Taliban inspired him, right? The same way Al-Qaeda fucking torpedoed those Twin Towers. This man's been torpedoing the left with his dog shit takes. Hassan is the brave Mujahideen soldier who fucked Dan Crenshaw's eye. But not only his, he fucked the eyes of everybody who has to watch his videos. Hassan is a professional eye fucker is what I'm trying to say, okay? Brave Mujahideen soldier, that's a bar. Mujahideen soldier just sounds fire to begin with.
Right there.
You could be an American soldier.
It sounds like a legacy. Legacy. You
No,
got like.
it sounds like you were literally brought down from heaven to go fight for Allah. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Mujahideens. Hassan hates America, thinks they deserve 9/11, and doesn't feel like cis women's spaces should be protected. Hassan is pretty much the Taliban with nail polish.
Yeah.
He actually almost joined the Taliban, but only refused when he found out they were transphobic.
You can't write that down.
Hassan once said, I'm constantly surrounding myself with intelligent people. I never want to be the smartest person in the room. Don't worry, that room doesn't exist. That's saying a lot considering you've been in a room with Grimes, okay?
Transphobic.
Jesus.
Transphobia. Transphobic. A little bit, like a little transphobic. Don't get so mad about it. Everyone is transphobic. Okay? Everyone's transphobic. A lot of people have transphobic attitudes. Trans people are transphobic before they recognize that they're trans. They have internalized transphobia.
Hey, man, in case you wonder, the reason why you shouldn't be bothered about being called trans, everybody's transphobic. Everybody has it in them. Trans people are transphobic. They're transphobic against themselves, against the world. We're all transphobic. It is what it is. The same way we're all racist and we're all everything. It's a thing. So next...
Hassan can't watch this. I bet he watched it off stream already and he's not watching it. Well, I mean, to be fair, there's no reason for him to watch it.
The person just witnessing the whole conversation, they're transphobic too. Even though they haven't opened their mouth, you can just assume.
Anytime a trans woman wins any kind of prominence, it makes it into the news cycle. And you never hear about them getting their fucking asses beat over and over again. The fighter that Joe Rogan mentions regularly is a perfect example of this. They always go back to that same example where the trans woman fighter, is it Fallon Fox, had like 1 or 2 victories and has lost routinely, but you never hear about how much she has lost since then.
5 wins,
Bro,
1 loss.
you're
Is that
lying
true?
again.
Uh-oh.
You're lying again.
Hold up, he might not be lying.
What is it with you and lying? You're lying again.
Hold up, he might not be lying. He just might not know. And
no, he does not care. It's women's sports.
I don't know why you bring up Fallon Fox. She's 5-1, all of them by knockouts. In fact, she's cracked a few skulls through those victories. Most of the MMA community said she's untalented. She's just physically dominant. And that's why she was winning. So you use her as an example of like some fucking conspiracy. Bro, you don't know what you're fucking talking about. And if you really don't care about this topic, then just stop talking about it. Because judging by the effort you put into your arguments, we can tell you don't care. So just shut the fuck up.
Why? Why? Because they have advantages. Why is that unnatural advantage wrong? Why? There are a million unnatural and natural advantages that people have. Never advocate to fucking ban that. As a matter of fact, if you advocated to ban those things, sports would not be good. You're just saying it's unjust because you think it's unjust, and that's it. You're not making an argument, okay? You're saying it's clearly unjust without making an example as to why, without even saying why it's unjust. And if your argument only revolves around like, oh, it's unjust because like the average cis man has like larger or better testosterone production than the average cis woman or whatever the fuck, even then you have to admit that sports is awesome because there are competitive advantages. Otherwise, everyone will be the same fucking height. Okay? You don't watch the fucking under 6 foot league for a reason, but you consider some of those natural advantages and some of those unnatural advantages as well, whether it be like, your diet or your material conditions, your upbringing, your development, your access to fucking sports programs.
Who listens to this and
anything
thinks
like
this is
that to be
intelligent?
perfectly valid, whereas a trans woman on HRT is not valid. Is not valid enough to be a part of the fucking athletic competition against cis women. And that's ridiculous.
So I want you guys to understand the basis of the argument. The argument is this. People are advantaged in so many different ways. As a result, what's the issue with trans women who have this advantage of being born males?
I see the Hassan post on his
going into
Discord,
these
thank you.
sports? That's his take. His take is we should defile the category because people had advantages on every, then what's the point of having female sports at all?
Fuck it.
People are advantaged in every type of way.
But that's exactly what he wants. He wants.
No. What's the point of having female sports at all in that case? Because at the end of the day, it's like, well, some women are born rich and some males are born poor, so let them compete.
Oh, I don't think you compare that.
He doesn't want categories.
He didn't say that. That's another person who said that.
That's another person that said that? My bad.
What are we talking about at the moment? Can somebody fill me in? Hey, man. Some males are just untalented. I don't care if they're 25 or 35. Some of them are just untalented. So if they want to compete
ask for
with
YouTube
the
likes.
young
Oh, hey,
children
like my stream
in
if
the
you're watching
kids
right now, so I
category,
get
what's
likes or
the
something.
issue? Some kids are born rich. Some grown men are born poor. Let them compete. You want to watch 10-year-olds versus 25-year-olds? By your logic, that's how it goes. There was a crazy fucking woman who went to Piers Morgan. And you know, if you make Piers Morgan sound smart, you are fucking dumb, okay? You are like belong in a room with Hasanabi, okay? This woman got up there and Piers asked her, one of the dumbest gotchas. And he said, if Floyd Mayweather or Mike Tyson went on HRT for a year, should they be able to compete in the female boxing category? She said, yes, if they've done the... And I'm just like, bitch, are you crazy? You're going to get people killed.
Are you dumb?
You're going to get these people killed competing against them.
Yo. Tyson? You want to get Tyson? Tyson at his age, right now, you get him to... No, B. No, you're crazy.
This is so brain dead.
You're crazy.
This is unbelievably brain dead.
You're crazy.
I want you guys to hear the argument. The argument is people are advantaged in so many different ways. Why even respect the category? What the fuck are we talking about? Do you think there's anybody in mixed martial arts or any sport who's fighting in the middleweight division who wants to hear, well, fuck it, fight a heavyweight, bro? I know he's got 60 pounds on you. He's probably going to murder you in 3 punches. But people are advantaged in so many different ways. Some people are tall, some people are short, some people weigh more. Y'all should fight each other.
At a difference.
I want you guys to understand how crazy that is. There's not a single athlete who would sit here and be like, that shit makes sense. But these people who hate sports, who do not compete, are so brazen about the fucking stupidity that comes out of their mouths. It is shocking to me. It is shocking to me. And what's more shocking, I think, you know what? I'm going to stop there because I'll save this for another time. Go ahead.
In martial arts, 60 pounds difference makes you not even able to block. Like, you're going to be blocking and it's going to do nothing. It's good. Like, you do not understand how 60... I think that between me and my coach, there is 60 pounds. Okay? I train with a dude, Jamie Boom Boom was good. James Mancini, we probably have that. 60 pounds difference. And the other day, we were sparring. We were not in the actual fight. This guy's been fighting for ages. That's what he does in a professional MMA fight or whatever and whatnot. I caught him on the chest. On the chest. I had my big gloves on. I caught him on the chest. This motherfucker backed up so much. If it was a fight, just blocking doesn't do anything. But if I'm with my weight, I block, it's good. It's good. You tuck it in, that's fine. 60 pounds is enormous. He's my coach and inspiring, so it's fine. He would even with the amount of knowledge that he has, he would never step in a real ring with me, not because I'm better than him. Has nothing to do with me being better. And at the weight that I am, I'm supposed to be a heavyweight. I would never step in the cage with a heavyweight because he's going to be 260. You know what I mean? Crush me. Come on now, B. And my training weight is probably not 230. It's probably 60 pounds is enormous. But if you don't do sports, you don't understand the differences.
So,
oh my God.
I'm gonna wrap it up with this because I understand there's more, but I can't even. This man's too cringe for me to watch. If your argument is that, listen, people are advantaged in so many ways, why don't we have a category for wingspan, for height, for all this stuff, okay? If you want to put the money together to create a separate league or a separate category for wingspan and stuff like that, go right ahead. And if athletes want to join that, fantastic. But it's not because those extra categories don't exist that we should therefore go to women's categories and then defile that for whatever fucking reason we want. That doesn't make any sense. We're not going to go destroy children's sports because some adults want to compete there. That's not the way it fucking works.
I want to play bantam.
No, that's not the way it works. So, you know what? Trans women are women. Fantastic. But they're still not female. And at the end of the day, sports is not about your gender expression. It's about your sex, your biology. Nobody cares about your gender expression. Gender and sex are different. Though we call it women's sports, it was really just about, you call it female sports. The reason why is about physiology. Nobody cares about how you express in the world. So to me, when people say, well, I think they should compete because trans women are women, it doesn't matter. It's not the point of why we created the category or why we sequester women to this segment of society when it comes to sports. It's because biologically speaking, there's a difference. That's all it comes down to.
His chat is insane.
So why isn't every trans woman that's ever competed destroying every cis woman that's ever competed? Why is it that we only hear about it when, like, throughout the history of like trans women competing against cis women, throughout that history?
Throughout the history, isn't that history like
oh,
10
man,
years?
You
Like,
know,
it's not like
I
this has
just
been a
don't want
huge
trans
thing
women
for
to
like
be
the
with
past
cis
200
women,
years.
because they're like, you know,
What?
they're not female actually. Like, yeah, I got it.
What? Bro, you didn't even respond to what the fuck we said. It says not about gender expression, it was about biology, and your reply is, well, why aren't all these trans women just destroying every single time? You know why we should allow steroids in sports?
Why?
Because Neil Armstrong?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was on steroids, right?
Right.
He didn't win all the time.
No.
Let's allow for steroids.
Shit.
Yeah. You know what? Mike Tyson should compete with the lightweights. Why? Because he might lose a few fights. It's like this guy's argument is so asinine. He's like, why don't they win all the time? It's not because folks don't win all the time that they don't have a sizable advantage that we create, that a sizable advantage that we don't try to separate from by categories. Yes, sometimes the middleweight can beat a heavyweight. Doesn't change the fact that we should still separate them by weight classes.
Hey, would you call it? Would you call it like willfully ignorant?
You know what it is?
What is
I think some people live on Twitter. Some people live on Twitter. They get their takes from Twitter. And they have an audience that they have to appeal to. And so for them, what's most important is appealing to the people who are going to like repeat whatever they need to hear in their echo. You get what I'm saying?
Echo chambers.
Right? That's it. So as long as they get that feedback they wanted, they good. They don't have to think it through too much. Right? Before it was, trans women don't have any advantage. Then the science comes out. Then it's like, well, the advantages doesn't matter because trans women are women. And now it's like, well, people have all kinds of advantages. So why? It just changes.
Yeah, it just changes.
It
all the
doesn't
time.
have to
No.
be. Their response to the issue doesn't have to be ethical. It just has to be politically expedient. You get what I'm saying? People wonder why Hassan doesn't care about female athletes with his takes on trans women. It's because Hassan is straight. He loves fucking cis women and their sports.
And the worst thing is that we do agree.
We agree.
We agree.
Oh man, it doesn't
But that's
seem
not-
like you do though. Wait, agree with what?
But
Separate.
that's not what we're talking about.
If you go to the doctors, okay, yes, trans women are women, but guess what? You still have the physiology, right, and the biology of a male. As a result, when you go to the doctor, that's going to factor in. They shouldn't just be like, well, trans women are women, so I'm going to treat you like... It's a different ballgame. So when it comes to risk for certain diseases, different things, they have to acknowledge the fact that you're biologically a male.
Ma'am, you have prostate cancer. No, trans women are women.
What is going? This is crazy. What the fuck's happening right now?
He's like so
I
stupid.
mean, I guess the
Oh my God,
argument
he's
is
so
true.
stupid.
Like, I mean, the title is true. Hassan
so
and I be called as
stupid.
transphobes. Here, why? And then the answer is, you know, because we're transphobes.
We're transphobic.
Oh
just
my
so stupid.
God! At
Oh
this
my
point, you just
God.
gotta laugh.
Oh my God!
You just gotta laugh. It's like
T'es sérieux là?
It's like watching that like pink-haired feminist just scream in the face of a protest, like at a high screech, or like that girl who cries when she found out Trump won. Like it's just absurd at this point. It's funny. to watch.
You could have just answered with a good point.
Let's hear why he said
We're transphobic. That is true, and that is something that I recognize. However, this has absolutely zero to do with trans women competing.
Why would you move spam? Stop!
Making up a trans person in this situation to like beef up your argument is ridiculous.
Okay, so because you, again, are never the smartest person in any room, maybe this shit flew over your.
Oh my
fucking
God,
head.
my
But I'll
last hit
break it
didn't
down
hit.
for you why I said that. Okay, I'm slowly. We gonna do this step by step. Step by step. A lot of folks, when this topic comes up, say, well, trans women are women, right? Which is speaking to their gender expression. right? And we agree.
Yes.
Okay? So as far as pronoun goes, as far as like bathroom goes, as far as a lot of stuff goes in terms of like getting medical treatment, I'm with you. Get it. Fine. I'm not a problem.
But
when it comes to sports, it's a matter of your biology. What you express in terms of a gender has no real bearing on whether or not you should compete in one category versus the next, because it's not about how you express in the world. It's not about what's socially constructed. It's about biology, okay? So I made an analogy in regards to going to the medical office, because while you may express in the world as a woman, in terms of the risks that you have as a disease, you still have the physiology of male. So the doctor's going to take into consideration what? The fact that you are male. So when it comes to certain sicknesses, I know that me as a male, in terms of risks for certain disease, my doctor talks to me about certain things that I don't hear when women go. So this is not to say that when they go into the doctor's office, they won't use the women's pronouns for them, or they won't treat them with respect or anything like that. But when it comes to discussion, I think we can have a mature discussion where say, I recognize your gender expression, but when it comes to certain discussions and realms in the society, your biology is going to be the focal point of how we're going to address certain issues. That's it. That was the parallel I was making. The same way when you are at risk for certain diseases, we're going to talk about your biology. When it comes to sports, we're going to talk about your biology, not your gender expression. That, for this guy, is apparently a transphobic point. Now, you guys may agree, disagree. You guys let us know in the comments. For me, I thought it was a very simple point, but it flew over his head. And for him, it was like, mask off. We got him, boys. We got him. I was just like...
It's like
that was their future moment.
But right there, you really just explained the point.
I just got
again.
banned on Twitch.
What
Wait, really?
makes you think that he got it? Because you just use the same words to explain the thing.
No, but I don't do it for him, because I think, again, he's never the smartest person in the room.
No.
It's for the audience.
Right.
Right? Some of them might be persuaded. I just wanted to explain to them so they can understand.
Yeah.
And let's say hypothetically, okay? Let's say hypothetically. Okay. That what I'm saying, maybe in some alternate universe, is incorrect. Or maybe I'm just missing the point.
Oh, rip.
For you to assume some form of maliciousness to me is hilarious, because I just may not have the knowledge.
Holy shit, that's actually
to
super
know
scary.
where it is that you're coming from.
I feel like
but
of all the people
unfortunately, you do such a poor job
associated with, he's
of
the most likely to
explaining
murder
your
me.
side of the argument, other than saying you're transphobic, that you cannot bring people to your side. Really, a lot of the tactics of left folks leading people is just shame. It's just shame. Think like we think, and if you don't, well, we're going to call you a bigot, and we're going to make sure we say it loudly. That's it. And that's why if you look through his stream, this man yells transphobic like 100 times. Because for him, that's a go-to. It's basically like it's basically how a lot of comedians say the word fuck all the time. Right? When you're unfunny and you're not really capable of doing really good on stage, you just swear all the time, or every other word, because you think it just heightens everything.
Or
it's
you
like
yell.
ketchup. It's like hot sauce.
Yeah.
Hot sauce is great on a lot of foods. Use it on everything or all the time, and then you realize it loses its meaning. You just destroyed the food itself. That's what a lot of lefties do with a lot of these arguments. So, just wanted to point that out. But
the transphobic part turns into basically when you say, and that's why they, shouldn't compete with cis women. That's the part. That's the part that doesn't make sense. Which, by the way, ironically, the likelihood that you will get prostate cancer if you're a trans woman that has undergone gender confirmation surgery is, pretty fucking slim.
See, if he knew anything about trans folks, he would know that the vast majority of them never get any gender-affirming surgery. And only 11% of them get 3 or more gender-affirming surgeries. Vast majority of trans people never get that. So when it comes to disease and stuff like that, they're still going to deal with their assigned sex at birth in terms of diseases. So why would you be like, well, if they get surgery,
Jackson
there's
got
like no
banned
chance.
too?
Like, it's a gotcha. You don't even know the people you're advocating for when you're making these stupid arguments.
So what does it tell you?
It tells me that for a lot of lefties...
Oh, shit. His ban is an indefinite one as well. What was his stream name? Infrared what? Jackson's is. I don't know about infrared. You can tell when a ban is indefinite because when they ban you indefinitely, it'll say the channel is currently unavailable. But if it's a temporary ban, it'll say temporarily unavailable. Is there somebody that's temporarily banned right now that we can look? It says currently unavailable instead of temporarily. Uh-oh. Check streamer bans Twitter. This guy has been banned. That's his 5th ban. Oof. If these are... Oh, these should all be partnered streamers, right? Oh, this is a copyright ban. Oz is live on YouTube right now. That's a violation of his partner contract. Uh-oh. Oh, this person's not even... Oh, that was 8 hours ago. So currently unavailable means that you're indefinitely banned. Temporarily unavailable is the message that it'll play if you've got a time to ban.
Or donated $5 through Super Chat. Louis Farrakhan here. We will always have your back.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Back to our
Thank
roots.
you, Waffles.
Oh shit!
Captain
Does he
Waffles
think he's gone?
donated
He's permabanned?
$5 through Super Chat. No matter where they ban you from, we will follow you. They can't silence the truth.
I know, but you guys gotta sign up for this. Okay, because they're going in. I literally, how fucking crazy am I? I literally was on stream and I said, something weird is going on. Oh, I didn't even have time for that to get clipped. I was like, something weird is going on. And I can sense something's off. Like, something's going on. They're in motion. Because I'm like, the bots are more active than usual. There's more sketchy shit going on in general. That Financial Times, like, yeah, something's going on, right? And yeah, told you. But so I'm pretty sure it was because of I don't know what I said. What did I say, right? Because of my appearance yesterday on. Let me see. Is Brittany banned from Politically Provoked? Is she also banned from Twitch? But you know, Jackson also got caught too. So is she banned from? No, because she doesn't say. I don't know. What did I say? Maybe it was QAnon conspiracy theory they accused me of.
The current contract does not allow you to cross-platform stream while banned, so he's either dumping the contract or he has reason to believe that he's perma-banned.
They think they're on the right side, so they approach these discussions not having actually done any of the reading necessary to make any of these arguments, right? I'm not even that deep into this shit. We just spend most of our time just watching Jubilee videos or cut videos and reacting to different shit and dating talks, okay? This is not even my realm.
Harmful misinformation
but I am half
actor.
smart
Oh,
enough
no.
to recognize when I'm hearing a stupid person.
Yeah.
Right? And so every time I hear Hassan speak, I'm like, oh, we got our imposter.
Here's the thing.
Among Us, we figured it out. Let's end this round.
But I don't think it's because he's stupid. His takes are stupid. But he's not. He's actually succeeding into making this a thing and banking off of the way that he does that. And that's his point, is to yell it so loud that he looks like he's righteous.
I'll leave it there. Is there anything else you want to add?
Nah, man.
I think we're good. Okay.
Missed the best news today. Single now. Jesus, this booba girl, chill. Damn. What is I just took the 1.25 pound plate pill. Hey, bro. Listen. It's progression, okay? Oh, fuck me.
Okay. This might surprise you. I think that Hassan and us contribute to anti-trans sentiment.
Possibly.
Yes. But I think for like different reasons.
Definitely, yeah. That's not surprising.
Okay. So I've been taking time to reflect and think about this quite a lot, you know, because believe it or not, we don't just put out shit. We try to use our brains every now and then. Yeah, some of us just think we just wake up, do YouTube, and go back to sleep. Today's topic, the whole trans topic, is an interesting one because most people don't interact with trans folks in their lives. By most studies that I've seen, trans people account for maybe 1% or less than that of the population. So it's not like it's a huge number of people. And unlike a racial group or biological sex, transness is not easily seen on somebody. Somebody can have gender dysphoria, identify as trans, and you looking at them won't know. So you may actually be interacting with a trans person and not know it, okay? So the way that the vast majority of the public interacts with transness is through the media, okay? The most polarizing, the most like extreme stuff, right? Because that's what the media does. The media is trying to get your emotions and your heartstrings going because the fact that that's what generates views to them. So everyone's takes are on polarizing issues. And in come everyone's favorite dinner topic,
They like
right?
Twitch wants to ban
trans
politics.
women in sports.
They don't like Hassan.
You might be wondering why trans women. It's because trans men in sports are invisible, right? They don't win anything. Kind of like the USA soccer team, okay? Fucking losers, all right? Maybe those motherfuckers transition, they'd win some, but they don't. They're invisible. So this topic comes up. It's polarizing. It's super polarizing. And the people who are jumping on this topic are the most polarizing folks possible. They're going at it from every political angle. And so I see myself, and I'm commenting on this topic that's in the news because we cover trending topic, and this one especially.
How?
But I had to
Why do
ask
I not hit him
myself,
sometimes?
why has this one in particular, for me, not for you nearly as much, but for me, stuck around? And you know what I realized?
What'd you realize?
What?
And wait. What stuck for you?
This topic of trans women in sports.
Yeah, it really stuck with
more
you.
for me than for you.
Oh, definitely.
So I had to think about why we covered it and how that negatively impacts. Because if everyone is just seeing the most extreme stuff and they're hearing like, well, yes, trans women should be competing in sports, and trans women, if you disagree, you're a fucking bigot. Like, that's how people are internalizing trans. That's the only perception that they have most of the time. Okay, other than watching Euphoria or some shit. So.
And
I had to well, go ahead.
But we had a lot of trans people comment on this shit and be like, no, I agree with what they say. So a lot of people, there's a lot of trans people that agree with what we say, but that's not what we're going to highlight. We're going to highlight the extremists.
Not that's what makes for good content. Yeah. There's some level-headed people who said a lot of interesting mind stuff, and we could have covered that. But we went for the fucking...
Really? I have to roll away.
Fatphobic and transphobic, because that shit makes your eye pop out.
But it's not so much for the content because it makes your eye pop out. It's because there's a lot of proportion of people that actually think a certain way, and we might have to address that because we disagree on that. But yeah, content.
To me, I'll tell you why this and why that specifically sticks out to me. And this is the reason.
Go ahead.
Why are we linking me a million? Is it time to mute links again? Am I going to click 30 million links in the middle of the video because nobody can help but just link over and over and over and over and over and over and over again while we're watching a video? Oh, Twitch video doesn't even link, so good job. Or doesn't load.
We live in this city, which is hyper-liberal.
Yes.
We live in a country that is generally leaning very left. We also work in a field in the arts that also leans left.
Super left.
Okay?
Super left.
So my entire life, I've always been surrounded by the left. I've always identified in terms of like what I vote for, be it socialized healthcare, social programs for those who are in need, in terms of like taxation for people who make a certain income and keeping that high to be able to fund a lot of these stuff. I'm for a lot of these policies, right? And even socially, I'm on board with most of it. But I've also witnessed over the last maybe decade or so how the side that I've always identified with has engaged in a lot of weird censorship, sanctioned violence, and just overall behavior that I find extremely reprehensible. And I've told you this. It's not right-wing folks who are fucking with me nowadays. It hasn't been that for a decade more. The people who saw me at comedy shows, the people who do all this crazy stuff, are the folks who are supposedly on the same side, right?
Most of the time?
Right.
Yeah.
And you always notice this with these people. There is a complete disconnect with reality and the way they feel like the world should be. Right? That is a consistent theme. When they're telling black folks you can't talk about your experience because I, as a white woman, feel like that's racist. It's like, bitch, who you telling me what black people can or can't say?
It's traumatizing.
Like, you
for
guys
me.
went from fighting for niggas to try to tell niggas how to fight for themselves. That's what Hassan does oftentimes too.
No, white women went.
You're just a trans person.
You are just a trans person. Sorry, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I've been hearing liberal white folks try to tell me I'm just a black person. You don't know. I'm like, bitch, who are you talking to?
White women went from telling us what to do to telling us what to do. That's what happened.
That's a bar. That's a bar. So I want you to peep this. And so in comes a lot of this like performative activism that's zero based in logic and sense, right? And then comes a trans women issue where it feels like motherfuckers are trying to convince us that the sky's orange. And if we don't agree, we're a fucking bigot. And I'm bugging. You want to get to the bathroom? Go ahead. I don't care. You want the pronouns that you want? Go ahead. I don't give a shit. You want medical care that trans women should? Go ahead. I don't care. I'm for it. I disagree with the trans women sports. Fucking bigot! Whoa! Can we slow this bitch down? Can we? And it reminds me again of everything that I've seen for the last decade. So when I'm coming at this, I have to acknowledge my own bias and my own motivation. The motivation is like,
keep hating your life then.
These motherfuckers been annoying the shit out of me forever, and this topic is like the fucking Batman like in Gotham. Everybody see that bitch. This is the one that highlights it the most. It's like, these people have lost the ability for any common sense. And so that's what's charging me when I'm coming at this discussion. Not dishonesty, because I would never lie to get my point across. I would never try to misrepresent. But I do acknowledge that I play into the polarization or the hyper-sensationalism of this topic. I 100% do. And that's something I need to watch for. Why? Because here's an example. Someone told me this, another streamer told me this, but he said something I thought was really smart. Shout out to Destiny. He said, if some content creator was coming out and constantly made content about how the fact, like, black people, you know, the big problem that you guys have in your community is rap music and this and that, like, focusing on this, even though there may be some truth to the fact that some of the aspects culturally don't perpetuate the best values per se. You know, fuck bitches, get money, okay?
Wow.
One can acknowledge that somebody hyper-focusing on that and doing 30 videos about why rap music is killing the black community may make folks look at him a little bit sideways, correct?
So Vlad TV.
You said Vlad TV? Hey, nigga, you on a roll today.
I'm just saying.
Hey, today you got time.
Listen.
Yeah, you said Vlad TV? If you know, you know. And a lot of people who know Vlad TV know. Man, that dude, the amount of people he's narked on, crazy. But here's my point. So in that sense, when all I represent is that in the media, for the viewers who watch me or for the viewers who are watching the discussion unfold, all they see is the hyper-sensationalized stuff. So that's their only perception of transness. You ask most folks about trans folks, they'll be like, I don't feel like they should be competing with women. When vast majority of trans folks do not want to or don't think it's a right thing either. They don't agree with it.
But there's Twitter and there's us.
Okay.
And we're part of the problem.
So that's the accountability I and we have to take in that regards. Would you agree? Where I'm like,
I agree.
You agree?
I agree.
Yeah, I have been doing the most, huh?
But I've been told, man, you on that bitch again?
But you also been participating too.
I'm not saying no.
Yeah.
Because you know, I always got time.
Yeah. Like I told you I was robbing the bank, but nigga, you didn't get out the car. You just said, hey, man, it's a bad idea. It's a terrible idea, nigga. That was you.
Yeah. So I wouldn't have been here if I wasn't that.
That's facts. That's facts.
The fuck you mean?
That's facts. Okay.
I mean, it is a bad idea, but we're getting paid, ain't we?
So in that regards, that's the accountability we have to take going forward in regards to how we cover this.
Mm-hmm.
Now here comes the other side, okay? Because we've taken ours, let me explain the other side. When you get on these platforms and try to convince folks that the sky is orange when it's not, and you tell them they're bigots if they disagree and that they have internalized bigotry because they don't believe in the orange sky that you believe in, they start to look at you a little crazy like, yo, this person considers themselves like an advocate or some kind of leader for this community or some shit like, what else is this motherfucker lying about? This man really just sat here and told me Fallon Fox is 1-5. I went on Google, the bitch is 5-1. Yeah. Pretty much undefeated.
Well,
all win by KOs.
everything that
Why are you lying?
Where the trans woman fighter, is it Fallon Fox, had like 1 or 2 victories and has lost routinely, but you never hear about how much she has lost since then.
Everything that he says.
Yeah.
Everything. You should check everything that he says.
Why is he moving the goalposts? First it was trans women don't have an advantage. Now it's they don't have a sizable advantage. And now it's like, no, trans women are women, so they're what it doesn't matter. Now it's like everybody got advantages, so shut the fuck up. It's like you see the goalposts and you start to look like, damn. And, funny. And by proxy, here is a cis male, okay, who is not trans, who does a poor job of advocating for trans women in sports, and unironically makes more people polarized as a result because of the fact that he's a liar.
And then benefit.
This is the nefarious part. Trans people are negatively impacted by the fact that this guy's trying to represent them. And when a trans person has come forward and said, hey, you probably shouldn't have done that debate because when you went up against a fucking TikToker and lost embarrassingly, you made trans folks look bad.
17-year-old TikToker too, right?
You're just a trans person. Shut the fuck up. Imagine that you tell the people you trying to defend and represent to shut their mouth. If that isn't the biggest form of performative activism you've ever seen, I don't know what is.
Hassan's relationship with the trans community is interesting. He once lost a trans-related debate, and people in his community were rightfully upset with him because they felt like he made them look bad.
My issue as a trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't super well versed on trans shit, brought on a known transphobe knowing he might bring up transphobic shit. You aren't exactly a vosh at trans debates. I hope that the rest of your life is as horrible as it is every single day, okay? There you go. Suck my dick. I despise you. I despise you more than anything else on the planet. You are fucking cancer. You are just a trans person. Sorry, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
And that's where I hate from the deepest fiber, because I can acknowledge and despise somebody who's against me, who's racist, whatever, and I know where they stand. But the people who pretend to be allies, the people who pretend to fight for me, and then you realize, oh wait, this is just woke Twitter points so you can look good to your fucking fans and shit. Oh, those people I fucking hate. Hey. There's a deep sense of hatred in me for them because I'm like, oh, you brown-nosing for this. And you know what's crazy? A lot of these so-called lefties and stuff, I'm ranting today, I'm gonna go in. A lot of these lefties, they'd be like, yeah, man, we want to hear a fight for black folks. You realize they don't have black friends or they don't know black people. Because you talk to some of these political streamers who are hyper left and talk about this stuff. I'm like, you do realize that black folks are not for LGBTQ stuff. They're not for gay marriage. They're hyper conservative in terms of their social views. They're like, what? What? You didn't know this? But you realize that there's a complete disconnect between the people they're defending and themselves. Because again, it's just about the optics. And as a minority, I find it super distasteful when the plight of minorities is used with zero concern for the people who are being really impacted by this for fucking social media clicks. That's why I hated it when people posted a black square or they're like BLM, but bitch, I saw you saying racist shit about black women last week. Like, the fuck is you talking about? Okay? Like, no, I don't rock with that stuff. So when folks refuse, like, yo, why are you getting so... These are the same people who I witnessed literally cancel other black communities in my community for the most minute stuff, right? Minorities are just speaking their mind. They fucking got them rid of them. Yeah. And so I realized, like, oh, the enemy used to be the skinheads. Now it's these motherfuckers.
Yeah, you know.
They're the ones that are a problem.
You know, betrayal don't come from the enemy. It comes from the allies.
Right?
Bars. That was a bar.
You can't give yourself a bar.
Nah, I can.
That wasn't. Listen, I give you bars when you don't even ask for it.
Yeah, but
I'm telling you that one.
Yeah,
that's not a bar.
That's a bar.
That's not a bar.
That's a bar. That's a bar.
But anyways,
can it be a rod?
That's
pause.
That's good. That was a big pause, bro. Go get you some fucking.
I was thinking, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. You know what the funny thing is that I've been from the past years and past fucking years, I've been harassed by police.
Yeah.
All the time. It's not even them that bother me no more. It's not them. It's not the police.
Yeah.
It's these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Police is cool.
Yeah.
Police is cool.
It depends on where you are. Some of you might be in communities where police still assholes.
Yeah.
I'm just saying we've seen the difference over the last decade, ever since the phone cameras. I'm not saying they're great people, but it's not like it was before.
No.
It's nothing like it was before. And I think most people would acknowledge, like, racism today is not what it was before.
But there's still some fucked up cops.
There's still some fucked up
Yeah.
stuff. Okay.
But anyways, all that to say, the one that bothers me the most and really are a detriment to what I do in my work is y'all. Is y'all lefty.
Yeah.
And motherfucker, I'm left.
You know what, though? Go ahead.
No, I was none.
The thing about being a lefty nowadays is, like, you either toe the entire line or bitch you on the other side.
Yeah. But you said that to me the other day.
But I want you to think about that. The way I view people's political affiliations is I give you a score out of 6. And there's certain points I'm going to ask you questions. If you're with it, you get a point. If you're not, you don't. And if you don't get above a 3 out of 6, I don't consider you part of the group.
Yeah.
Okay? So you ask them, like, are you for socialized health care? Okay? Are you for maybe protected class, blah, blah, blah. You go through the list. But with these motherfuckers, you go through the list, right? And here's the weird part. You could be for socialized health care. You could be for taxation. You could be for social welfare programs. You could be for strong labor unions. You could be for all this stuff. Then you'd be like, I'm not with the trans women's well. Oh, you're a right-wing. You're a right-wing operative.
Yeah.
That's it. It just takes one.
It just
takes one. And the worst part is it takes the most insignificant one.
Well, you told me.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want you. It's not even a whole point. The whole trans women's point. It's like a 0.2. Because you could be for the trans women's bathrooms, the fucking the pronouns. You could be for the medical care. The more important shit. You say no to the sports. You're not part of the group. I want you to see the psychosis.
I know. But
that we've had to endure being in the arts.
You told me. Yeah, I know. I know.
I saw this fucking shit crazy.
These motherfuckers going in.
No. Because it's been repressed for a long time.
God damn.
It has, hasn't it?
Yeah,
it has.
It has.
It has, and it's flared up for us. Yeah. It's flared up a few times.
Mm-hmm. But you told me some shit that was very smart the other day.
What?
Well, a couple of years back.
Oh.
A couple of years back, and you said to me, you said, yo, do you realize that the right hasn't moved? I was like, huh? Yeah, the right hasn't moved. It's like, the right has always been like the extremists, it's always been like Nazis and shit like that, but they haven't moved. They pretty much stayed whatever the fuck they are, you know what I mean, over there.
Right.
And let's say you're in the middle, but left-leaning, okay? You're center left-leaning. You didn't change because you're center left-leaning. And it's the left that moved more to the extreme. And then the more they're going to the left, the more they're looking back at you on the center, and they're like, yo, you're closer to the right than us, because we're over
Keep
there.
hating your life then.
You're
Working
closer
class
to the
Andy.
wall. You said, if you're stayed to the wall like that and I'm here, you're going to be closer to me. But let's say this is considered the middle. You're going to be closer to the left than the wall, right? But if I start moving, and I walk, and I walk, and I walk, and I walk, and I'm like, hey! I turn around and I'm like, hey, you closer to the wall than us. You with them, but you haven't moved. And the wall sure haven't moved. Is the left motherfuckers that went over there.
See, what I said a couple years ago, that's a bar.
I was about to say.
Yeah, but I was going to say because I already knew. I said it years ago.
Well, fuck you then. Bars. Bars all day.
Yeah, I have a question. Would you say it's a rod?
No, it's a bar. It was a whole ass bar. Try to demand what I said. It's a whole ass bar. What I said was that, hey, betrayal don't come from the enemies. They come from the allies. Bars.
I believe it's Malcolm X, or maybe it was Martin Luther King. But he said something about the fact that it's the white liberals that you have to be terrified of.
Uh-oh, the
I
Birmingham
wanted to
letter.
get this point across because I want you guys to know that even
Martin
though
Luther
we've
King
had this
lived
channel
in that
for 7
Birmingham
years,
prison
there's
for
been
30
evolution
years,
throughout
guys.
this process. I think this is another one for us. You know,
Prolifically
through dialogue
authored
with people and having
hundreds
good
of
conversations, I realized,
letters
you know
from
what,
that jail
focusing this
cell.
on this issue a lot, I can recognize the ways in which it contributes negatively. You know, and I have the joy and the benefit of being in the arts, and so as a result, I've had the benefit of being around a lot of LGBTQ people. Okay. Now, for me, it gives me an ability to see transness in all its delights and all its positivity, and I have a human perspective of them. You may disagree. You don't know me, but that's okay. That's what I'm telling you. I think for a lot of people who only get to see it through the media, I think different representation and not just a hyperfixation on just this one topic, which dominates the news all the time, is necessary. But so long as these people continue to say the most absurd things to defend this pretty much indefensible thing, it will always contribute to more anti-trans sentiment. You get what I'm saying? So this discussion is going to unfold whether we're part of it or not, and whether we repeat those talking points or not. But the conversation can move forward once the other side stops saying the most nonsensical things because they're held hostage by fucking ideologues that make no sense. So long as that's the case, it will never move past. So I just wanted to be able to share that, and then from there, yeah, you know, we had a back and forth with her name is Samantha Lux.
Samantha Lux, yeah.
We had strong disagreements with Samantha Lux in regards to jokes contributing to violence. But throughout that whole entire process, I never thought that this person was less than human. I never thought of misgendering them. I never thought they were lacking respect. I try to be charitable and think like this person's not coming from a negative place. We just strongly disagree. And I still hold that opinion. I think we can have strong disagreements in this world without it being hyper-polarized to the point where we dehumanize the other side. And I would recommend to our fans and to anybody who's watching to learn more about transness and to not just dismiss it because all you've ever seen online is the most ridiculous stuff. And I agree. A lot of it is ridiculous. A lot of it is polarized. And we've probably contributed to that to some degree. But I do not think it's the whole picture. And I think if you want to be someone who's educated on this topic, there's a lot of good resources out there for you to learn from. So maybe we'll post a couple links in the discussion in the stuff below. Maybe you're going to have to see through TV shows and media. I don't know. But just try to keep an open mind is all I'm saying. Anything else?
Nah.
So that's it for us. Let us know what you guys think in the comments.
And that was a rant today. You're sweating from that shit.
Wow. Well, Sam's never watching anything from these guys ever again. I did not mean to roll that way, but okay. Go back. Okay, soft cap for strength and dex is 80. Is that where the hard cap is? I think I'm past all my soft caps, right? Oh, can I really hide my helmet?
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
It's 60 for quality weapons. The final cap is 80.
Didn't say Simon Says.
Is this greatly raises attributes? Okay, strength 55, dex 57. Okay. I think I'm gonna spam level all my runes here. Get a little more damage. Increase arcane for more bleed buildup. Unless you can link me a wiki explaining how good that is, I don't give a fuck. If I like increase my arcane 20 levels and it makes the bleed buildup 10% faster, like it's not worth. Bleed does not scale with your weapon through arcane. Oh, okay. Then, yeah, all right. No, okay, gotcha. So, don't listen to any dumb fuck donuts. Why do we do this StreamYard shit? Oh my god. What? Oh, you're just not gonna say anything? Okay, that's cool.
Oh, Steven, hello.
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
we're both
No,
reading.
shut. I don't want to talk to you now. You don't want to talk to me? That's cool.
Wow, you changed so quickly, like the tides. Unbelievable. How's Melania? I have not beat her. She seems really, really hard.
Honest to God, I think that there are way harder bosses than her. The only thing that's hard is she has
Really?
one move that's really hard to dodge. But I think if you can survive that one move, I don't think the rest of the fight is that bad. Like she telegraphs most of her abilities really hardcore, and she's really easy to stagger compared to every other boss in the game. So it feels like if you can survive like her one crazy bullshit combo, it feels like it'd be a pretty easy fight. But
Yeah, no, I've just died to that combo like over and over.
oh, gotcha. Is your character like really squishy or?
Yeah, I was playing on like a mage character,
Uh-huh.
and I like the stabby sorceries. Those are really fun.
Mhm.
But like they don't allow you to get like the sick critical hits if someone's staggered. So
Mhm.
maybe not like the ideal character for fighting her. And also I've got like talismans that, like lower my health and stuff. But yeah, she's tough. So if and when you beat her with your 10 vigor, I will be extremely impressed.
Wow, thanks.
Taj here.
I'm in.
Kai Clips, can you join the what is it? The StreamYard?
Toph, you weren't in the Discord, but I was saying you have a very cute top. I like the polka dot top.
I like this top too.
Yeah, it's really cute on you. Yeah, it looks really good with like your hair color actually. Yeah, it's a good combo.
Okay,
Mhm.
cool.
Yeah, good vibe.
Hopefully my stream puts up with this. Might brick it, who knows?
Typically, people just because you don't need to do your video on Discord.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, you
Video
just turn
off.
the video off. Yeah, and you just turn the video on Discord. I mean, on StreamYard.
There we go.
Let me see. Let me add you really quickly.
I think we're good to go, guys.
Oh shoot! No, I didn't mean to do that.
Perfect.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Is Anna not in the Discord? Not too far behind on schedule. Does she not know? Let me try to unmute. Hey Anna, we need you to come into the Discord, please.
Why? Can you explain to me again? I always ask every random fuck show host why they do this. Why do you use StreamYard? Why don't you just use Discord video? Why separate over two things?
I think StreamYard was better for capturing purposes, I guess, for some reason. And then I don't know, like that was just like the way that everyone did it, and so then I just did it the exact same way. And then by that point, I ended up like paying for a year of Discord StreamYard because it was just more financially. You save money by doing it annually, and so then I was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna go ahead and use this thing because I already paid money for it.
Okay. That's bullshit, but okay.
I mean, that's all I can give you.
It's bullshit.
Yeah, terrible reason. Unbelievable.
Where the freak is Anna? What's she doing?
think StreamYards has names as well. That might be a big part of it.
Oh yeah, that was the other thing too. And then StreamYard, it was easier to manipulate to put like who goes in what area and what role and all that stuff. What's she doing?
Also, hello, friends.
Hello, Stardust.
How are you guys doing?
Doing good.
There we go. Oh, Anna joined. So you know what? Go ahead and decline. Hit that decline. Hit yes. I'm in the middle of a raid in Lost Ark.
Are you serious? The start time is 4 minutes ago. How are you in the middle of a raid?
No, I didn't think it would take that long because I didn't know. I didn't expect this to fail, but it's fine.
Lost Ark, isn't that supposed to be the WoW killer?
For Fnatic.
I don't know if it's gonna be no WoW killer. It's a good game though. It's actually particularly good in my opinion. Like I think it's insane. I think the boss fight mechanics are like literally some of the best in like ever created.
Ever created. Wow.
Yeah, I would say so, man.
Okay.
All right. So anyway, thank you guys for being part of another Fnatic panel. I took the time to speak to every new person about like what's expected in the panel and like what the goal is, and I'm glad that everybody's here and able to oblige. I didn't have the personal conversation with Destiny because I don't think it would do anything. He's gonna troll anyway, as he always does.
I'm not even trolling
We're
right
gonna-
now.
Huh?
This is a serious conversation. Why would I troll during this conversation?
My nigga, you literally troll during every single conversation.
Okay.
Like,
We'll see.
I think you literally have a goal of like, how can I piss somebody off and make them get unhinged and then like disrupt the panel, like literally every time.
This doesn't sound like something I would do, but okay. All right.
It sounds exactly like what
character
it does.
slander. All right.
I have
Anyway,
to say, I feel left out. I haven't had the special one-on-one Fnatic.
you did it, not so erudite. You're
PTR. We haven't
It's
defined the
probably-
relationship yet.
It's probably because you don't troll a whole lot, right?
You don't troll, and like the first
Yeah.
time, I thought like so I learned the lesson that you have to tell every single person like after like a few mishaps. But prior to that, I didn't know that I needed to do that. So like I wasn't doing it with every single person. And you've already been on the panel and have like displayed that you know how to do it, like how to have an actual conversation.
Fnatic was very, very firm with me. He said, "You can't troll in this
That's
panel."
it.
Unlike Destiny, I'm very mature. You know.
Yeah, well, you know what's
Very
crazy is I didn't like for Stardust. I didn't tell her not to do like blood sports or anything. Hers was like, yeah, please just don't troll, because like I don't think she ever does like screaming and yelling and acting crazy.
I do some screaming and yelling, but
Really?
yeah, you never. Okay, well that's fine. I mean,
It's good. No, I've never encountered that, but I mean, you know, it's good that you're capable. Because you know, there's a place for that for everywhere. But anyway, listen, we're gonna go ahead and start. This is the Fnatic show, the Fnatic panel. We're gonna be discussing rape culture, sexual assault, and I guess kind of the media and its influence there as well. I'm thankful that you guys were all here. Originally, this conversation was inspired by a person named Katie. She wasn't able to make it. I guess she kind of felt mentally drained after our hour conversation, and she said she didn't want to debate something like this. So, I mean, I can't do anything about that. But I did find a panel, I think, of very able and capable people to discuss this. So we're going to jump right into it. As usual, the purpose of this is to have a conversation. Not everyone will disagree, but it's okay. We can still like explore the nuance around this topic and have an interesting conversation. Thank you guys for all being a part of that and understanding that goal. So the existence of rape culture is contested. Coined in the 1970s, the stated goal was to bring awareness to the fact that rape was significantly more pervasive than public knowledge of its occurrence. Whereas rape culture is defined as a setting in which rape is pervasive and normalized due to societal attitudes about gender and sexuality. Is this real? Is it something that we should be concerned about? So I guess we're going to go ahead and let everyone give their opening statements on that. Freak Kai just appeared. Starting with Taftaj.
Oh boy. Yeah, so Taftaj or April, if that's easier. I don't think we have a rape culture. I think we have a casual sex culture and a hookup culture and a culture which encourages ways of engaging with sex which are dangerous and frivolous. And I think that like the natural result of stripping a lot of meaning from sex and a lot of the seriousness that comes with it, when you boil sex down to purely just like, you know, seeking this consent, I think you create an incentive for incredibly transactional, temporary relationships And with those kinds of relationships, you also get bad sex and you get a lot of boundaries which are easily crossed. And so I think that like what you really should be concerned about, if you're concerned about like the modern prevalence of, you know, boundary crossing, is addressing that casual hookup culture and teaching people that they need to engage with it a lot more responsibly or avoid that kind of culture at all.
Can you guess how popular Bernie
And
Sanders'
so, yeah,
policies
we'll
are?
get
What percentage
into
of
the
Americans
details of
support
that.
making
That's my
marijuana use
general
legal?
position.
I don't know.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Not
Great
quite.
take.
66%.
Not so airy.
Takeaway, Americans are agreeing with Sanders on this one. Medicare for all. This is
So yeah,
gonna
I
be
guess my
faulty.
position is that I
That's
think
bullshit.
like when it comes to like sex and sexual harassment and sexual assaults, there's definitely a problem within our culture. To label that rape culture feels inaccurate and somewhat inflammatory, particularly when you have like internationally cultures that like actually legitimately do more so normalize and have a much higher prevalence rate of like full-on rape. I do think that there is a problem with boundary crossing. I do think that there are issues, right? Like it would be nice to see sexual assault rates decrease over time. And I'm really for educating that. But I think when we get into like these inflammatory words like rape culture and stuff, we actually like steal away from the nuance necessary to like properly educate women and men and individuals about how to have like safe sex and how to assert boundaries in dating and whatnot.
Okay. Stardust.
So I do think it used to be the case in that circumstances and the behavior of a victim was heavily scrutinized before anyone took a sexual misconduct case at face value. With things like the Me Too movement and other movements, it seems like the attitude around that has changed to automatically believe all people when they come out with an allegation. And I don't think that that's healthy either. I think that with that being the case, we've kind of like flipped innocent until proven guilty on its head for in like a public sphere. We've flipped it on its head pretty badly. And I think that actually feeds back into like this this kind of this
Do
really
you think
toxic
they
kind of,
input
like,
read sometimes
feedback
for
loop
your?
where it's, like,
Does every boss
scrutinize
do it? I
everything,
can't
but,
tell. I should just wait till I
don't
should
believe
dodge an attack,
anybody,
and then when I
then,
would attack, I should
you
just
have
heal.
to
I think
believe
that's what I should
everybody,
do.
and how dare you scrutinize things? So that's kind of how it seems like there's like this very bad kind of cycle going. So
Okay. And Kai Clips, can you answer the question? Does rape culture exist? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's kind of difficult because a few other panelists have talked about kind of the colloquial rape culture in that it's like non-consenting individuals. I think it's a little more complex than that. I think kind of Stardust was, well, maybe not so much, but I think I'll allude to the fact that certain elements of society can build into rape culture in the sense that it desensitizes people to, forms of violence within relationships. The kind I've interacted with a lot is just the kind of the opposite of rape culture, which is that oftentimes there's like a sexual relationship between a man and a woman, and then a few months down the line, and that relationship being totally consensual, a few months down the line, the woman will change her mind as to what she understood the relationship to be. And then in 99% of cases, the guy is the one who receives all of the blame. And I think there's an inappropriate infantilization of women when it comes to that, thinking that women are always the ones who are innocent and are never the ones who encourage a sexual interaction. And I think that gets us into some hot water pretty quick societally.
Okay. And Destiny.
When I think of rape culture, I think of like two kind of different things that kind of get smushed together into the same thing. The first concept of rape culture, which I think is a little bit older, is this idea that I think Stardust mentioned this, that women kind of aren't really believable, that a lot of rape is made up, and people are kind of uncomfortable even talking about there being like rape. So that was a conversation that we weren't having publicly. And then I think the Me Too movement kind of blew that up. So I think largely we've gotten over that generally, with some exception, that like women have a better time today coming out and being taken seriously, especially online, than they used to in the past. Whether that's gotten too far or not is another conversation. And then there's kind of like this second understanding of rape culture, which I think more broadly applies to kind of the dating habits that we have in society, where women are seen as the gatekeepers of sex and men are seen as like the chasers of sex. And then in that society, men kind of have a bunch of tools at their disposal that they utilize in order to get sex from the women. And when talking about that type of rape culture, I don't really know if that's really been addressed at all yet, because we don't really have conversations around like consent or sex. We just kind of have like really juvenile screaming like "don't rape" at people. Yeah.
Okay. And last, Anna.
Well, it seems like I'm the only one that is actually engaged with the research on this topic, because the research suggests that absolutely rape culture is still alive and well in the US. There's plenty of literature reviews that prove this. So I don't know what else to say on that, except that basically rape culture is about it's about the sociocultural attitudes about victims and rape that are pervasive in a society, and the fact that rapes are still extremely underreported from both men and women, and also the fact that rape myth acceptance, which is an academic term, there's plenty of research on this, again, rape myth acceptance is still highly prevalent. So this means that people, despite the Me Too movement and everything, maybe that helped a little, but despite that, people still believe things that are false about rape and victims. And that is what rape culture is, and there's really no denying that it exists.
Okay, the floor is open. Yeah, you guys can go ahead and have at it.
I think the problem is that like the question or the debate is really about like what is the appropriate term for this. I think we can agree that there are misconceptions about how rape occurs and the level at which sexual assault occurs. But whether or not we actually label that rape culture is what's contentious. I think we also have, disagreements about or misunderstandings regarding murder rate and what constitutes murder and other forms of physical violence. But I think it's too much to say that we live in like a murder culture. That term is really, I think, where the debate is centered around. And I think the problem with the term is that it fails to really identify where the problems are. And it just sort of like loosely blames men or, paints men as like, the progenitors of this. And what we really need to do is like control men's behavior. And I think that the problem's a lot deeper than that and goes really into, how we engage with sex as a culture in general. And so I think when we reframe the conversation to be about like hookup culture or casual sex, I think we're getting towards like why those rapes and that sexual assault is actually coming. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree that there is some form of like rape culture, as people call it. I just think that it's significantly changed from what it used to be, right? It used to be that every single piece of information surrounding a case coming out would be heavily scrutinized. Everything, right down to like what somebody was wearing was scrutinized. And while that wasn't healthy in itself, I also don't think it's healthy that we now kind of exist in a space where when somebody comes out with an allegation, we have we've decide to deem somebody 100% guilty on a public stage before they're given a chance to even defend themselves, or for the actual case itself to be like moved forward in the legal system, things like that. And also there's also the very real problem of just miscommunication with relationships. The fact that men are kind of taught to be pursuers, right? And they're taught that some men are taught that women are playing hard to get, right? And some women are taught to play hard to get. So this does create a lot of deeper issues that complicate this rape culture even more. And I think it really does feed into itself. It makes things harder for everybody on all sides.
I think something that's really important that kind of gets brought up is initially when the Me Too thing started, it was about holding people accountable that were able to escape accountability. I promise I'm not trying to trigger you with this one, Fanatic, but I think that there were some people that for whatever reason managed to evade the legal system, but when an accusation would come out, you would find out that like sometimes dozens of women would have a similar story dealing with a guy. And it would seem like, okay, it seems like this person was, for whatever reason, able to escape accountability in the justice system. So when they couldn't find justice in the legal routes, they kind of went like, I don't want to say the social media route, but like the public square route, basically. And we went from this idea that like maybe some especially powerful men could escape accountability, but with enough women coming forward, you know, you kind of have some accountability. We went from that to if a single woman accuses a single guy of anything, it's automatically 100% true. And I think the problem is when you set the bar that low, now we've seen, even in just our space, that's not a good threshold for it's not a good threshold for those types of accusations. And what's worse is it kind of reinforces those prior beliefs that, well, hold on, maybe we do need to be really skeptical of some women making these accusations, because then you find out that some come out, you read through everything, and you're like, okay, well, this was kind of bullshit, or this was kind of shoddy, and then it reinforces those views that maybe we should be more skeptical about the claims being made when it's just coming from a single person.
I mean, I think we should also appreciate like how exceptional the situation and the circumstances are that women are even doing this in the first place. If you look at like other cultures, like in China, where women are still receiving like major pushback from trying to, you know, discuss their experiences with party officials, or look back into history and like the relative inability for women to speak up in most cultures. You know, the ability of women today to really hold powerful men accountable is really incredibly unique. And I think it speaks to like, you know, how far the culture has changed when it comes to taking rape and sexual assault seriously. So to cast it as like this rape culture again, I think it like, you know, it sort of obscures that cultural change that has occurred.
So where are your studies? So where are your studies that show that any of this is true? Both of you. Where are the studies on this?
Wait, the show that what's true?
What you just said.
I do have to say that women are able to hold powerful men accountable now more than other times in history.
Where's your proof that this has changed?
Twitter has not existed for most of human history. The internet has not existed for most of human history. If you want to like bring something to the public square, and you're a woman who doesn't have like a lot of economic leeway, you can't vote, your ability to bring information to the public square is severely limited.
And those women still get harassed and death threats and all kinds of things, do they not?
Yeah,
yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
I mean,
the past and now.
I would say that again. I think Destiny's on to something with holding powerful men accountable. But what we also see is that this has become about not holding powerful men accountable. It's also become about accusing the average man. And one accusation against an average man, or even like a man who is not powerful, who's disadvantaged in certain ways, can be very, very harmful for that person. So yes, it initially was about holding these powerful people accountable, but now we had to acknowledge at some point that we do see that there are some men who are not powerful, who are being accused and being made into a guilty person in a public sphere before even having their voice heard.
I think it's also. I was gonna say, I think it's also really important that like we have a realistic expectation for what we can suspect or expect out of society. Like anybody making any accusation against anybody ever is going to receive some level of public pushback, especially if it's against a celebrity. But that's probably not even unique.
It's not justified, so don't try and justify it.
It's not a justification. It's about an expectation of like reality. Like if a sports person like loses to another sports person, soccer, basketball, whatever, like those people are going to get hate. If somebody makes an accusation of murder or assault or rape against somebody, they're going to get a level of like hate. If our goal is to say like we need to have a society where somebody can make some accusation and never get hate for it, that's like unrealistic. That expectation will never be met.
Or we need to have a society.
We don't want that society.
Or we need to have a society where maybe trauma survivors, there's an understanding of trauma and there's more education of trauma survivors and what victim blaming does to a trauma survivor.
I think you can rope that into like the parts that Destiny and Stardust and myself are trying to bring up though, and you kind of overshadow the reality that might not not be as attractive. Like, sure, we probably agree on this panel that we should provide more support to people who suffer from trauma. But if you get like 70 people, or even just like a dozen people after somebody's been accused of like assaulting somebody or sexually harassing somebody, if 70 people step in afterwards, it is realistic to assume that the fact that accusations have been brought up is now playing a part in the way that people perceive the prior relationship they had with that individual. And it becomes one of these things like, oh, wow, I interacted with so-and-so before and they did something that at the time, like, I totally didn't see as a problem, and maybe I even flirted back. But now that I've got the lens of them being an abuser, I'm going to shape my opinion of them that way. So I think for you to say we should just, provide more support for abusers, I think that's like, it's not a disagreeable point, and it doesn't address what we've been raising as a problem with the way, the response
Because
to
you've
rape
shown no
culture is
proof.
now.
Because
Well, I
you've
think there's
shown no
also-
proof to back up any of your
Well,
bullshit.
look,
That's why.
look,
Wait,
Destiny,
hold on.
Destiny
I
said
don't-
something
Wait,
really. Destiny
one
said
second.
something really
Wait,
simple.
one second, Cocklips. 1 second. Yeah, we let's try to be chill. Oh, is my mic not muted? It isn't. Let's try to be chill, Anna. But yeah, like so you're asking them for proof of what exactly?
That any of the bullshit that they said is real.
Okay, but Destiny said, like, yeah, back in the day, it was about holding people accountable. I don't know if you want like a study of like the origins of Me Too, but I think we all.
I mean,
saw,
what?
like,
how is it different? How is it different now?
How is it different now?
People are comfortable coming forward.
Because it's a
you
social
think it is.
phenomenon.
No, because you
it's
think
a
it
social
is.
phenomenon.
Again,
I mean,
back
somebody
it up.
at your school.
Back it up.
hold on.
Well, here, wait. So the backup. Well, the
I've
backup would
already
be: has there
seen
ever
it.
been a culture that existed where people feel comfortable going on a big social media platform and sharing their like rape, abuse, or sexual harassment stories? I'm not aware of that ever existed in my lifetime. Say for maybe like 5 or 6 years ago when it started to get really popular with twitlongers on Twitter. Has that type of culture ever existed?
There's always been accusations that have existed.
We're not talking about accusations. We're talking about somebody coming out, sharing an accusation
Why
on
are you
a.
framing it like it's a problem?
I'm not framing it like it's a problem. I'm just saying that it's something that happens now that didn't used to happen. There's people coming out and socially sharing accusations against sometimes very public figures on social media platforms. That's a new behavior that has never
And
existed
this is
before.
a great thing.
I haven't said it's not, and you
well-
agree that it's a great thing, so then we agree. That's our source, is what's happening.
Good.
I think we've agreed that, or at least I've
Wait,
said
hold on,
that.
hold on.
I've said that rape culture is. I've said that rape culture is real. It is a thing, but we have to acknowledge the ways that things have changed now. The Me Too movement was good for holding like powerful people accountable, and we can't deny that. Like, it had a worldwide effect. Like, the Me Too movement actually took off huge in India, and I'm sure it took off huge in other countries too, where patriarchal society is even more heavily enforced, right? Where rape is even more common. So yeah, there's I'm not saying that there's anything bad about this movement happening. It's the results of it. We have to acknowledge that there is the result in which men who are not powerful and men who are also very disadvantaged are going to inevitably face repercussions of the attitude change we've had towards sexual assault and the way that we view it in the public sphere, right?
Are you done, please?
I was just going to say, I think we also really need to be careful when we're talking about like academic studies around this stuff, because like a lot of the studies around like rape and stuff like that, it's really, really difficult to actually do really strong empirical.
No, it's really not erudite.
Wait.
No, it's really not.
Hold on.
It's hard to do.
Anna, wait,
sociological
hold on.
studies most
Hold on.
Because she's wrong. So I'm just supposed to let her be wrong.
Anna.
We're both in a
Anna.
master's program, and I know this as well as you do.
Jesus, listen,
Okay.
Anna. Hold on, wait. Look, the purpose of this is to have a conversation, and even if you're getting frustrated or triggered, you can easily just let someone finish their sentence before you interject. Like, that's just how a civil conversation goes with adults. So I'm asking you to please be an adult in this scenario. Let her finish her statement and then address it.
All right.
Thank you. Go ahead, Erudite.
So a lot of these studies rely on retrospective and epidemiological reports. So there's issues where immediately you can't make causational statements. And a lot of this is retrospective reports are really difficult because the way that you phrase questions really matters, right? And so you have to be really careful in how, like, self-reports are rough. So for example, I'm sure like probably, Annie, you're more aware of like the 1999 like Wraith myth acceptance scale. When I look through that, I think it's a decently solid scale, but the psychometric properties haven't been tested super closely, right? And so like the idea that like we just need studies to prove all these things, it's like a lot of times society is changing at a rate, particularly with technology, that research can't keep up with super well. So that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do the studies or that we shouldn't strive to have more empiricism about these topics. I'm super for that. But to just be like, well, I need studies to prove like Destiny's claim, I'm like, it probably doesn't exist, but the lack of evidence doesn't actually prove that the phenomenon isn't necessarily going on. We have to talk about like things that we can observe anecdotally and then what we can support on what we see empirically and kind of do our best to tease between these two things.
The other thing is that like talking about these scenarios, which are relatively infrequent and have to deal with like relatively few people. So when you look at like the big Me Too cases, you know, we're talking about like populations of maybe like 24 people, right? Like it's really hard to do or come to any meaningful like scientific conclusion based on so little data.
Anna?
That's why.
You can respond.
Right. Well, I don't know why you're even bringing that up as it's a non-issue since, I mean, I wouldn't bring up studies that only use a small population. And also, that's not entirely true, Erudite, and you should know better because the rape myth acceptance scale is still empirically validated. And if something is empirically validated, we can still certainly use it.
Yeah, you could use it, right? But you get to like assign levels of weight that we assign to things. So for example, right, a new anxiety scale that has just been created might be psychometrically validated within itself, but until it's been tested robustly cross-culturally and a whole bunch of other psychometric properties to make it valid, we only assign a certain level of weight. We also only assign a certain level of weight to self-reports in general compared to other things that can be more observable, like behavioral phenomenon. Now, in the case of sexual assault, where a ton of sexual assault goes unreported, that's exceedingly difficult research to do, right? Which is why we get left with a lot of incredibly inductive studies that I'm not dismissing. And I'm not saying that there aren't problems with sexual assault. There aren't problems with women being harassed. I'm saying that when we're like trying to be like, just give me the science, it's like, it's actually difficult. The science isn't there and there's a problem with that.
The only way to accurately test trauma and the experience of sexual violence is through asking people. And that's the only way to really test that. So, I mean, unless we can figure out how to mind read people.
But at what point does that like cover for the data? Like you can't just say, well, it's really difficult to, pull people differently or to actually measure it and to change our methodology or vary it. But just saying that doesn't make your claim or your reliance on the data more significant. Just because all the data that exists needs to or is being done in a way that's not perfect doesn't make that data any more reliable. Just means that there's not many good ways of doing it.
I don't see how it's not reliable. What do you mean?
Well, I'm saying like you can't write off I forget who it was, maybe it was Not So Erudite, but you can't write off the description of maybe there's some problems in self-reporting data. You can't just write that off as like adding to the validity of the studies.
No, but you also can't just write off the data, can you?
Well, I think we all agree that like when it comes to things like rape, and even when it comes to like crime stats, self-reporting is sometimes the only way we can collect data. This is why when you're looking up like crime data, sometimes you're digging through self-victimization reports, right? You're getting reports on crime that's happened in a specific area because, as we know, not all crime gets reported. Same thing with rape stuff. So I don't think anybody is saying that self-reporting is bad. I don't think even Erudite, I don't think you would say that, right? But we have to acknowledge the limits of that data, and we have to be a little bit realistic when we try to say, like, this is proven. And it's like the strength of the claim that you can make with such retrospective data is going to be pretty limited, more so than I think the comfort level of somebody saying, like, we've proven this with it. Like, you wouldn't make a super solid claim about it. We can only point to it and kind of, like, infer from there, I think.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at.
The only reason to bring it up is to dismiss the data.
That's kind of like what I was getting at.
It's not to dismiss the data. It's to say, like,
yes,
what
it
level...
Wait, hold on. Kai, then Anna.
So, yeah, that was kind of the point I was getting at. We don't have to say the data's awful. We'll try to get the best data we can, but admitting that the data is not flawless doesn't mean that, or that all the data is not flawless, doesn't mean you can just jump into it as like, well, now we just rely on all of it. We need to go into examining however much data there is, understanding that there are limitations, but it doesn't
and that's
look like
my
you're
job, not
understanding-
yours.
Well, yeah, but you're coming at this like, well, because all the data has this, kind of flaw, and because, the self-reporting data is not great.
Not flawed.
That's the only data we have, so let's just rely on it. And Destiny and Not So Erudite are all just saying, maybe we should walk into this understanding the limitations and not relying on it as if there are none.
No, they're saying that we should be believing their anecdotal experiences of Twitter, people on Twitter more so. And I'm saying no.
Is that what you're saying, Destiny and Not So Erudite?
Well,
'Cause that's
actually,
That's what Destiny was saying.
even framed uncharitably, yeah, I would say that. Like, for instance, I think that there are some
Right,
social,
exactly.
I think there are some social claims that we can make that I'm not going to be able to give you a study for. So, for instance, men tend to be favored for actors well into their later years, and women tend to get pushed out very early. But I can't give you a study showing that. I can just point to every single Hollywood movie that has like a 65-year-old man paired with a 22-year-old woman. Or I could show you how statements, qualitative data, I guess, from actresses that'll say, yeah, I got this job. I think it was because I was 20 years old. Or, actresses getting cast when they're 17 for some films, cast as adults just because people that... But I can't give you like a study to prove that. We can all kind of just look at the social phenomenon and go, yeah, this is definitely a thing that happens.
That's not true, because I vehemently disagree with your anecdotal evidence of what happens on Twitter.
Wait,
So-
but how? Wait, okay, hold on, wait, hold on, wait. I want to be clear. I want to be clear. Hold on. What can
The
you?
basis is that
Wait, wait, wait,
women
wait,
are
just-
still
here's-
treated horrifically.
That's not the claim. The claim that I don't think anybody disagrees with that. Here is the claim that I think that everybody, or at least not so
Victims are
Eurodynamic-
not believed.
Okay, chill. The claim is that in the past there were no social platforms for women to come together and make accusations against men that can't be held accountable in other ways. Now that platform exists. By definition, women receive more support for those reports now, because they didn't even exist in the past, than they would have in the past. I'm not saying there's no harassment.
They're getting terrorized more.
That's a separate claim, and it's not relevant to what I'm saying.
Well, that's also like a bad argument. It's like, yeah,
No, it's
now
not.
that
It
you're
happens.
just let me finish and I'll explain it. You're saying they get terrorized more. Yeah, they've taken, this issue of somebody, getting canceled, somebody going Me Too, and you're taking it to potentially hundreds of thousands of people. Of course, you're going to have more backlash. The backlash as a
Okay,
proportion
so you're
of how-
justifying them being terrorized. I don't care about your opinion then.
That's not what I was.
That's literally what you
I
just
don't think
said.
anybody's
Hannah.
justifying
No,
it. I
this
think
is
we can
crazy.
agree I think we can agree that
It's not okay that for anyone to get
Hold on,
terrorized.
Anna. You can't just
agree
interrupt.
with you
Wait,
on
hold
that.
on. Wait. Can I pause for just a second? Anna, you can't just interrupt every time like you want to say something. Everyone else is taking their time and acting like adults. I'm asking you to do the same thing here. Not everyone's just talking over everyone. You have a point to be made. There's not that many people here. It's a civil
I'm the
conversation.
only one
Everyone,
who is again like you
Okay.
dogpiled me basically with all these fucking people who don't believe in the data.
Okay.
Wait,
does
what
the
data?
dog-
Wait, what data are we? What data are we
wait.
appealing to?
Does
Okay,
the
sorry.
dog pile, does the dog pile, is this a circumstance that you're uncomfortable with, such that we should
I
do
mean,
a
why
different
didn't
panel
you
or
tell
something?
me that I was going to be on a panel with people who everyone apparently disagrees with rape culture? You just set me up.
I apologize if you feel set up. Is this a conversation that you should be removed from? Do you think that this is a
Obama.
conversation that the environment that is too hostile for you?
No, I'll be fine.
Okay, so listen. I get that you're saying you're going to be fine, but your response is saying that basically because you feel dogpiled that you're going to do this. So if you're not going to be able to be civil, if you're not going to be fine, then we should just remove you from the circumstance, because I don't want you feeling dogpiled. That was not my intention here. But if this is something that you can't do, then obviously we need to do that. Like, I need you to actually read the room and be respectful moving forward, okay?
All right.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Could we
Stardust.
maybe start with
Uh,
like concessions, like things that we can agree with, and then like maybe build up so that like I don't know, there's some movement
Let's
in the
lower the
conversation.
temperature.
Yeah,
Sure.
I
First,
think-
let's start us go and then we'll do that.
I think that Anna, I think you're not looking at this in a very nuanced way. I don't think we disagree that much. I think that so I've said that yes, rape culture is a thing, but the circumstances around how we deal with allegations of assault in a public stage have changed, that our attitude towards it has changed, and that feeds back into the toxicity of what rape culture is. It feeds back into, well, if there are people who are making these claims and our automatic response is to automatically make people guilty, maybe we should be really scrutinizing this more. And so it feeds back into us heavily scrutinizing all of the circumstances around somebody coming forward with an assault case, right? And we've still got plenty of men who are afraid to come forward. We've still, so these are all real things. It's just we have to acknowledge that there are men who are not powerful. There are marginalized men who are very significantly affected by these allegations that come out.
I'm not sure it's just men. I mean,
Well,
women
sure.
get falsely accused also.
Sure.
What's the data on women versus men getting falsely accused?
The data on false accusations is that they're extremely rare. David
like-
Lisak's research,
but
Dr.
like
David
men-
Lisak.
How
But
much
like
weight
men
do you
or
think we
women?
can stock in that data? Because to get that data, you have to have people either admit or be proven that they've made a false allegation, which is going to be difficult data to get, right? Malingering data is
Yes.
notoriously awful to try to acquire.
I just want to know, like, as a proportion of the data that exists, flawed as it may be, what's like the proportion of men to women who get falsely accused?
I haven't actually looked at that, so I can't say.
Okay, so I have a good question. The statistics from RAIN.org claim that 26.4% of females and 6.8% of males experience rape or sexual assault. Do you guys believe that statistic is accurate?
I think prevalence rates are so difficult in this area. I definitely think it's high, and I think it's higher than it. I mean, obviously, anything above 0% is higher than it should be, right? But I think there's actually serious cause for concern, particularly with intimate partner violence, especially because we saw an escalation of it during COVID. But prevalence rates of anything that's based mostly on even like child abuse is really difficult because there could be two things where both like people forget memories or they feel like abuse didn't happen when we might document it, and other individuals who might hear like a question like about consent and kind of misunderstand it and be like, oh yeah, I've had drunk sex before, and they'll equate that to non-consent. So retrospective data is really difficult to tease through. So like getting an accurate prevalence rate is a nightmare. And if you look up like literally, and like the one like CDC has certain numbers that like I looked through the methodology, it's not terrible methodology, but then the Justice Bureau has different numbers. And then if you look up just like independent epidemiological studies, you get again different numbers.
Can I?
And so like
two questions. So firstly, I linked a paper in chat. A 2020 paper that shows that the increase in reporting of sex-related crimes does seem to have increased after the Me Too stuff, which would show a positive knock-on effect culturally of that happening. And then secondly, just because I'm not a stats loser, not so right, you kept mentioning that like it's hard because these are retrospective. Can you do prospective like rape studies, or what does that mean? When you like, what would be a different way of? I'm curious. Sorry.
Yeah, so that would be prospective. All you could do with those would be allegations of rape that have been brought to trial and then found guilty. Those would be broadly, or you can look at
and we know
cases that have at least just been brought to the police. Those would be the best you could do with prospective studies. So prospective is also not great because you have the dark side of prospective studies because lots of people don't report crime.
Those are highly flawed, and you know that they are highly flawed because of
but the problem is all of them are flawed. All of these are flawed. That's
not
the issue.
Yes,
of course they are. For even what we consider sexual assault can be like really flawed. There's a lot of criticisms of that one study. There's a number that gets cited all the time that 1 out of 6 women have been sexually harassed, and I think that came from literally data from 2 universities. For where that number was pulled from, and it gets cited everywhere, like it's ubiquitous across all of society. So I mean, like all of these things have their
the rate
issues.
is higher than that.
Maybe we don't know. It's hard to
like
know.
Anna, you and I both
is.
just agreed that there's retrospective issues for sure, and there's this is what I'm saying. Research on this is really difficult because there's issues in either direction we do the study. Probably what we should do is some like numbers between the retrospective and prospective, but where do we draw even that point between the two? Because we know with prospective we're vastly going to be underrepresenting the problem, and with retrospective we might be vastly overreporting it. So like and to what extent are we doing this on both sides? And we don't have the answer, so we can't put our finger well on prevalence other than saying there's a problem.
So where are these researchers highlighting the issue with retrospective with retrospective rape surveys? Because I don't see that many.
I can get you a couple. Like there's a lot. This is like pretty standardly known within epidemiological studies that retrospective studies of anything because memory's fucking flawed. Like it's just an issue with any retrospective, particularly self-report data. I can get you studies, but it's broadly a pretty well-known control flaw in epidemiology.
But the issue is that if a trauma victim feels that they've been, I mean, then that trauma ends up being real. I
But
mean,
that
we
doesn't
know
mean that a
this.
rape happened, though. That's
That
the
didn't mean
issue.
that a rape happened. And
We're
there
not
was
asking if there's
evidence.
trauma. We're asking if there was a sexual assault, and that doesn't
That's
necessarily
the
follow.
issue that I brought up at the beginning, right? It's like, especially retrospectively, if you hear that somebody is like is a sexual abuser or something like that, then that is the frame that you're going to be looking at all of your interactions with that person with. And I mean, I don't know if you have
I
data
don't
refuting
think that's
that. but-
necessarily the case. No, I don't think that's how like people are that simplistic.
They absolutely are simplistic.
Yeah.
There's so
No,
much
they
research
really
in the
aren't.
psychology world that shows how susceptible people are. There are like so many classic psychology experiments that show that with some little amount of public pressure, you can get people to say some stuff that they know
Yes,
is wrong.
but that doesn't mean that someone is going to be tricked into thinking that they've been raped. Or
It's not about trick.
Okay, wait, hold on.
It's
Not trick. I mean,
I would
false
really-
memory creation is a well-documented phenomenon, and
Yes,
it was
by
a serious
therapists.
problem.
I would really like to
Yes,
get
I
past.
know.
I would really like to get past like the stats argument, and let's like talk more about like how like the idea of rape culture in general. Maybe if we don't have stats to back it up, do we feel
do.
like okay,
We do have
sure,
stats to back
well,
it up.
What that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that do we think that sexual assault and the prevalence of sexual assault can be influenced by different things? For example, the women's lib movement, or pornography, or the media. How do we think that interacts with rape culture? Can we get to that part?
I think inherently media and anything that's socioculture is inherently going to infect social behavior, right? It's going to change our understandings of consent. It's going to understand or change our conception of this like gatekeeping male pursuer dynamic that's like kind of weird and like creates like a lot of like bad positions as well for people. And so I would say all of these things contribute. To what extent, sure, we can argue about that, but like absolutely these things contribute. And it's probably important for us to figure out which things contribute the most to particularly problematic or like consent pushing behaviors from either partner in sexual engagements and romantic relationships.
I think there's also, you need to make a distinction, because a lot of times when we talk about solutions to sexual assault or rape, there's a lot that women can do to like protect themselves and put themselves in positions where they're less vulnerable. And just because we like acknowledge that women have this like ability doesn't necessarily mean that they have like the moral responsibility. And I think that like, there's this like classic scenario that people always like propose, where like this woman's at a party and like she's getting drunk and she's really putting herself in a very vulnerable, dangerous position. And she ends up being, taken advantage of. She ends up being assaulted. The person who's assaulting her is still the one who's like engaging in this moral wrong. They're doing something evil. But we also can acknowledge that like a woman has the ability to like improve her situation and avoid those sorts of scenarios without necessarily placing the moral blame on her. And when we like get into these discussions, I just think it's like good to keep that in mind, that just, if we acknowledge that like women have some power to, manage their danger, that doesn't necessarily mean that women are responsible morally for the danger that, or for sexual assault that might happen to them.
Dead air there. No one else has anything, Kai?
Yeah, so I mean, I've read through some of the research about pornography and like the what was the metric you guys brought up earlier about
The rape myths acceptance.
Yes, I forget if the research that I was reading mentioned that scale or if it was something else. They had like
Probably
a list
that
of questions.
That one's the most pervasive one for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so for me, it from what I've seen, there's not a huge there's not a very easy way to prove, and then there's also not a huge link to pornography increasing the rates of sexual assault, which is something that I originally thought would happen. But from what I have read, it changes people's perception of sex relationships and of violent behavior within relationships in such a way that if so much of this conversation is focused around what people determine to be assault and like the lens they have, I think that certainly has has a major effect on what people consider their own trauma or abuse. If they've had this behavior normalized and if they've become desensitized to this kind of behavior, then, and we do know that porn has a desensitizing effect, maybe not in the mind, I'm sure Anna would disagree there, but at least to the material, then that would most likely have an effect on what people consider to be assault. And I think that letting that permeate, letting sex work or pornography, any of these things that are, in my opinion, by definition, dangerous jobs that engage frequently with these depictions of sex involving violence or other things, we're only kind of inviting in problems with rape or the perception of it.
Taftaj, that touches very heavily on what you do for a living. Do you feel like you have a lot to say to that?
I mean, sort of. I'm in like a unique position in that, like, you know, my day job was just like posting sexy pictures online, but I don't depict like sex or, you know, that sort of, I don't depict any sex between people really, or a lot of like self-sex. So it overlaps. I know that like people have brought up the prevalence of like choking in pornography, and how when people, you know, engage with pornography that depicts, you know, these violent or, you know, these BDSM sex acts, and you go into sex and you're very new to it and you don't have a lot of experience, you know, people report like, oh, this guy like tried to choke me because that's, you know, what he thought was appropriate. And he thought that's how sex works. So I think, yeah, a lot of people do get like instruction for how sex operates from pornography. And the reality is that like a lot of pornography, the way that it depicts sex is a very like mythologized way. That's just, you know, it's not accurate to the way sex actually happens in the real world, and really sets people up for failure when they engage with it thinking it's going to be one way, and it's not that way.
Okay, Stardust. How about you? Do you feel like the things that they're talking about, as far as like sex work, pornography, and all of those things, do you think that has any impact on rape culture? And if not on rape culture, do you think that has any negative impacts on just, I guess, kind of society at large, or any of that?
I would need more time to, I think, ponder on that question, but I did want to go back to a point that Kai made that I thought was pretty good, was that generally when somebody's accused in a public manner, everybody who's interacted with that person starts to second guess their interactions with that person. So you think about like a pretty normal interaction you've had with that person, and you start to think, well, was that creepy? You know, or was this like, was that a normal interaction? And so even like the best people can fall prey to that type of thinking, right? The most consistent people can fall prey to that type of thinking. And I think that's a pretty important thing to consider, especially when we're talking about, again, like marginalized people who get accused in a public manner. So.
Yeah, I think there's also
really, I don't think that's relevant at all. Why would it be relevant?
Well, if we're talking about, like, again, how we have flipped the innocent until proven guilty kind of thing on its head in certain scenarios.
I don't think we have at all.
In certain
so the
scenarios.
flip is that, like, socially, somebody can be basically seen as guilty before, like, anything's ever gone to court or any formal charges are made. We've seen that definitely play out.
Like,
most
believe all women, right?
I mean,
and it's based on that premise that,
I mean,
like,
there's
you should
entire
just believe to
yeah.
start.
Well, and what's like the
we can't all like talk like Destiny made his point, then Stardust, and into April. Anna, you can respond, and then you can go ahead, Kai.
Oh, I mean, that's because the criminal justice system is notoriously awful when it comes to
you're saying,
prosecuting
so
rape.
I said, yeah, but we're saying
Horrible.
something happens, then you're saying it doesn't happen, then we say, yeah, it does happen. You go, oh, well, this is why it happens. So we can
No,
we can
I'm
agree
saying
why
it doesn't happen.
Well, if it so you're saying that isn't the case that socially, once somebody has dropped an accusation, people tend to immediately side with the accuser, and then the accused can get in trouble.
Not when
with
it's a woman. No, people don't
Well,
believe women.
Okay,
We
this
don't
is
know
just
the other person.
this is
What if
just.
we could just
what
say
if the
there's
other-
some group in society that
Well, no, we don't have to say
automatically-
some group. We don't have to appeal. This has happened like time and time
No,
again,
I
like in the
understand
esports
there is
world and the
some
Twitch
group.
world. Like
there
we
are
see
other
this, right?
parties that
I've
get
seen it
accused
happen, but
that
people
are
don't believe women.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. What I'm talking about, this is why I specifically said the part about the accused person being a marginalized person themselves. If we're talking about a man of color, right? There are.
I don't think they even have to be a marginalized person. I think just any guy can fall victim to it.
Yeah, it could be an average guy. Yeah, it could be. But like these are very these are like very real things that we've observed in popular culture in just like the public sphere. So I think that it's worth acknowledging, right?
Yeah,
Well,
I think
I-
it's a robust phenomenon. I mean, we've seen multiple cases of trial. There's entire TikToks dedicated to basically trial by media, where they get a certain couple of claims. It's basically believe victim, and then they go after the individual without any measure of trial or like they don't even vet to ensure that the things are true. And so like the idea like isn't happening, that there isn't kind of this like just believe victims. Like the issue is that like when the Me Too movement started, like just believe victims was a good mantra because there was like institutional issues with rape victims coming forward and being
still
dismissed
are.
out of hand. There really isn't. Like there
Yes,
are
there
off cases.
is. The
not-
data shows this. The
Which
data,
data?
shows this. I'll show you plenty of it. I can't believe you're actually denying this. This is so dishonest.
We'll just link it. I mean, you can just link stuff in the Discord and we can read it, I guess.
Just send me the
I
data.
have a ton for you to read then.
Just send me the data rather than like
Good.
just tell me what
Good.
it is, because I work with
Okay.
multiple people who work with sexual violence victims. I've spoken with cops
And
in
I-
the sex violence department.
And I
so
counseled.
this idea that like
and I counseled rape victims for 5 years, and let me
Okay,
tell you,
I-
it was horrible for all of them. Every
I'm
single
sure it
one of
was.
them.
Okay, Anna.
I don't think there's
I
any
have
pro-rape
also been a
people
rape
on the
victim. There's
panel, right?
nothing here about me trying to say that rape is good and victims don't suffer. I also have
You're
been a rape victim.
dismissing.
I am not at all dismissing it, and it's frustrating
You
to me
are.
to act like I am. Okay, what I am saying is that the narrative has absolutely shifted, and there is a serious problem. I have worked with just as many. I've worked with tons of rape victims as well. I have also now worked with multiple clients who, as they came out of their addiction, fully owned that they had made a false allegation, and we had to go to the courts together to work through that situation because an innocent individual was incarcerated presently. So the fact that these things don't happen isn't true. Is it the case that more women are probably still sexually assaulted than are false allegations? I fucking hope so. But there are going to inevitably be bad actors, and they're socially incentivized to do so because of the believe victim mantra.
Well, of course they're gonna. If they're addicts, are gonna have had false accusations. There's tons
Oh,
of
that
cluster
was
B
such a
personality
horrible
disorders
statement
there.
to make. Oh my god. Sorry, I shouldn't have said
What?
anything.
I mean, we all know this is kind of true. I mean, you have the.
Hold on,
high
we
prevalence
should
of
stop.
certain
Wait, chill. You
personalities
can't just say
there.
that you can't believe an addict's rape statement because
I'm not
people that are
saying that. I'm
addicted, you
saying, of
literally.
course, that's where you're gonna find the false allegations.
Okay, so you're
People
there to
that
know more than me about this, but I'm
really
pretty
does.
sure that people that are addicted to drugs are some of the people, or people that are like in sex work. These are the types of people that have the most trouble being taken seriously because of statements like what you just said. Like, oh, they're a fucking druggie, they're probably making it up, or like, oh, they do prostitution.
Yeah, I
they're
didn't
probably making it
say that though. I'm saying that that's of course you're gonna probably find more in that population. Yeah, that's because
Okay.
of the personality correlates that go along with that population.
Okay, so let me ask a
So
question.
you're not saying that you can't trust what they're saying because they're an addict. You are saying that, well, of course there's going to be a high population of people lying about it because they're addicts.
That's a dunk. You're trying to dunk. It's okay. We've already gotten past that. So let me ask, Anna, do you
No,
think?
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, good. Anna, do you think that there's an underreporting of male sex assault victims? Do you think that there's an underreporting of that?
The
Or do you
empirical
think-
data supports that there's an underreporting for women and men. More so men, but there's still for women as well.
Sure. So then
Our
you would say
culture is still extremely hostile to female victims.
But less than it
that
used
come
to
out.
be.
Yeah, less than it used to be.
That's
but
all
it's
we're
still
saying. That's all anybody here
really
has been
prevalent.
saying, I think.
Yeah, that was my whole
Okay.
point. in the
That was
beginning.
nobody
No,
was
that's not what you've been
disagreeing.
saying.
Yes.
Nobody was disagreeing with the fact that like rape culture is a thing. It is specifically that things are less harsh than they used to be.
You're making it sound like now things have been completely flipped and that, oh my
Nobody's
gosh, all
saying
these men,
that.
these poor
No
men,
one has
all these
said that.
false rape accusations,
No one
and
is
that's not
saying that.
true.
I don't think
Everyone has
single
agreed
person
with
here
the
has said
direction
that.
of the data. Everyone
So-
has agreed with the direction of the data. Like no one's questioning that.
It's okay. So it's all right. So there was a miscommunication. It seems like
No,
now
there
that
was no
there's-
miscommunication.
Sure, it's okay. I'm sorry. There's a misunderstanding.
Thank you.
That's what I mean. A misunderstanding, and so therefore it seemed like everybody was coming to. Like, some people were not fully trying my best. Jesus. So it sounds like now at least we're on the same page. Then
There's
hold on,
still a
Anna.
huge issue
And
here.
it sounds like now that we are on the same page at least. So then it does seem like everyone here does believe that rape culture to some degree does exist, right?
Okay, wait. Here's like a few statements I think everyone here agrees on. Okay, one, the rape culture, whatever we want to call it today, is better than it was 10, 20, 30 years ago. Two, there are still problems. Okay. Three, women have an easier time coming out today than they did 10, 20, 30 years ago. But four, there are still problems with them coming out where they get a lot of pushback. Five, there are some very small percentage of rape accusations that are fake. Six, people are still a little bit too cautious around most accusations because they don't recognize that that's a very small percentage of the overall amount of accusations, right? I think everybody here agrees with all of these statements.
Yeah, I think we agree with like the facts. The
Okay.
question is just whether or not we label it rape culture, right? I think that's where the disagreement is.
I don't care what you want to label it as.
Well, but that's kind of important because, like,
Yeah.
something that Tav said earlier is that, like, so I gave, like, my second definition of rape culture, which is one where, like, men are expected to be the pursuers and women are, like, the gatekeepers. I think this leads to, like, a kind of, like, I'll say, like, a rapey culture. But, like, maybe rape isn't the best word for it. And when you give people that impression, you get a lot of people that think that some behaviors are okay because they're not, like, rape, when they are kind of, like, rapey, or when we should have, like, another word. They're predatory, I should say.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
I think the use of like more extreme words can be agitative and beneficial for movement sometimes, but I think in this case specifically, it's actually removing some of the nuance because, like Destiny said, there's a lot of men who are going to do things like that are kind of pushy, but they're like, but it's not rape, and you're like, yeah, it's not rape, but it's also pushing boundaries, which is really inappropriate as well, right? And they're like, well, it's just not rape, and then we keep saying in rape culture, just tell men not to rape, and it's like this isn't helpful to literally any party involved. Like that's why I don't love the label rape culture myself because I think it actually like reduces the quality of conversations that can be had, which I think is actually leading to more victimization, not less.
And I think
I think you need to consider like the contextualization, or you have to contextualize it properly. Like Destiny was saying about the inception of the Me Too movement and whatnot. We're talking about like, Hollywood producers. We're talking about really high up guys that, had wealth or had class or had prestige that were able to escape the system. And I think because there was not a great transition of that into like more of a public sphere where it's like people at your high school, I think there is a lot of people who, get pushy, and that's not to defend that, but it is to say that they're not like serial rapists. But I think that the movement has had trouble distinguishing the calibers of dealing with, problematic behavior. And if you can't do that, then I don't think you'll be able to address the issue. And that's why I think like that Me Too movement that's spread into society now is the biggest enemy of women speaking up about issues, because then there's going to be that reactionary counter push of like, well, it's like none of the accusations are true and, everybody's lying and they'll just say that anyway.
No, that's just misogyny. That's ridiculous. That's misogyny.
It's
Anyway,
okay.
I posted a study that proved my fucking point in the Discord, and you all should probably read it, on how people do still disbelieve and blame women for their own
No one is
rape,
saying that people don't.
despite
It's whether
the
or not
Me Too era.
It's whether or not it's
So-
gotten better. That we all agree that it's gotten better, right? Or do you not agree with that?
No, I don't. I think I don't agree with that. I don't see how it's gotten better. Women are still accused
If
of
it hasn't gotten better,
rape
then
accusations.
what do we say about like the powerful figures that have been held accountable now that hadn't in the past, right? Whereas in the past, somebody like Roman Polanski or whatever would be getting like applauses from people in Hollywood, but now we see major producers and actors and like A-list actors getting called out. How can we say the culture hasn't changed?
Because one guy went to prison.
Not just one
That
guy.
didn't
There
do
have been
anything.
several actors that have gotten like,
Anna, like
women
just
are
5
still
minutes
accused
ago-
of false rape accusations.
No,
They're
we
still
agree
accused
with
of
this.
lying.
Just
Okay,
5
can I
minutes
can I
ago,
can
Anna,
I clear
you-
something
you
up really quickly,
yourself
please?
said-
I just want to clear up really quickly. First, Roman Polanski didn't get put in prison. It's just that at this point he's been banned from the Oscars.
Wait, hold on, whoa. I never said
Exactly
he did. I
my
never said
point.
no. Wait, I never said he got put in prison. I'm just saying that like a while ago, it felt like there were a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people in Hollywood that would still cover for him or support him. Whereas if we look
Yeah.
to today, like the culture around people like Spacey or Weinstein or like other actors that have been called out, now that doesn't seem to be the case as today. That there's as much cover provided for these people as there used to be.
That was
I
what I
think-
was going to describe really quickly. Is
Oh.
that specifically after they had been accused, like Roman Polanski literally admitted to the 13-year-old relationship with the 13-year-old, and then he continued to work with the Oscars. They were literally Skyping him in when he won in like 2001 and so
Yeah,
on
it
and so
was
forth.
fucked, yeah.
But then recently in 2017, they finally banned him from it. They did the same thing with Harvey Weinstein. They did the same thing, I think, with Woody Allen and so on and so forth. So now there has been a cultural shift, and that they are now like taking stances to make sure that they actually ban people who are like convicted of sexual assault and things like that.
And
There's
just
also
5 minutes
is that
ago,
there's like a lot of people who don't believe women, and like the predominant, maybe even the predominant narrative is that like you shouldn't believe women, and that you should be like very skeptical about rape accusations. Like I can acknowledge that like a lot of rape accusations, you know, aren't treated, you know, with the respect that they should be. But I think that we, you know, on the same turn, we also have to acknowledge that there is a culture of people who also just believe in believing all women automatically. And that's not the appropriate solution. At least I don't think it is the appropriate solution.
I think that's just a fringe minority of feminists, though, that think
I
that
don't
way.
think so. No, because I mean, and you can look at just like Twitter, right? Or like there's so many instances of this where there will be someone who is like accused of something, whether it be like Aziz Ansari or Dream, the Minecraft YouTuber, who is like accused of like bad interactions with people. And then you dig into the story and it's like a complete nothing burger. But then there are people who like don't take them seriously and are not able or not willing to talk to them at all from that point going forward. And you know, that's problematic that we exist in like this culture that is hungry constantly for drama and for accusing people of things.
I
And
agree.
it eats people up. And then
But I think
no
that's
good comes
cancel.
of it.
I think that's cancel culture, though, isn't it? And I think that like there's a difference between like cancel culture and then the fact that most rapes are still not going prosecuted in the criminal justice system, because I care most about the criminal justice system
Wait.
and getting more
Yeah,
prosecution.
What do you?
And I think we should like.
What do you think is the? If I can just like get the framing, what do you think is like the tangible difference between cancel culture and like the Me Too movement or like the anti-rape culture movement?
I mean, isn't the difference that like they were actually complaining about, you know, a real issue with like systemic injustice with they were
I think
complaining about rape
people could
culture.
make the case that they do that when they're trying to cancel certain people.
April?
I mean, I think we need to distinguish between like the vast majority of sexual assault and rape, which isn't something that's called out like publicly, that you don't have massive Twitter threads on. That's the majority of rape and sexual assault. And so if you're interested in like really changing the majority of rape and sexual assault, you know, we can talk about the Me Too movement and cancel culture and these big figures. And I feel like that's kind of a different scenario than like the majority of rape and sexual assault. So maybe, you know, if I can give Anna like a slight bit of credit here, even if it's true that like you have these like cancel culture events where people are like held accountable or where people are falsely accused, that is still representing like a tiny minority of the amount of times people are either being falsely accused or being legitimately sexually assaulted. So these are kind of two separate issues here.
Well, false accusations of sexual assault and rape are very rare. So, yeah.
I guess.
Okay.
I
Also,
would
real
ask
quick,
Anna,
hold on.
do
Just
you-
I just want to real quick. So you cited this study. This study doesn't say anything about how like it's like a study on rape culture or not. This is just a study showing like what effects you can report on or what things you report on that will influence the
Yes.
reporting or adjudication of a rape case. This doesn't
Right,
say anything
exactly.
about whether anything
That's
has
rape
gotten worse.
culture.
No.
Wait.
This doesn't
what
say
were-
about whether or
It's a current study.
no.
It's
Hold on.
from.
Anna, what
I'm
were
just
we
explaining.
supposed to get from the study?
Yeah, I'm just saying that all this study
You're supposed
says.
to see that what I'm saying is right.
Well,
No,
like,
no,
what
all
part
this
of-
is, all
what
this
part
is
of what you're
saying is that if you report on certain things, like the incident location, the sexual history of somebody, or relationship with somebody,
Right.
that you're less likely to get good adjudication. But if you report on other things, like relating to the socioeconomic status of the perpetrator, or
Right.
things like this, that these don't have. This isn't saying whether or not rape culture has gotten better or worse, or even to what extent it exists. This
It's
is just
showing that
how
rape
people,
culture is still
No,
fully
this is just
active.
showing. This is just showing
Yes,
how
it is.
people adjudicate cases. That's what this study is about. Just as a heads up. Okay.
Yeah, that's rape culture.
Would you say that we have a crime culture if there are people that are less likely to acquit or not acquit based on like the characteristics?
No,
of how
because
something
this is based on misogyny.
No,
It's
this
just-
isn't based on misogyny. No,
yes,
hold on,
it
wait,
is.
hold on. Your own study contradicts that because in this very study it says that male cases were less likely to be believed than female cases. So that implies misandry more than anything else.
I mean, we do know that that is a problem, though.
It might be, but you don't have data to show that. Your study showed me that there's a less incidence of believing male rape victims, and this is just showing the difference between how people adjudicate cases based on what's reported.
Right. It's just like why we have rape shield laws where criminal justice attorneys are not allowed to invoke the fact that, you know, a victim has been like sexually promiscuous or something because, you know, the rape case is never going to get prosecuted then. You're screwed. Like,
Yeah,
there's
that's
no
good.
way
So
a
that
rape
shows that
victim
like
is going to get
that shows
justice.
that's a good thing. That shows that we're taking into account studies like this by not reporting on those things because that will affect the adjudication of those cases.
Anna, do you
Right.
know when that policy was enacted? Like when did the policy come into place that you couldn't talk about like a woman's promiscuity in the case of like a sexual assault? Do you know when that policy was made?
I think that was in the 90s.
Okay, so
I
you
mean,
could
it
argue
doesn't
that at
matter
least in the
because
last 30
criminal-
years, like it's gotten better because of that policy alone. And I would agree, there's a
Doesn't
huge
matter.
problem. Like you and I would probably fully agree, there are absolutely problems in the processing and persecution of rape. Not all of
really
them.
bad about it, yeah.
Yeah, there's some huge problems. And the problem is that not all of them are actually like things that humans can control. For example, like things like rape kits and stuff like that. Lots of
Yeah,
them
there's-
don't get processed. So we could fix that. But there's a lot of cases where in rape, a woman might not come forward until 4 to 5 days later. So there's no evidence to be collected. And then you have just a really weak case to try. And it's really hard to push anything because it comes down to a lot of time he said, she said, which are really, really difficult cases. And this isn't to be like blaming the victim. It means that like there are instances where like the judicial system is failing victims and failing overall the system that are wholly benign and just inherent to the nature of the forensic evidence that we can utilize right now. Like if somebody doesn't leave evidence, it's really, really hard to prove rape cases without like video evidence or like multiple witnesses. Like it's really, really hard to try these things and have them actually go to a guilty verdict, which is super sad. But that doesn't mean that there's like this sinister system at play. It means that like
no, I'm not saying
there's-
there is, but there's still underlying misogyny because people are still assuming that false rape allegations are that prominent.
That the
and there's
assumption
still things
is
that we can do to fix the criminal justice system, and plenty of scholars have plenty of suggestions on this. I've read so many studies on this.
Wait,
of what they're
what's
doing.
one thing that could improve that?
Making rape myth acceptance less.
No. Hold on. In a court of law, you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a crime was committed. What's one thing that could alleviate that? If somebody doesn't turn in a rape kit, what's one
you could have someone like what I want to be an expert witness appeal and explain to the jury on trauma reactions and typical
That's not
of
good
rape
enough.
victims.
That's not beyond a
It
reasonable
is.
doubt that a crime has occurred.
It doesn't matter. That still helps the
It
jury
doesn't
to
help at all. All you'd have
understand.
to do is bring
Yes,
in
it
one
does.
expert witness that shows that trauma reactions can develop from things that aren't even traumatic, or that traumatic people are less likely to recall
That's
events
not-
accurately.
Or you could develop traumas based on no experience at all.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
because
That's
they led to
that's
have
like some of
which
the
you can
least
prove.
reliable evidence.
Well, that's not true because that only happens with therapists and not with like random people.
It could happen with a
I mean,
team
I
of
don't know.
lawyers or with parents that are talking. Of course it could, right? This could develop. It doesn't only happen with therapists. Tons of people can instill bad memories or false thoughts or whatever in you, depending on
Most of the studies
relationship.
were done by just
not
random
real- that's-
research
that's
psychologists,
not
not even
true.
counseling. Most of the studies of false memories has actually been done by like forensic units, so more like forensic psychologists and then just research psychologists. And as you would know, a research psychologist isn't a therapist, and they're not usually trained in therapy at all. They're usually trained in statistics and all the boring shit, right?
You're using it out of context, though. It bears no context to this, and it's being used in bad.
Well, you're
faith.
trying to say that only therapists can create false memories of a trauma, but
That's
we're
what
saying, well,
most
that's
false
not necessarily
memories-
true at all. Like, if anyone just has the process figured out, anyone could create a false memory if they just replicate what the therapists sometimes do, right? So the idea of like we could get an expert witness to defend the victim, you can get an expert witness to dismiss the victim. That's why an expert witness won't actually solve the problem of persecuting sexual assault better.
So let me ask you guys a question.
Why do they
real
use
quickly.
expert witnesses then?
Expert
Why do they
witnesses
use
are
them
used
then?
to build on top
Also,
of other
you
types
can't
of circumstantial
claim-
evidence.
You can't just claim that anyone can create a false memory. That's not true.
That is true.
Okay, well,
no, it's
listen.
not true. Where is the data that supports this? You can't just make claims out of your ass.
So then here's another
If you
question,
don't
you
have a
guys,
degree,
and I think this is
you
like
can't
actually like
cause
related to
false
the conversation at hand. Do you guys believe that it's possible? Do you guys believe, given the things that you guys are talking about, describing the fact that sexual assault is like less likely to have forensic evidence and things like that? Do you think that there should be some sort of different burden of proof regarding sexual assault
No.
cases than?
Yes.
Of course not. Our
Why not?
justice system is constructed around the concept of innocent until proven guilty. You can't suspend that just for some types of cases. That's ridiculous. It would completely break.
I think that's the part we've been moving to. That's like kind of the tough part of this conversation is that, you know, there's a lot that we do, and there's also a lot that we simply can't do something about. If somebody does not get like a rape kit, and if there's not a lot of evidence, the uncomfortable truth of the matter is that it's really tough to do something about this. And I think because it's tough to do something about it without a rape kit or something else, I'd see the response, or rather the response I have seen is that people will then go to, you know, trying to take this to like a school, or they'll make it like a social push. And there, the validity of certain accusations is even less convincing to people. And I think in that circumstance, that's when you get most of the like, oh, it's a false accusation, like I'm not going to take it seriously, that kind of culture.
And it should be hard, as much as it sucks. Like, it should be hard to get a rape or like a murder or an assault conviction on somebody. Like, these are really big charges from the state, and you want them to have like a high burden of proof to convict somebody of it. That's how our legal system is designed.
Starter.
These are very heavy accusations that taint somebody's life for a very long time, if not for the entirety of their life afterwards. And as much as I empathize with the victims of assault and rape and all of these things, the best thing that I think we can do is educate people to know what to do after they've encountered or had an experience like this, right? Like getting a rape kit done, not taking a shower after something's happened to you, right? Rather than changing the amount of evidence that we require for somebody to be considered guilty.
Anna, you disagreed with that. You think we should change the burden of proof?
Well, I think we could change the criminal justice system, and plenty of researchers have been talking about doing this. Plenty
Wait,
of
change it
law.
how?
I mean, like with the rape shield laws, things like that, don't
that's a
allow
thing that's
criminal
already
justice
done, which is
attorneys
good.
to do that. No, there's still plenty of problems because criminal justice attorneys, and I saw this when I worked with rape victims, they can still like, you know, insinuate that a victim was maybe a slut or something, or like, you know, they worked as a
My
sex worker.
understanding is, looking at how court cases have gone in the United States, I don't know the legal terms for this. If a lawyer wants to chime in or whatever in my chat or something, my understanding is that you can't bring prior character evidence to a court to get a conviction on somebody of something like that. Like, this is what they try to do, for instance, you can't let it. You'll get called out for a mistrial. Like, if you do that as a prosecutor, you could get fucked and lose the whole case. My understanding is if you try to bring forth, it literally has happened in court cases before. I don't know why you're saying it doesn't. Like,
Okay, because it doesn't.
Oh, well, never mind.
Do you have any evidence
I retract
for this
my entire
claim?
claim.
Because
this
now we can ask
this
for
happened
evidence.
during the this
Hold
happened
on, now
during
we
the
can
written
ask for
hearing.
Well, if you're asking
Wait.
for evidence from everybody else, I think it's fair that people can ask you for an evidence.
Well, then where's the evidence from everyone else, Star?
Okay, so this isn't an evidentiary based claim. It was more of an intuitive claim.
No, this isn't intuitive.
No,
It's
I
like
was correcting it. I was correcting it.
Love you.
Not intuitive. It's actually something that like we've actually seen. But it's okay. If Anna's not willing to accept that, then just move on past the evidence.
Well, but it's important because typically you're not allowed to do like character assassination things in a courtroom if it's not directly relevant to the case.
But they can still insinuate a victim was like a slut or something, and like a jury will still get that.
Then the job is on the defense.
They will still hear that.
Then the job is on the defense to call that out.
Which they would, because that would
potentially
give them a mistrial, which would be great for them. So like courts are really, really, really
It happened
well
with the Brock Turner case.
If you're going into this field though, Anna, you know that court systems are really well controlled, and they're very tight about what is permissible or not, because you have a defense and a prosecutor. And so if you do something that violates like trial rules, they'll just call a mistrial because that's what the defense job is. So like I don't know.
But I'm saying, I
Okay.
mean, this happened in literally the Brock Turner case, Erudite. So what the fuck about that? Stop acting like I'm dumb or something and I don't know what I'm talking about.
Anna, you're getting a little antsy again. Do you
Well,
need some
like-
time? I don't care why.
I mean, people are trying to discredit me, and here I am,
People
like
are
I'm
disagreeing
in.
with you. And
No,
it's
they're
okay.
trying to discredit me.
Not discrediting, it's just disagreeing.
It doesn't matter. Whatever they're doing,
Wait, hold on. Just I want to be clear.
Okay, well,
wait,
what
I just
about
want to
the
be clear.
Brock Turner
When we
case
say
then?
when we say the Brock Turner case, right? Are you talking about the character of an accuser or the character of a defendant?
The victim, not
The
the,
victim.
accuser. The victim Bill of Rights means that you call them victims in the court system.
I think that depends sometimes, but
No,
maybe
it doesn't depend.
It absolutely depends because some.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so for some, at least in looking over the Rittenhouse stuff, there are some judges that won't let you call certain people victims because that charges the
Yeah.
jury to hear people as like, okay,
It
well, they're
violates
the
the victim's Bill of Rights.
Okay,
That judge
I don't know what
was
the I don't know.
violating the victim's Bill of Rights.
Okay, okay. Brock Turner was convicted, wasn't he? Wasn't he found guilty?
Yeah, for like 6 months.
Okay.
So we can definitely talk about like length of persecution, but even in the case of Brock Turner, he was found guilty. So I don't know.
But his defense, but his attorney was able to still insinuate that the victim was like, had like a drinking issue and stuff. And he still was able to, assassinate her character. That's what I'm saying. That still happens. These are still issues that need to be addressed in the criminal justice system.
What is the legal drinking? Is it 0.08?
I think it depends on your state. I think in
Also-
in my province it's
Okay, hold on. I just want to be really
Also,
clear. Wait, no, wait, hold on. I'm gonna say this. I
wait.
want to be really clear here, okay? Just because it's important, right? So, for stuff that's evidentiary in a court of law, you can't bring up prior misconduct to try to assassinate somebody's current character unless it's incredibly relevant to what's being talked about. Like they made a statement about like I'm going to kill, I'm going to rape, I'm going to do something. So I haven't looked at any of the specifics for the Brock Turner case, okay? But now when I'm reading this, Emily Doe, I'm assuming is one of the accusers, when she was tested at the hospital, her blood alcohol content was 0.12%. And it sounds like the doctors estimated at the time of the assault it would have been 0.242 or 0.249%. So if this is the case, then it makes sense why alcohol was brought up because it seemed to be directly relevant to a factor relating to the rape.
It was a character assassination.
No, that's not a character
it was in her
assassination.
defense.
That is absolutely not a character assassination.
No,
if I'm going to be
because
accused of
that's
something
not what
and the
I'm
person was
saying.
highly drunk at the time it happened,
Yeah,
that's going to be
okay.
relevant to the court
Ramen,
case, of course.
That probably helped in the guilty verdict. If you're that inebriated, how do you consent? You're probably passed
exactly.
out.
But I'm saying that
not
the
a character
attorney
assassination. That's a
did.
defense.
No, I'm not saying that's what the defense was. For fuck's sake.
Okay, Anna.
I'm saying that the defense attorney
Anna.
still did character assassinate her.
Okay,
Okay,
Anna.
Erudite, you're like really disappointing me, honestly.
Okay,
Like I don't
Anna,
even
you're disappointing me a lot more. This is
Like,
literally
you're just-
this is literally the final warning I can give you. I need you to be civil. If this is too charged for you, because I get it, being dogpiled can hurt and it can be whatever. If this is too charged for you, then maybe we need to remove you from the situation. This is the last warning I'm going to give you. Okay?
All right.
Please continue on with the conversation.
I don't quite remember where we were at.
I was trying to say that that's not the character assassination I was talking about, and you kept trying to straw man me, and I don't appreciate that.
Which character
Don't do it
assassination
anymore.
were you talking about?
Where the defense attorney insinuated that she had a drinking problem, not that she was very drunk. It's the fact that he insinuated she had a drinking problem.
Well,
So don't straw man me anymore.
That probably wasn't admissed. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there was like a follow up, but that was probably not deemed super relevant, especially if the thing at the end of if the argument being made by the defense is like, yeah, she her intoxication level is way above being able to give consent, and that aids in like the correct verdict. I mean, I don't know. I think that comes down to the lawyer.
Still doesn't justify a character assassination.
Well, but character assassinations can happen in any courtroom ever. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised that it occurs as well.
No, there's no justification. No, there's no justification for it.
Anna,
it's
can you
not
tell us
okay.
what is the character assassination that you're referring to?
The defense attorney insinuated that the victim maybe had a drinking problem, and that's why she shouldn't be credible. And this happens all the time in rape cases, which is part of rape culture.
No, I think it happens in like
There's
a
plenty
lot
of empirical
cases,
data on this.
When I
But
think
it's
of rape-
worse in a rape case.
When I think of
Is it
when
not relevant?
Wait, hold on. Start us first, because she was going in April.
Well, I think April should go first because I'm probably going to bring up something.
Okay, then April,
yeah,
go ahead.
adjacent.
I mean, you do need to establish credibility if someone's making an accusation. If there's reason to believe that someone's like not a credible accuser, if they have ulterior motives or are like unable to actually make the accusation, if someone like physically was not able to witness something occurring or perceive the sexual assault, and then they're like told later by their friends, and I'm not saying this is what happens in this circumstance because it was like an actual conviction in this case, but we can imagine that someone is just like told, yeah, you were assaulted, or they're convinced that they're assaulted after the fact. That's a really big problem. And you do need to establish in court that someone's actually able to make the accusation, on good conscience, credibly. So, to an extent, like character assassination is bad, but like you do need to establish that someone's a credible accuser in the first place.
Also, I don't think the Victims' Bill of Rights says you have to be referred to as a victim in court. I don't know where that comes from. I'm reading.
When I think of rape culture, I don't think of my what I would say is the most like, or one of the more harmful parts of rape culture would be like immediately when after an assault or something like that. It's not about like when they go to court, right? It's when somebody goes to authorities or something like that, right? When somebody goes to somebody they trust and tells them what happened, and everything around that is scrutinized. That's when I think is like the most like harmful part of rape culture. That's what I would say. I don't know where I was going with this. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet now.
Well, I mean, at least you tried. So listen, I guess I feel like we're kind of nearing the end of the conversation. I don't really feel like I don't know. I don't really think there's very much more to like milk out of the conversation. Is there anything else that anybody feels like is kind of poignant that they feel like needs to be stated?
Something that was said earlier that I think is really important is one of the reasons why it's so important to turn the temperature down on the way that we talk about this shit instead of every action being rape is that it's really hard for some people to come to terms with past negative actions they've done if they feel like they have to frame it through the most hyperbolic fucking words ever. Like with the current definitions and the current way that we approach rape, almost every single like encounter between two teenagers is probably involving some level of rape because teenagers are dumb, because it happens, because people aren't thinking. But to call it all rape makes it impossible for somebody to ever view a prior action through some sort of like introspective lens because they're worried that by entertaining the thought they have to like brand themselves a rapist, which is another reason why I think it's good to like turn the language down on some of these things we talk about.
This is exactly correct. And that's what I brought up initially. Like, I think we need to acknowledge that we have like a problem with casual sex and the casual sex culture, and recenter the language. So we're really identifying like what's the problem here, and why people are getting in these circumstances in the first place.
Well, it's not just that. Like throughout the last like 50 years, I think most of the people who have had sex by today's standards would either be considered, not going into it, exercising, proper descriptions of consent, or they are just like straight up rapists because they didn't ask for consent. And I think that's kind of like the terminally online thing that's infected this discourse is like, the way people describe consent now is not the way that people ever described it. And that doesn't mean that every person who had sex was a rapist. It means that, right now, because of like the heat of this conversation, we have to think differently about consent. And I would argue that that's not normal. I wouldn't make a claim as to whether it's better or not, because I don't know if there's like a significant uptick or downtick in the amount of rape cases, but it's just simply not how relationships have been had. Like if you told your grandpa that, before you kissed your girlfriend on like your second date, you asked her if you could kiss her, he'd be like, what are you, like stupid? And he'd like smack you or something. So I think that this discourse has certainly changed the way we look about consent, but I haven't seen whether that's like a clear all the way good thing or not. I think it's just now making people way more conscious about every action. Like Destiny said, now it's hyperbolic too. Like nobody wants to admit to being a rapist, and nobody wants to admit to themselves that they were raped. Sometimes people do want to admit that, and then they come off, too quick in admitting that because they've got a different, frame of reference after their interactions with somebody are like put through the lens of them being like an abuser or something. But those are my 2 cents.
I think you see that. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, like, I don't know if I'd be willing to say like it's a casual sex culture problem. I would say like we've kind of jumped from like one puritanical view of sex to almost it seems like another, but there's still like not actually a lot of nuance about conversation. Like I think whether you want to have like traditional sexual roles or casual sexual roles, I think is actually pretty neutral. The problem is that like our social landscape hasn't actually evolved to deal with this, right? We don't really have like actual meaningful conversations about consent, or about like implied consent and misunderstood consent, or consent when you are inebriated, like all sorts of things that lead to like really dicey situations. And so like, is it a casual sex problem? I would say it's more of like a lack of social conversation, which is why like these like really hyperbolic of like, yeah, but rape is bad and like we need to just believe victims is like super, super damaging to the conversation because we just can't get anywhere. And it doesn't actually solve the problem. It just leads to like circling around kind of the same talking points without any actual like measurable solutions of like, okay, well, like what is good sex education? Like what does consent actually look like? Like what are the cues that you're explicitly looking for? How do you convey your consent well? Like all sorts of things. There's just like there's no space for the conversation because we just want to say like rape is bad and like we should like care about victims. And it's like both of those things are obviously true, but can we go beyond that?
Okay, then I have another question. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Anna. Go ahead.
I wanted to say that empirical data also shows that most victims of rape don't recognize also that they've been raped because even though what happened to them meets the legal definition of rape. So that's another problem that we have with rape culture, is that so many people don't think what happened to them is rape. They're too scared to label it as rape. So that's a really big issue too. Also another issue is that rape kits don't really do much because most rapes that occur are date rapes. So rape kits don't always necessarily do all that much, since again it's like a lot of times it's like your date, it's an acquaintance, a friend or whatever, and the argument will just be, well, it was consensual. So
well, the rape kit is still essential though, right?
Yeah.
So we shouldn't say rape kits don't do much. A rape kit is literally a necessary precondition to a rape accusation. So I think rape kits do.
It's just that
it's not sufficient, but it's necessary. But I mean, like that should probably be the case, right? If it's a he said, she said, should that really be enough to make a conviction off of?
Yeah,
well, there's probably legitimate issues of both victims don't realize that they're being raped. I imagine there are perpetrators who don't realize that they have sexually or raped somebody either.
Yeah,
right? Like
there's a huge thing also.
So like
common,
there's a lot of stuff, which is why when somebody maybe gets accused of rape and they literally don't think they happened, we get into really messy territory where somebody literally thought that they had consent and the other person literally thinks that they didn't give it.
Yes.
And now you're in this weird situation to be like, whoa, now what the fuck? How do we handle this? And I actually don't think the social landscape is dealing with that well.
Yeah, there's also research that shows that when men are drunk, they're more likely to interpret women's neutral to flirty actions as consent to sex, which is kind of scary and could also explain a lot of things too.
I think we can acknowledge also that in a lot of rapes, a lot of people who are on the receiving end don't say anything, don't give verbal communication. That's not their fault, but but also there are the person who is on the giving end is also not verbally communicating. So there's I could very well see plenty of space there for there to be misinterpretation.
Yeah, it's called tonic immobility. It's called tonic immobility. It's like 70% of rape victims experience tonic immobility, which means they freeze up. So they don't fight back. They don't say no. It's called tonic immobility, and it significantly predicts post-traumatic stress disorder and severe depression.
It is really hard to like prevent a rape when you're in the moment. I think that like, unfortunately, a lot of the language also I think strips women of like agency. There's a lot that women can do, and like I had a panel discussion a while back with all women, and one of the things that one of the women on the panel said was that like she has a lot of sex and a lot of relationships with people, and she believes that it's just like it's part and parcel that she's accepting that if she has a lot of sex with people, she's going to be sexually assaulted. Which I think that's pretty scary. And a lot of people on the panel ended up agreeing with that and saying that, like, yeah, like I also engage in frequent casual sex, and I've just accepted that, like, you know, when I do that, I'm going to be in positions where I'm compromised and sexually assaulted. That's scary, frankly. But I think that, like, when we talk about rape culture, we also need to, like, accept that there's a lot women can do to, like, make sure they're putting themselves in positions where they're not going to be, you know, at risk for being sexually assaulted.
This is one thing where I deviate from probably every single one of you on, well, one of the many places, but within this conversation, I think one of the biggest things we can do to improve like the arguments or like the idea of whether rape culture exists or not is kind of gatekeep when sexual intimacy occurs and make that something that's socially normal. Like, obviously I'm a Christian. I'm not having sex till I'm married. And not only do I think that's, you know, a great thing because then it makes, you know, a romantic occasion more special. It makes it something unique to the partner and something that's kind of bound by marriage. But it also makes it so that, you know, I'm getting a character established. Like, I've had accusations thrown up against me before, but because people know that, like, I'm a very celibate individual, like I don't go off, you know, kissing strangers in parking lots, because they understand my character, they're less prone to believe the accusations against me. And that's something that I think men need to do better at. A lot of men are surprised that people believe accusations against them, but they live lives that are only conducive to those accusations being true. So that's basically what I would say. I think if people didn't have sex till they were married, this problem would largely go away. Of course, rapists will still exist, but I think there's so much less of a middle ground, right?
Yeah, no, I agree absolutely. I think that, like, a lot of the ways that you approach sex can put you in more danger for being sexually assaulted. And frankly, like, a lot of people are not responsible enough to, like, engage in sex in a casual way that's not putting them, you know, at risk. There's people who are able to do that and are able to engage in casual sex safely. But I think for a lot of people, it's really dangerous because they're not, you know, they're not able to speak up for themselves or set boundaries. And so, like, the reason why we have certain cultural rules about engaging in sex and the reason we put up these boundaries is because I think we know, or have known for generations, that, like, it is incredibly dangerous unless it's highly, you know, highly controlled. And you know, there is a lot of, like, marital rape as well. So I think that, like, on the other end of that, there's a lot of danger in, like, traditional, you know, modes of approaching sex as well. But it's a different kind of danger, you know, and it's a danger that, you know, a lot of times we know more about and can address in different ways.
I'd actually wonder if we know less about intimate partner violence. Like we know a lot about like demographics and statistics, but it feels like we actually know very little about what to do about it, right? Like when it comes to casual sexual encounters and being like assaulted by an acquaintance that maybe you just met like a couple of hours ago, those are actually the lower stats. And it seems like it's actually, Anna, this is probably something you and I can agree on. There are certain things that we can like advise women to keep themselves safe, and certain things that we'd recommend if we also know that they maybe have a trauma history, but they're also interested in engaging in sex, right? And so like we actually have education about that, but most of the sexual assault is coming dominantly from intimate partner relationships, right? And I don't really know what we do about this, right? Like, sure, we can educate people about tonic immobility and like the freeze response during sex and stuff like that, but that seems to probably be more beneficial when you're having more casual relationships with people that you don't know, right? I imagine in most cases, I'd hope at least, that if tonic immobility is happening in an intimate partner situation, that these two are speaking about it. And so like we can maybe do education of like, if that's happening, how do you talk to your partner about it? But I don't know. I actually feel like as a culture, we really don't know how to deal with intimate partner violence. And like, I would say when Evan was saying like there's people who don't know that they've been raped, I'd say most of the cases when I've come across that, it's been people who have been in a sexual assault situation with an intimate partner. And they have a hard time labeling it as like sexual violence because they also have like a strong emotional connection and a warm regard for this person, right? And so it leaves them with a lot of cognitive dissonance and they're kind of like, how do I make these two things make sense?
I don't think the issue is unique to intimate
Well-
partner violence. I think we just have a really bad understanding of like relationships and boundaries in general. Like anecdotally, when I read like posts where people talk about like, you know, like I don't know what to do about my boyfriend. Like he doesn't wipe his ass, and you know I don't really like sleeping with him when he, I read post after post, or someone will be like, I'm not really sure what to say about my husband. He said that my whole family was full of retarded people and says I'm not allowed to have friends anymore. What do I do? Like I see so many people that there are clear issues going on in this relationship, independent of any sexual assault or whatever, where people just have a bad understanding of like either they've had bad modeling in their life for what a healthy relationship is, or they don't have the tools or the confidence to stand up to their partner, or they just don't know what they themselves deserve. Maybe it's a self-esteem thing. I'm not sure. But I think that in general we have really big problems navigating relationships or establishing healthy relationships for ourselves collectively. Well, not ourselves, for most people, because I'm good at it. So fuck everybody else.
I'm gonna make my audience angry for a minute
Don't even start.
by counter signaling the incel question again. I think this is something that people often downplay the importance of. Like there is a language to being in relationships, and there's a language that women speak that you need to understand. And a level of interaction with relationships and women is necessary to be fluent in this and to ultimately have a marriage, in my opinion. And people are going to think that's controversial, but I think it goes without saying. You guys probably don't think it's controversial, but my audience is tearing me apart for it right now.
So let me ask you guys a quick question. I know rape culture and all that like has to do with like punishing of sexual assault, but what about now that we've had like the Me Too movement and the fact that like accusations are like a lot more forthcoming, like people are more just willing to do that. What are your thoughts on increasing punishments for false rape accusations?
I think that the punishment for a false accusation should be whatever the punishment is. You have to be wary that if you're like the threshold for what a false accusation is needs to be pretty high. It can't just be like an accusation that didn't win in court, because then you have like a very weird chilling effect on all sorts of accusations. Actually, I don't know if there should be a penalty, like a false accusation penalty. It should just be like whatever lying under oath is, right? Like perjuring yourself, which I think is already illegal.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's similar to like cases of malingering, for example, where like somebody fakes brain injury and stuff. Like the level at which we're willing to label something malingering is really, really, really high, and we want it to be beyond a shadow of a doubt. Because especially with the sexual assault, we have this weird thing where somebody might feel sexually assaulted, and the person who they feel perpetrated against them literally was confident that they got consent, right? And so in that case, the court might fall apart and not convict the individual, but the victim shouldn't be now tried as making a false allegation because they might have literally felt assaulted in that situation. And so like I think like there are, like I've said, I've worked with individuals who have fully come out. Usually in those cases, to be honest, how it's played out is the court thanks them, and they go through the steps of basically like amending the statement and releasing the individual, which is like potentially less than maybe should happen. And I would like to believe in this case the court had grace because they were in active addiction when like the claim was made and stuff like that. But I don't know. I think persecuting it is like we'd have to be really, really, really careful.
Yeah.
Well, sure. Like, wouldn't the idea of like persecuting it would need to be a known intentional false accusation? It wouldn't just be
There would need to be a really high threshold. But even so, like it should just be the same as any other false accusation you make. Because to make a false accusation, I think you necessarily perjure yourself, right? That's what a false accusation is. You submit a statement to the court that's a lie, that's knowingly a lie. So I don't know why there would need to be a special perjury for rape versus anything else.
Yeah, but what if someone feels like they were
under laws?
What if they feel like they were assaulted? Like that's the big issue, isn't it? Like they might genuinely feel like, then that's not a lie.
And a malingerer might say that they genuinely feel. So like in these cases of perjury, you'd have to have beyond burden of proof of saying, even if you say that you felt this way, you're only saying this to defend your false allegation, right? Like you would need beyond a shadow of a proof to ensure that they knew what they were doing.
You have to know that it's false.
Because there's a difference.
Like a confession, something like that, yeah.
Right, yeah. Because there's a difference between someone who genuinely believes it and someone who is lying intentionally.
And when it comes to like public figures, there's like an added layer as well. Well, when it comes to like slander laws, where you have to actually prove like malicious intent, that you're like actually trying to hurt someone, as well as like knowing that it's false and spreading it to a public platform. So yeah, I mean, I do agree that like the standard should be pretty high for like proving that it's a false accusation.
Do you think our slander laws are high? Do you think like the in order to like prove like slander or libel in court, like the barrier is already really high, right? Like the
Against
higher for like public
only for
figures.
public figures is it really high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, are there like a lot of cases of like slander happening against like non-public figures?
Isn't slander and
Yeah, of
defamation? Isn't
course.
that civil shit? So you can just sue whoever the fuck you want. for that,
Civil.
right?
Yeah, it's civil. It's not a crime. It's civil. Civil court.
It's a civil crime. But anyway, but how do you how? So you're saying that like
You just sue someone.
no, I'm saying are you saying that it's commonly happening and there's commonly lawsuits over slander and things like that? It's commonly
Probably
enforced against
thousands of them.
non-public
Yeah,
figures?
every year. You probably just look them up. Yeah.
Okay. I guess
I
I'd
mean-
probably have to look that up. Yeah. So listen, it's been a great conversation, you guys. I sincerely appreciate you guys all for being part of it. This is the Fanatic panel. The entire purpose here is to have a conversation. Some people are too petulant to be able to do that. That was a passive aggressive dig. Yeah, I did that. But then sometimes
Wait,
you can
was it
actually
at
have
Chud or Mr.
conversation.
Girl? Which one? Or Lauren Southern?
Actually, it was somebody here. But anyway, my point being, this is a great
Yes,
conversation, and I appreciate you guys for being part of it and at least like trying to be civil. I do think that these conversations are like they are kind of hard, and finding people who very firmly believe in rape culture and like are that was a very difficult task, and I was asking around for it, and it was really, really, really difficult. But what I did find is that most people here in this conversation did more or less agree to some degree that like there is pushback against people who come forward with rape accusations. But I think we all can recognize with the advent of the Me Too movement and like the seeming like broader media representation for like sex crimes, there does seem to be a shifting in attitude that's happening, and some people feel like it's not happening fast enough, but at the end of the day it is something that is occurring. And thank you guys all for being here. You can always follow me at twitch.tv/MrFanatic, where we'll be having a walk-on panel and kind of continuing this discussion on rape culture and so on and so forth. Everyone, we'll start with Anna. Please go ahead and shout yourself out.
Oh yeah, you can find me on twitch.tv/Anavoir.
Alrighty, thank you. Kai Clips.
Yeah, you can find me on cozy.tv/KaiClips. I think Destiny's about to pass me in followers, so you guys better go follow quick right now. And then on YouTube, just Kai Clips.
Thank you. April.
Yeah, follow me Taftaj, TAFTAJ, on Twitter and Twitch, where I usually stream, or on YouTube if you want to see me talk to notoriously banned, dangerous members like Destiny or Haz or whoever. But yeah, follow me on Twitter if you want to see sexy pictures and occasional political discourse.
Destiny.
Yeah, I'm a staunch anti-rape advocate, Destiny. You can find me at youtube.com/Destiny.
Not so erudite.
Yeah, my name's Not So Erudite. You can find me pretty much on most platforms except for Cozy TV by those names. Yeah.
All right, Stardust.
You know, I'm really disappointed that there were no pro-rape advocates on this panel. I feel like we've really missed out on hearing a perspective. I'm just kidding. I'm Stardust. You can find me on Twitch or on YouTube, Stardust Streams.
Thank you. I'm Fanatic. I'm working my best on trying to like improve the hosting and improving the discourse and making sure that like people are actually able to engage in conversation. I try my best to carefully vet every single person that comes into the channel. Sometimes people can still get past the mark. That's another passive aggressive dig, but ultimately I'm trying my best, and we're going to try our best to improve, including next week. You can listen to my albums under the name Fanatic on every platform. And yeah, I think that's it. Thank you guys so much. And we'll see you guys over in Twitch. For those who want to be on the walk-on.
Oh, so I can't be on the walk-on panel, is what you're saying.
Destiny, I am so sorry, but unfortunately you cannot.
You and me are going to do
Unclean,
a duo stream,
unclean.
Destiny. We're going to be talking about weightlifting, and it'll be
Oh, yeah?
fantastic over on Cozy.
Destiny, you never included the Cosby clip in the rest of the video from our individual conversation in that studio. I need to go ahead and just send that to you, and then maybe you can, or maybe we
Talk to
can go
August,
over
all right?
that.
I don't do any of that shit. All right, that's all him.
Okay. Yeah, well, I didn't actually upload it yet. That's why. But I'm gonna go ahead and upload that. I need to edit an intro, and I'm just terrible at editing and taking my time, and I'm lazy. But yeah, that's that. Thank you guys sincerely. I'll invite most of you guys back for a future conversation if you guys were willing. And I'm out. Peace.
Have a good one. Thank you for inviting us.
Bye.
Yep.
Bye.
Thanks for having me.
Yep.
All right. That's shit talk fanatic. Oh, he's still here. Never mind.
Shit talk who? Fanatic?
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
He's doing better. He's
which
trying
one
harder.
of you is pro rape here?
I thought you were going to take on that mantle. Come on, Stardust. No?
You seem like the kind of person that would start us.
It's true. Big boy pants.
Well, you know, there are public and private stances, right? So, yeah.
When did you
You're
go into
hiding your
Cozy
power
TV? Destiny.
Oh, I had the account made a few days ago because I might go there to farm debates with conservative people.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll fucking stream over there. You know, I don't know. I'm trying to think right now. Who do I want to get more money? Because I built up the left so much with the Sound of Wash. Maybe I need to platform some good Nazis, get them some more representation, so we can get back to the good old days of fighting on the internet. It's a little uncomfortable that all the homophobia I see today on the internet comes from left-leaning people. So I don't know. How I feel about
like
that.
what's his name? Alex, the politician guy.
Yeah, that's one word for
Gay
him.
Democrat.
A lot of other choice words that are being used right now for him. But
I know, it's wild.
if you were,
It's
I don't know
crazy.
if this is like your first time. Oh, you're a fucking Canadian, aren't you?
Yeah,
I keep
and a
forgetting it because
baby
you're like a
streamer.
normal human, but you're like Canadian. There was a Democratic candidate for the last election cycle. I don't know if you ever heard of Pete Buttigieg.
Yep, I
Yeah,
did.
but he had a lot of the same stuff where people.
Here's the thing about Canadian politics, all right? We pay way more attention to American politics than
Yeah,
Canadian,
everybody
for the most
does.
part.
Don't worry, we're used to it.
I mean, that the reality is that, like, to some extent, like, especially for Canada, like, the superpower below and the, like, politics that goes on does impact us inherently.
Yeah.
And it's more interesting.
Well, and it's also it's really interesting.
Yeah. Because of our party system, it's a little bit more boring.
Well, I think it's just because Americans are fucking sociopathic when it comes to everything. So our political debates are literally like esports, blood sports, or not. I shouldn't say esports, but online Twitch blood sports. So.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel like that discussion went?
Got really deep
in the
on
gym
pictures.
today, Steve.
So it was a little bit awkward at times. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you
Very
guys think?
awkward.
Yeah, I mean, not super productive, right?
I'm really
These
excited to go to the
conversations
gym
are never-
and sweat out my frustration. I'm really excited to do that.
Wow.
Yeah. How you get big Steve.
Nice.
Awesome.
Fuck. I was gonna say something. Never mind. You guys make the conversation.
Your chat probably wants one of us to say Obama.
No,
right?
don't. Not memes or whatever.
Okay.
I was
Yeah, that was-
frustrated to see Anna. I felt that there was a lot of mischaracterization of data regularly,
Yeah.
and I think like I didn't want to like call on it too hard because I think like it can pull away from conversations to just like fixate on studies and stuff like that, because like you can only generalize studies so far, and a lot of the things that we were talking about, like we said, there aren't studies for it, right? So
Mhm.
it's like
yeah, because
it's
we're
difficult.
getting into super niche things. This is like an
Mhm.
online debater bro thing that I've noticed. Your mileage may vary with this, but usually when I'm having a conversation with somebody, anytime somebody just says the research or the data, I'm usually immediately highly suspect of anything they claim, because if you're going to talk about like the research that it usually will be referring to like one or two studies. Something that I think laymen don't realize all the time, I didn't realize this until I started actually dig through and read studies. Everybody thinks that if we talk about a particular issue, like a social issue, scientific issue, or whatever, people will always think that like, oh wow, like there must be like thousands of studies about this thing. But the reality is that for basically every single major issue, there's going to be like a few landmark studies. And when I say a few, I mean like 2 or 3 or 4.
2 or 3.
Yeah. And then like responses to those studies.
Yeah, I don't think people realize that because like I've written lit reviews for a long time, right? And
Mhm.
like we get into really niche topics by like graduate level programs, and it's like they want 30 citations for a lit review, and I'm like, motherfucker, I can't. Like
Yeah.
there aren't 30 papers on this topic. That's like it seems niche, but it's actually pretty broad. Like intimate partner violence with like specific demographic factors that you're wanting to like kind of control for.
Mhm.
There really isn't going to be that many studies on it, and
Yeah.
forensic psych has some of the most robust studies on anything. Get into like a social psych topic, and you're fucked half the time.
Yeah, their problem is like there's a huge replication crisis, and like so many studies. Like if you really, cherry pick studies, you can come to like radically different conclusions depending on the issue.
Well, I think even beyond like replication crisis, the problem is there's just not really that much literature out there. Like I always laugh when recently the hot topic has been like trans athletes, but like people will be in debates and be like, there's been a ton of research on puberty blockers with adolescent kids. And it's like, no, there's like one longitudinal study right now, I think, tracking people over, I think it's over 20 years. I think there's one.
And a lot of them are bad. Like they're weak
Yeah.
methodologically because it takes a long time for like when it comes to trans athletes, like we have to kind of figure out a whole new way of controlling for different factors that we might just not think to control between men and women, right? And so it's like even the methodology itself is regularly improving. It's why there's no meta-analysis on this because there's enough studies, but there's no effect sizes that are comparable at this point. You just have to go with what the leading of the literature is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it's frustrating. I wish people would realize that a little bit more, but
You know, the other thing is like,
sorry, what?
well, it's just no way to like actually approach real life to be like, you know, what's the study for everything? Like no one actually approaches life this way. And I think it's like pretty disingenuous to like demand that someone has studies for every single thing they say. Because we don't have studies for everything we say. And when we go into like a conversation like this, a lot of it needs to be based on like a good faith ability to engage with what people are saying and to take them at their word when they talk about observations that they've experienced, and then meet them where they're at to talk about your observations and, you know, dissect them in that kind of a realm.
Something that I don't like is it gets brought up a lot, and I'm going to be honest, I haven't read a lot of papers. I haven't read any papers on this yet, so I could just be wrong. But my mom used to say something to me a long time ago, which was anytime we were near the house, my mom would tell me, be really careful how you drive. Like 95% of car accidents happen within 5 miles from home. And I remember hearing this as a kid. And then at some point I got old enough and I was like, you know what, Mom, it's probably because 95% of people drive within 5 miles from home. Like, I don't think that I don't think you're saying anything profound. I hear that stat brought up a lot, that the majority of like rape or sexual assault happens within relationships. I understand that is probably true, but I feel like that's probably because that's where the vast majority of sexual encounters happen. So it's a little bit annoying sometimes when I'll bring up the idea that I think that sometimes we give a lot of people freedoms, but we don't really give them the ability to explore them in a responsible way. And sexual liberation has been one of those things. And I'll say, like, we have to be careful that, like, we've empowered everybody to have casual sex, but, like, that's a pretty big deal. Like, casual sex is a thing that requires a bit of responsibility to do well. And oftentimes, and I think even you said this, not so erudite, you sophist fucker. I think even you brought this up where you're like, yeah, the majority of rapes happen within relationships. And I feel like that's a huge sidestep. I'm not accusing you of actually sidestepping it, but I feel like it's a sidestep sometimes to that claim where people are trying to say, like, oh, well, even if we got rid of all casual sex, like, there'd be just as much rape or more because most of it happens in relationships anyway. And I'm like, I think there's a special set of concerns for like one-off, like one-night stands versus like relationship sex that happens. That's what I would say.
Oh, for sure.
There's
Absolutely.
less, there's less like communication that you've practiced with these people when you're having more casual encounters and things like that. So there's more room for misinterpretation.
And I feel like the ways to protect yourself are actually a little bit more self-evident too. Like when it's casual relationships, I know that probably seems like maybe reductive, but it's like there are certain things that just like in general you can take with any stranger encounter that you can apply to a sexual encounter. Like somewhat keep yourself, like don't give them your personal address, don't take them to your personal home, probably drive separately if you want to like stay safe, certain things like that. Whereas like when you're in an intimate partner situation, at least in my experience, like between like clients that I've had like kind of more of a stranger or like acquaintance sexual assault versus individuals who've been in relationships, it's a lot harder to like tease apart. At least like therapeutically, it's been like a lot harder to process with clients because it's like so much more complicated. And the ways that you like, because a large part of like for trauma people is to like actually understand what prescriptions will keep them safe from that terrifying thing happening again. And an intimate partner relationship, it's tricky other than like try to get a better partner, but like what does that actually mean and how do you practically and realistically do that?
Yeah, and the set of concerns are just going to be fundamentally different, right?
I mean, I think the other thing is that like we've changed a lot legally in regards to this. Like Britain used to have laws where, you know, it was legal to engage in like marital rape. And I think you have to like look at history and sort of put things into perspective when we talk about rape culture. Like the way that we've approached marital rape and just like rape in general has changed so much. And it's why like sometimes I get like a little bit uncomfortable when you start, you know, throwing out accusations about existing in a rape culture, just because it can really sort of you know, obscure all of that change that's occurred.
Do you think it would maybe be more accurate to say like there's a problem potentially with like dating culture specifically? Because like definitely I think the thing of like gatekeeping and pursuit leads to a lot of really, really bad situations.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I think so. I think just the way that we can't erase the way that we've socialized people. But we continue to push people into a dating culture that might not work for them based on the way that they've been socialized. So there's going to be tons of misinterpretation there because of that.
I think a lot of the problems too are like these more minor things that aren't necessarily like penetration or, you know, the worst case scenario that people think of when they think about rape. But you hear these stories coming out where, you know, really people just had like bad dates or uncomfortable dates, or, you know, were unhappy with how something went, you know, just in the basic interactions. And those things are bad and like need to be called out.
But we don't have a vocabulary for it because all we can talk about is rape.
It's all rape.
And like sexual assault used to be like rape, right? But now sexual assault just like broadly categorized as like anything. But like some people would call catcalling sexual assault. And so it's like there's like this like weird like problematic like what's it called? When like words dilute basically over time. Concept creep. That's happening with these terms that just makes it like don't rape. So like just never flirt with a girl, never kiss. Like what does that mean actually?
I've started to say misconduct more. I think that kind of is like more encompassing. I don't know what you guys think of that word.
I mean, I think that's an empty word. I don't think it means anything, right? Misconduct.
I mean, it could mean a lot of things, I guess. It could vary a lot in intensity. It doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, full on rape, right?
I don't like to have like a rape scale. I think there needs to be like a whole new landscape for having these conversations. It doesn't involve like rape at all, right? I think that's what needs to happen, but we just don't have it right now.
I mean, this happens with so much. Like, I think people have had like gaslighting is like another one of these words where
you're wrong. You're actually gaslighting right now in this conversation.
Yeah, you're just crazy, Destiny. It's actually a huge problem that people use this word incorrectly. But yeah, this happens like all the time, and it's really frustrating. It makes just having conversations about things so difficult.
Yeah. I mean, concept creep is a really big issue. Bad words is a really big issue. And then even just like, I think like conflation, like, because I think when we like start doing lots of concept creep, we start actually doing like, we begin to genuinely think that something like a catcall is potentially a similar behavior to like a grope. And it's like, those are obviously not the same things. And you get into this weird territory where now you're like, now I have to start questioning, like when you're saying I was really distressed by it, what do I do? Do I question you on how distressed and like your personal experience with it? Like it really kills the conversation because it's like, well, I don't want to like, just dismiss your distress, but also like, is it the same as like other behaviors? And it's just like, even just optics wise, it's so difficult to navigate to not just like come away just like being like, wow, you're a giant piece of shit and you just like want to question all victims. And it's like, that's not what we want to do here.
Something that's really disappointing is that like just by virtue of having a few of these conversations on stream, I've gotten a couple emails, and I think somebody even posted a thing on my subreddit where they basically had like a big self-reflection moment. They were like, actually, I think I've been involved in like some pretty shitty or rapey behavior in the past, but they'd never been willing to engage with the idea because they didn't want to think of themselves as a rapist. And when those are like the only words available to do it, it's the only way that people will view it. And then also I think something you kind of mentioned or kind of allude to here is the idea that like if you can have that like boundary of like rape is bad, but that's like the only thing that we're saying is bad, well then as long as I like don't actually rape anybody, you should be fine. So you're like almost encouraged to like play right up against the boundary of like, well, what is like actual rape? And as long as you don't do that, you're like good to go.
Yeah, and then to accompany for that, people just keep extending the line of what is rape to be like, well, no, that's bad too. That's rape too. And you're like, no, there are other bad behaviors that don't need the same label and are still problematic. We just can't talk about them because of your choice of words.
Yeah.
The inverse of this, like I've been in situations, you know, to speak candidly, like where I tell someone, no, I don't want to do this. I don't want to be involved in this sexual encounter. And like by technical definition, like I have been raped, but also like in those specific scenarios, like I wasn't traumatized by that. And I came away from the scenario like that sucked, but I don't necessarily like feel comfortable calling it rape personally because it like brings in all of these like negative emotions that are sort of not apt. So I think that like you have to be really careful not to traumatize yourself or, label everything you experience as rape. Because a lot of times like you can experience scenarios and also like come away from them not necessarily, totally traumatized.
Yeah, I think I talked about this with Eurode before. I don't know if she said this was a real term or not, but I call this, this is what I called like the retroactive trauma or whatever, where you have like a shit. I see, this is my really simplistic analysis, but I see it happen with children, where if a very, very young child hurts themselves, usually they'll like look around for a reaction. And if they see a negative one, it will be a traumatic event for them. But if they don't see a negative one, they might fuss a little bit, but then they get up and they go. And I wonder sometimes if people, I think it's hard to balance this out because we can all acknowledge that there are people that go through like pretty nasty stuff that don't realize it until later. Some friend will tell you some experiences in a relationship and you're like, yeah, that was really bad. And they're like, oh, okay, maybe. But then it feels like other times people will get together and like psych themselves the fuck out over like what was like a shitty experience, but like nothing worth being traumatized over,
I actually see it like in practice a lot. Like it's a really big frustration, and it's like a bone that I pick with coworkers of like, particularly like with kids, because I think they are a lot more susceptible. But like I think especially with therapists, there's that authority piece that they like generally just want to take your word with like a lot of weight behind it. Where like it's why I'm like huge on like I never label somebody's experience as trauma. I only let them label it because I think it's like really, really damaging. Of like, what if they wouldn't have been traumatized if I didn't label it trauma? Because we do see evidence of that happening. And it's really scary because you want to call it trauma to be empathetic. Like the desire to label it as such things is actually like, you're trying to be empathetic. Maybe sometimes virtue signaling, but I think mostly it's an intention of empathy, but it has like completely the inverse effect on that person's psychological health. And then it's like, who actually traumatized this individual? Like kind of you a little bit, like not fully, obviously you didn't do the action against them, but like,
and it's frustrating because like we're willing to acknowledge so much. Like this is the biggest thing that I took over like a 1-year psych course. The biggest takeaway that I had, the most helpful thing for my life, was I am an incredibly unreliable observer of my own reality. I am so faulty in so many different ways. I cannot be trusted to like accurately account for things. And there's like 55 million different psych experiments where people lie to themselves. There's it's like the ICE line test or whatever. What the fuck am I thinking of? There's the line test on the board where like people will.
Oh yeah. Where you just like you can do it with like standing up. You could just like be in a waiting room and have all of your people like stand up.
Oh yeah,
and
there's
then
that.
There's
There's
like,
or a bunch of people
PSI,
standing a certain way in an elevator.
Yeah.
There's like so many ways that people are bad at accounting for time, bad at accounting for, and we acknowledge it. We know these are true. And then we combine that with like once people have started to learn things, we know that people's minds can be molded by this, and we will make fun of these people in some exceptions. For instance, the hypochondriac that goes into a doctor's office that's read like 52 different medical problems about where their cough comes from. People will like kind of make fun of it, like, okay, you're not dying, you don't have cancer, like you read this and now you think you've got it, now nothing can get you off of it. And people will kind of look at it and be like, okay, we know for a variety of reasons why this is probably not a good thing. But when it comes to mental health, it's like we forget all of that, and now like every single thing is the most ultimately validated thing in the world, and everything has to be validated. And to recognize any of these biases makes you a victim blamer, or makes you doubt somebody's experiences or invalidate somebody's experiences. It's like, well, hold on, like we can't just pretend that because it's a mental issue, people have become fundamentally altered agents that don't have all the same follies that they did before, but we're kind of forced to,
And it's wild to me because like literally lots of therapy is all about convincing you to reframe your landscape, to reframe how you engage with the world around you, right? And so it's just like, this is literally a therapeutic technique. So this doesn't mean that we like just the way to solve trauma is we just convince everyone they weren't traumatized. Obviously, like that's not the solution. But yeah, when it comes to like, especially like because mental health is happening in the brain, and it's the brain that's having these like weird things. Like the brain is so hyper flexible and can just like shift the social landscape. Yeah, it's a weird phenomenon of like, yeah, but if it's mental health, it's objectively true, and we can't question it. And I'm like, what? Like, how?
I mean, a good example of this, I think, is like trigger warnings. Like there's studies done into trigger warnings. And it turns out that like what you're doing is like you're priming people to be traumatized.
Yeah, and it doesn't help. There was one big one. I think there was an article in the Atlantic that was talking about it as well. But like, I don't think there's any research that shows that trigger warnings are beneficial for college students. Yeah, I don't think there's anything out there that says that.
They're only useful for parents to make parental like viewing decisions. That would be my only argument for them. But in college, if you're going to a class on like World War II, why are you giving a trigger warning? Like if it's on World War II, what do you think it's going to be about? Like daisies? Obviously not.
Well, the advantage with like parents is that like a parent can make a decision for the child and like choose to limit their content. But like when you present someone with a trigger warning, it's like a lot of times it doesn't encourage them to avoid the content. It just allows them to engage with the content in a way where they're like prepared to be traumatized and end up traumatizing themselves.
Oh yeah, because there was one, I think that one study that I'm thinking of, I think what it did was I want to say the way that the methodology worked was it showed the exact same content to two different cohorts, but it told one cohort that it was like triggering and it didn't say it to the other one. And the ones that were told preemptively that it was triggering were more likely to report being traumatized or having some symptoms. I think it was even like I think they asked questions of like, did you feel more stressed out? Did you have a bad day the next day or whatever? The people that were told it was triggering had that negative response.
That was my impression.
Just by virtue of being told. Uridite.
Because it's priming.
Yeah, it is true. Which is a really well understood. Well, maybe not super well understood why it happens, but it happens, right? We can measure it. Somebody wants to have a conversation with you about things that you might have said improperly. Do you want me to restart this call? I can do it with all of you. With this other person who can't rejoin this call now.
I gotta think about that. I was gonna go to the gym tonight.
Yeah, it can be a short combo. I have to go to the gym too, so we're all needing to gym tonight. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, what time zone are you in?
MST. It's 8:30 here.
Oh my God, you've got so much time. Are you serious?
What is your bedtime? What is your sleep schedule like?
It's 8:30. I'm sorry. What are you doing tomorrow? Streaming? Playing video games?
I have a job, by the way.
Oh yeah. What time do you have to clock in?
I don't have to clock in at any time. But
oh my goodness.
I need to get. I'm working about like 60 to 70 hours a week right now. I just need to get up early enough to do.
Okay, so
shit.
what you're saying is we have to limit this conversation to 20 minutes. I understand.
Yeah, 20 minutes. My bedtime is I have a little baby child. And I'm just kidding. I go to bed at like 1 or 2. But I do have a fair bit of work to get tonight, so I need to go to the gym, which takes me about 2 hours. And then yeah.
Okay, so you're saying you don't want to do this conversation?
I don't. Sure, we can do this conversation. Fuck it.
You're so easy to bully. Thank you. All right.
I know. I'm Canadian. I don't know what to tell you.
On.
Oh my gosh.
Why is your name so fucking stupid? Tafjuza. What the fuck is your name? Taftaj.
See, Erudite gets it instantly.
Taftaj.
Yeah, but I've been simping over Taftaj for a very long time. Destiny has just started his journey of simping for Taftaj. Okay.
I don't simp.
I just messaged Destiny. Oh my God, Natsu Erudite is so based. Every time I say something.
Oh.
Good luck, guys. We're going for 10 million views on YouTube this month, all right?
Unbelievable.
We're at 8 million. What? Shut up.
Drama.
Oh my God.
Are we turning on cameras or is that weird?
Let me
Whatever
just
you're comfortable with.
Okay.
So who's the moderator in this situation?
Who's the... Oh, I'm moderating, of course.
Moderating? Okay. Did she...
She's coming, don't worry. We don't need cameras. We're all women in here, including me who has a woman's name, so we're good.
Very true.
The viewers want cameras.
Oh.
Give the people what they want.
Jesus
Destiny.
Christ.
Obviously. What do you mean? Why am I telling the 13-year veteran how to appease his viewers?
Okay, we're waiting.
You know what? While we wait, I'm gonna run to the washroom. So.
Washroom? Go do that. Yeah. All right. How you guys doing? What are your predictions for this? For these fireworks that are about to erupt here?
I think it's gonna go really well.
Yeah, I've heard that she's saying super nice things. So.
Okay.
I think August will be very happy. That's what I think.
Gotcha. Taftaj. Taftaj?
Yeah, you're doing great. You could also just say April.
No, I don't think I will.
Okay.
I don't think I know you that well to call you at first name basis. Okay, we're gonna
So
maybe
I should call
Taff.
you Destiny every time.
I would appreciate that actually. Yes.
Okay, yeah. Mr. Destiny.
No, that's too much.
Sir Destiny.
We're waiting for Not So Eurydice to come back. Okay.
I think Not So Erudite's name is harder than Taftaj.
Maybe.
It is English, which is an advantage. It is actual words.
I mean, technically everything is actual words, right?
Okay, find Taftaj in a dictionary, Steven. That's what I mean.
Okay, fuck you. Is Eurydice in a... Oh, shit, it is. Fuck, never mind.
Destroyed.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Okay.
Yikes.
Welcome.
Right. Also, it's erudite. You pronounce it very strangely.
Erudite? That's because it's a really fucking strange word. Okay.
Erudite.
Steven's borderline illiterate.
That's alright.
What is that supposed to be? Is that like a reference I'm not getting?
It probably comes from a Jordan Peterson book, so...
He's just mad because he has to only get his news from the Atlantic because it gives those audio recordings to overcome his reading difficulties.
Well, I mean, I think
We can't all be fine literature enjoyers of 12 Rules for Life. How to sort our life from chaos as I fly to fucking Russia. Fuck! To break my benzo addiction. Shut up. Okay, Anna and Not So Eurydice, go.
I think Anna, you're probably feeling some way more than I am. So do you want to?
Yeah, I'm feeling a whole fucking lot. I'm fucking pissed.
I guess, can I
mean, you
ask
basically dogpiled me.
Just me, myself, or are you pissed with all of us right now?
Mostly with Fnatic, because he just basically set me up to be fucking dogpiled. Just after last night when he was being a fucking asshole to me, trying to convince me I wasn't emotionally abused by this douche over here.
Okay, so I guess, so Fnatic isn't here to talk.
Why are you fucking laughing?
I'm sorry. It's my dog. Hold on.
So I tried very hard to make it clear that I wasn't completely disagreeing with what you're saying, and I think Taftaj and the other people here as well were trying to say that we're not disagreeing with 100% with what you're saying.
The
We're
facts
just
of the matter, yeah.
we're just adding on a second layer.
Yeah, it's fine. I didn't have a problem with what you were saying. Or you, Taftaj, it's fine. Like, I'm not upset with you guys.
Okay.
Wait, but you're upset with Not So Eurydice, right? Or Eurydice?
I think we were all saying similar things, though. I mean, there wasn't that much that was different.
I mean, you can't just say that, like, anybody can induce false memories in anyone. That's not true. You can't just make someone believe that they were raped when they weren't.
My understanding is that the first research relating, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is the first research relating to false memories came from forensic psychologists that were noticing that witnesses could create false memories in each other. It wasn't therapists, it was witnesses doing it. That's my understanding.
Yeah. It came from BC Okanagan, actually. I know this like personally because I'm friends with people who like worked under the main researcher under that. So like that's typically where it originates from. I guess I don't know quite, Anna, what your like frustration was around that.
I mean, it just seemed like everything I brought up you were just dismissing as like somehow like the research was it like some flawed in some way, and so like you can't use it, and like
so I guess are you comfortable with the idea of like me disagreeing with you? Like in academia, I'm sure you're familiar, we argue about stuff and it gets even pretty heated where we'll argue about theories. I mean, the like language debate between Chomsky and the other dude was like super, super spicy. So like academics are going to disagree with each other all the time, but that's like the process of good science. It's like we should be disagreeing. We should be pushing each other on methodology. We should be questioning things. We should be open about the limits of certain things because it just improves the science overall. But that doesn't mean that like I have some personal feelings about you in that moment when I'm questioning some of the data that you're presenting.
the other people who already hate me and attack me constantly, well, I mean, they're just gonna use that as more ammo against me.
Right, but I guess like what do you suggest that I would do in that situation? Because like I'm invited on a panel to talk about ideas. I'm going to engage with the ideas and I'm going to question data, with your data, with anyone else's data as well that I might get. Not that I question all data, but I'm going to look at it and be like, well, what are the limits to these things and what can we take away from it? So are you basically like saying that like in a debate panel, I have to like not
No.
disagree with you? Like what's your recommendation for me to do?
No, of course not. No, of course not. It's just I don't know. I don't get why like the empirical data that I was bringing up like somehow wasn't like I don't know. It just seemed like you were saying like it wasn't good. I don't know. Like I don't know what I'm talking about or something.
Sure.
I'm
Do you want to
pretty
maybe
sure I do.
Could you clarify for me what you felt that I was saying, and then would you give me space to correct if that was or wasn't what I was saying?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. What did you feel like I was saying?
It seemed like you were basically saying that like all the empirical data that I was like bringing up was somehow like flawed and like unreliable and just like whatever could be dismissed or something.
Okay. Was there a feeling like personally that was attached to that? Like, did you feel like I was also trying to undercut you as an individual?
Maybe a little, I suppose.
Okay. Do you, now that like we're less heated, do you think that I was actually doing that? Because if you do feel like I was actually doing that, we can talk about it. But I just want to know, do you still feel that way, that I was actually trying to personally attack you?
No.
Okay. I'm glad. So I was definitely questioning the data, not overall. I'm not saying that like everything presented was useless and garbage. I'm saying like, here are some of the limits that I see to some of the interpretations, which is why I wouldn't use this data to make the extent of the claims that you potentially were making with them. That was all I was saying. I wasn't trying to say, I think Anna's stupid and dumb and nobody should listen to her, because to be honest, I'm mean enough that I will say that to somebody if I think that.
Yeah.
Okay. So are we good?
Well, I don't know. Did it feel like Eurydice was like discrediting rape victims with the way that she was engaging with her research claims?
Maybe. Yeah, that's what I felt like also. Yeah. Kind of.
Okay. Could you explain that more to me?
It seemed like, yeah, it sort of seemed like you were kind of saying that, like, yeah, like, we can't trust. It just sounded like you were really dismissing, like, any of the, like, anything that's, like, self-reported or whatever. Like, I know there's flaws with self-report and retrospective, of course, but it just kind of came off as though, like, yeah, it can't be trusted at all. And the only way to get like an objective, or like the only way to be able to trust it is if it's like dealt with in like a criminal justice context, or like has been reported to police or something. And yeah, I don't know.
Okay. So I guess I'm concerned about being I don't want the perception to be that I'm dismissing rape victims, because I take it really seriously. I think it really, really matters. And I agree that there's been a systematic problem historically as well of a dismissal of rape victims, right? When I'm questioning the extent of the data, this isn't to say that I don't believe rape victims. My issue is that I'm curious, would you agree that basically the word rape has come to mean a lot more things than just actual rape? Like it's kind of been extended beyond.
And I have a problem with that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we'd agree on that. And so my concern with some of these studies is I went through the CDC's questionnaire itself, and some of the questions left me concerned of being like, I can see how this might lead to people marking as a yes, like an affirmative, because the questions are worded in such a way that they're a little bit leading, and they don't preclude certain situations that I don't think anyone, even themselves, would necessarily identify as rape, but it wouldn't be marked off on the measure as rape. And so my concern about overinflating rape numbers is because I do think there are individuals who are bad actors who try to use rape claims for their benefit, and The reason that makes me so mad isn't just because of the individual's lives that they fuck up, which sucks, but it particularly makes rape victims' lives so much harder, right? When we have Alice Sebold, like a really big writer, coming out about basically being like, yeah, I did make a fake allegation and I had a guy incarcerated for like multiple years. There's a really big problem with that because it actually makes rape victims who have been struggling to be heard historically for a long time, it makes their job bigger, right?
I mean, I disagree because I don't think that, I think that's a bit much to claim that there's a significant amount of people, though, that are, like, bad actors. I don't think it's enough to, like, be able to sway data, though. I mean...
But people don't make decisions based on data, right? They'll make it off of, like, 1 or 2 high-profile cases sometimes.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I've always felt like that's just kind of like a scapegoat to be like, well, look, someone made a false accusation, therefore I'm just going to be like an asshole and like not believe rape victims. I feel like that's way more of a problem.
I feel like the problem isn't the false accusation. This is something I just recently figured out. I don't think the problem is ever the one-off. I think the problem is how other people respond to the one-off. Because I think the issue comes from the fact that there is a one-off thing that happens and it's bad, but rather than everybody saying it's bad, you get like some group of people that almost seem like they're defending it, and then it makes the people on the other side think that it's a bigger problem than it might actually be. I think that's the scary thing.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, look, I've seen a lot of like, but also, well, there also is a problem of like actual victims like being accused of like, like tons of them get accused of like being false
that is
accusers.
a problem. But there's also
That's
like false accusation
big
problems
problem.
too. There's problems all over the place. That's the issue.
I don't think false accusations are that big of a problem.
Well,
though.
you might not, but maybe you're not the type of person to get falsely accused, or maybe it's just something you're concerned with. But there are people
that's an ironic statement.
It's not ironic, but there are going to be people in different areas that do feel like a little bit worried about that, and if they see how the culture around that is changing, and we've seen it happen in esports and in Twitch, where sometimes like really dog shit accusations are made, and it takes the guy like months to respond to it because it's so serious, even if the original accusation was as thin as air.
I mean, Anna, I think a lot of the problem is like very specific to the medium too. Like when you have social media and trial by society, by the public, you know, that invites a lot of people to sort of speculate and treat it like this just like reality TV show.
Yeah,
And
I agree.
so like on one hand, social media has allowed people to make these accusations, but it's also introduced new problems by making it so public. And so, you know, one thing we can talk about is just like the role of courts. And if people are more able, whether it be through like education or whatever, to make rape accusations credibly through the courts, you know, that might be a solution to people feeling like they need to go to the public to do these things, and therefore, you know, introduce and invite all of these extra problems.
Yeah. I mean, I agree that cancel culture is a problem, of course.
Well, but it's not even cancel culture. You would expect people to respond really negatively if somebody has a rape accusation against them, right? I wouldn't think that's cancel culture. That's just people being kind of reasonable, right?
Yeah, part of
Like
the
social shaming. Yeah, that's why we social shame like murderers even when they get out, right? Because there's this attachment to their name, and there's an element of like we probably should socially shame these behaviors because if somebody's a rapist, that's a really bad thing, and we're going to view them as immoral, right? And so if somebody's because of the huge weight of consequence of being claimed, it's the same with the malingering. Like you know, clinically, if a client gets diagnosed as a malingerer, they're fucked.
Oh,
They're literally
yeah.
fucked. They'll never get on welfare. They'll never get supports. Like they're fucked. I would say the same with being accused as a rapist, especially if it becomes publicized, right? And especially in the cases like we don't want innocents ever going to jail. We also, in this case, don't want innocents having a trial by media and being accused of being a rapist and having all of the social repercussions of literally being a rapist and then it turning out to not be true, but the damage is already done. That's the problem with social media is the damage is already done half the time. And that's really, really scary.
I can understand that. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Anything else?
I guess that's it. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay.
for
It
talking.
seemed like you were really frustrated with me specifically. Was I misreading that?
Yeah. No, you weren't.
Okay.
That's accurate. Yeah.
Do you want to talk about that or would you prefer to talk about that privately?
We could talk about that privately. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, thanks for talking with me though about
Yeah.
this. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries.
Wow, well, good job. I'm proud of all of you.
Also, Erudite is too good at de-escalating.
I've worked in a lot of jails. De-escalation was my bread and butter.
Makes sense.
Okay, well, you said you had to leave. Why are you being awkward? Leave. Go away.
All right, I'm gonna go work out. And if you want to chat more privately, you can just DM me. You know where I'm at.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
All right. Good night, guys.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
I
We'll get there. We will beat this boss. It's beatable, okay? The boss is beatable. The boss is beatable, but I have to go do my working out shit tonight, okay? I didn't eat a meal today. Am I fucked? Yeah, that just means I need a bigger candy bar. All right. Are these real? Jesus. Don't complain when you miss your reps. I think I'll be okay. I just need a really big, like a slice of pizza or something, and I think I'll be good. That's what I need. Oh, I can't host anybody. Did August give me a video to premiere?
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
No. Okay, hey, listen! I love you guys. It's been fun. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure to follow. Make sure to follow me on YouTube and ring the bell, the notification bell. That's really important. If you don't do that, you're literally Hitler, guys. Okay? Ripperino, cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, dappuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, alpuccino, my duderinos. I will catch you guys next Streamerino. Wait. Am I the asshole for trying to help a girl at the gym? The answer is almost always going to be yes. A month ago, a girl started regularly coming to the gym that I go to. I'm not a stalker or anything. We just happen to be there during the same hours. I've been working out and going to the gym for years now, so I'm pretty knowledgeable, blah, blah, blah. I've noticed that this girl doesn't have a workout plan. She doesn't have leg day, arm day, etc. She just exercises several parts of her body at once. She doesn't count reps. She doesn't do... Oh, no. This is a fake post. I don't think that this post is real. I don't think this post is real. He has identified the archetypical cardio bunny, but he doesn't know it. He's been going to the gym for years and he doesn't know what this is. I don't believe it. I don't think it's real. I think this is a fake post. So the other day, she was at the trim line. I went for a chat. We chatted for a while, and I politely advised her to have a workout plan and exercise specific body parts each time. She told me she cannot come to the gym every day, but only 3 times a week. That she used to be a dancer, so it's unnatural for her to exercise only one part of her body. Went back and forth, politely, of course, and I insisted that nah, this is a troll. This is a troll post. It has to be a troll post. She has a designated leg day, arm day, etc., so that she can focus on these body regions, muscle groups. She insisted that that's not how she likes to work out. She likes to do cardio, legs, arms, and abs every single time. I told her if she wanted to see muscle definition and growth, it would be wiser. This is a fake. This is the fakest post I've ever seen in my life. She practically yelled at me to leave her alone, and I have no idea what her goals are. I didn't insist. I just left her alone, but my workout buddies agreed with me that she was out of line. What's a cardio bunny? There are a lot of this is gonna sound mean. There might be guys that do this, I guess, but there's a lot of girls that kind of go to the gym and they do like circuit training where they'll do like 10 reps on like every machine, but they're not actually like doing anything. Like you'll watch them, like they'll be on their phone on like an abductor machine and they'll just be like none of the sets are challenging, none of the weight is hard. They just kind of like do a few of the exercises and then they leave. The only thing they might do that's hard is like something related to their ass. So they'll either squat in the Smith machine, which doesn't do anything for your ass, or they might hip thrust like 65 pounds, which probably also isn't doing much. But like that'll be like that'll be like the cardio bunny. Is there something wrong with that? Listen, if you go to the gym and you work out regularly, whatever you're doing, fucking do it. Who cares? But technically, if you want to accomplish anything, it's not like good to do that. But the idea of going up to somebody who clearly doesn't give a fuck and then trying to coach them through like this is what you should be doing for your gym shit. Like, they don't care. Like, this is like dumb. Like, why would you do this, right? So don't, this is just like, it's like not your forte. It's like people that come into my stream and they're like, why don't you level more than 10 vigor? Like, wouldn't that make the boss fight easier? Right? Just like that. Oh, there's literally nothing else from this guy? Oh, yeah, this is like the fake. It's so fake. I don't think this is real. I think this is a fake post. It's actually a meme from his wet-ass pussy review that someone knew IRL, but who better than you to give lessons on optics? I think I understand optics pretty well. I just don't implement it because I'm not a little pussy-ass bitch. But, like, I'm sorry. If you came away from that video thinking that anybody but the most terminally bedridden, like, left-leaning people thought that it looked good, like, I don't know. This is just reeks of, like, pathetic. Like, is this really Ben Shapiro getting owned?
Yeah, which is the term that I use throughout dysphoria, which is the term that I use throughout the speech, not gender
You
identity
sound like a
disorder,
bozo, bro. And you get no pussy, and you can't even make your wife wet, bro. So what's good?
It, like, is this really? That's also like the mother of all clip chimps. Oh, yeah, it's just like dumb. Okay, don't care, don't care. We'll read this eventually. Maybe I'll read this. This is fake. Oh, I should catch up on donuts.
Do you think Kenna was complicit in his mom's death?
Who? Oh, this explains everything. Was this the guy? I'm assuming that's why you linked the...
You ruined my life. I love you, honey.
Posted on a Sun subreddit. What vegetables do you eat? Whatever comes in my trifecta meals. Usually it's like sometimes kind of a potato and then like either broccoli, cauliflower, spinach, some other kind of green.
I got a philosophy exam tomorrow and didn't study. Donating to the Supreme Leader so I get good luck DJGL.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Potentially hot take incoming, maybe. Brussels sprouts are fucking disgusting. When they're just like thrown in and like kind of mushily baked or fried or whatever, I think they're gross. And I've noticed that in a lot of my trifecta meals, okay? When you have like the cast iron pans where you'd like do like the fried, I've seen Brussels sprouts and one other, asparagus is really good too. Anything that's like fucking charred for some reason tastes good. But when you just have like Brussels sprouts that are like kind of like diced up and like baked mushy with a bunch of other vegetables, oh my god, it's so fucking disgusting. Ugh. Okay. I need to leave, guys. Oh, I can't.
You're no cuck. You're a Giga Chad for not stooping to their levels of weak-mindedness. Stay strong, King. XOXO.
Thanks. How backed up on donuts are we?
If you hit her with a sleep pot, it'll knock her out of the air on her heavy attack.
Broccoli tastes like water? Broccoli isn't okay.
Hey, Destiny.
What?
My GF has a theory that you sneeze every stream. Just try not to for once.
Oh god,
Thanks.
we're super backed up if that donut just played. Should I eat a healthy meal before I should eat it? Okay, fuck it. I'll let my donuts play for a minute. I'll be back, I guess.
Craft frost pots. Just one is enough to frost her and cancel her waterfowl attack, and usually she's frostable by the time she does another one.
You need to roll towards the moose spam or else your iframes end while she's moving towards you. Try stay under her. Ooh.
GG. For the waterfall dance, you can throw a frost pot at her. Knocks her down and applies frost, which is great for you. Alternatively, you can be Godstony and learn the 360-degree run strat. Pots are way easier. Good luck, Duder. Bonus memes. Mel W. Blade. Frostpots cancel her crazy bullshit combo. Make him senpai.
Okay, here's a question. If I eat like a full healthy meal, like a 500 calorie, 400 calorie, like with vegetables and proteins and stuff, okay? Let's say that I eat that. Now let's say that after that, I eat like a simple sugar.
Mr. Girl would have been kicked if he acted like this.
Will
Double
my
standards.
will my body be able to digest the simple sugars even though they're coming in after the more complicated meal? Or will they be like, is there like a line that they wait in order? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Whooshy big madam woo.
Yes. What do you mean yes? You don't even have a lifting flare. It's not a Q, it's a fucking pool of acid.
If you don't make me immune to mutilations, I'm going to tear down these walls.
The composition of a meal together will affect the glycemic index of each individual piece of the meal. Okay, I'm gonna assume I'll be fine. I should be fine. What the fuck is this?
Hell, it's about time.
Full vid. Why do you guys care about... I'm not shitting ST Peach. But I don't understand how you can be captivated by one not safe for work porn creator that does lewd content, non-nude content for years. I don't understand how
Sorry,
that's possible.
My dog.
Read this. The reason for both my and Jackson Higgles man from Twitch was because they were contacted by journalists from the Financial Times.
You're laughing. An actual therapist is embarrassing someone who pretends to be one after finishing 3 college courses, and you're laughing. Disappointed.
Oh, shit.
Somebody start the 36-hour clock before she cycles and claims that Erudite was manipulating the narrative and belittling her.
Oh, damn. We should compile a list of all the Hassan claims and shoot it to the Financial Times. Holy fuck. Do you think we could do... I wonder if he's made enough fucked up claims for them to include him in an article. His claims aren't as bad as Jackson and Infrared's. They are bad, though, but they have way more visibility. That would be crazy.
That Brussels sprouts take will herald a schism in the Taliban. Mashallah.
Why does Erudite dismiss everything I say? Why? Why?
Okay. Are they permabanned? Well, it was for the misinformation policy, so I don't know how they... But right now, yeah, it's indefinite, so both of them are. Good luck taking out that attractive of a dude. Yeah, but I think Financial Times isn't, like, hiring a fuck ton of simps for Hassan, basically. So I think they're functional a little differently over there. I don't know if they could put pressure on Twitch or not for it. That'd be interesting, though, but...
SpongeBob. Chad better eat their boiled Brussels sprouts. Giga Chad.